In the quiet of night, beside the campfire, a colossal bear suddenly charged at the men. Two remained seated, frozen in place, while the third, weapon in hand, sprang forward to confront the beast. Amid the chaos, one of them calmly savored a bite of meat, the memory surfacing of someone once telling him that monster flesh carried a surprisingly delightful flavor. Someone shouted at him to stop hogging all the food and start pulling his weight. Despite his reluctance, Gyro agreed, lured by the promise of more meat. Stepping forward, the hero spoke the incantation, and instantly an explosion shook the air as a wave of fire engulfed the bear. The magic puzzled everyone. For the second time, an enemy had fallen to the very same technique. Ignoring any curiosity, Cairo ordered the group to prepare the meal more quickly. The man grew agitated, while the girl quietly asked her uncle to calm down. A little girl with striking blue eyes glanced at him with sympathy and softly remarked that arguing was wrong. The man's heart melted, and with a gentle smile, he once again called Mure sweet. Gyro referred to the man as a Lulican fellow and shouted at him to hurry up. The man's temper flared once more, but Mure quickly stepped in, urging them both to stop fighting. Gazing at his hand, he reflected on how much he had improved in battling monsters. As he clenched his fist, a sense of disbelief lingered over just how much time had slipped by. This unique ability was precisely why he had been summoned to this world, destined to fulfill a special purpose. Everything began the instant Cairo was summoned to another world. Around him, soldiers let out triumphant cheers, celebrating the princess's success in completing the ritual at last. Radiant with joy, the princess basked in the triumph of summoning true heroes to her world for the very first time. The pentagram did not summon only Gyro. Alongside him stood other heroes, each resembling him, yet each marked by a unique destiny. Concern flickered in the boy's eyes as he asked Chica if she was all right. Instead of answering, she wondered aloud where they were. Uncertainty hung in the air. No one had an answer. They quickly checked on Shuri and Shinobu, relieved to find everyone unharmed. A warm smile graced the princess's lips as she welcomed the newcomers, gratitude shining in her eyes for their response to her summons. Confusion flickered among the heroes, who exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the situation. Noticing their perplexity, the princess offered a gentle apology. She mentioned that the king himself would explain everything, so they should follow her. Gyro considered the situation, yet the experience felt far too real to be a mere dream. This place bore no resemblance to Japan, and the boys had already been told they were the chosen heroes. Every detail was thoroughly examined as they made certain this was neither a dream nor a hallucination. Everything around them felt unmistakably real. It revealed an entirely different world, governed by its own rules, inhabited by mysterious creatures, and brimming with unique magic. The townspeople welcomed the heroes warmly, expressing heartfelt gratitude for their arrival and placing great hopes upon them. Sensing their bewilderment, the princess gently urged everyone to remain calm. The king himself would provide all the answers. Meanwhile, Gyro felt a twinge of resentment, suspecting the king of acting out of selfishness. The king began his explanation, revealing that this country bore the name Victoria, and the entire world in which they now found themselves was known as Dia. The man goes by the name Rudolf Strauss Arclium, ruler of Victoria. At his side stands his eldest daughter, Princess Lilith. The true reason for the summons became clear. To safeguard Victoria, the heroes were tasked with vanquishing the malevolent demon king. The king found Tasha's name a bit peculiar, and his understanding of it was slightly off. The world of Adia is home to 4 races: humans, demons, beasts, and spirits. Yet now, Hostility divides everyone except the spirits, leaving a rift among the others. The greatest danger lies in the Demon King's relentless desire to eradicate humanity. Wielding extraordinary power, he stands unmatched by any other race. Ordinary people stood no chance in battle, so an ancient summoning spell was invoked to call forth heroes. Only the royal family knew this powerful, perilous magic, and in that desperate moment, it became their sole hope. Joy radiated from the princess as the ritual finally succeeded. However, it soon became clear that this was not the first attempt, and the king, overwhelmed, held his head in his hands. He had 3 daughters. As it turned out, one of the daughters had passed away, while the other remained in a coma after a failed attempt at summoning. The heroes stood stunned by the sacrifice before them. Tashi stepped forward with a suggestion. Together, they could safeguard this land by defeating the demons. The king nodded in agreement, assuring them that all 4 heroes had arrived. Despite the late hour, the king counted 5 individuals before him, firmly believing that each one was a true hero. He asked them to quietly review their own abilities in their minds. The boys experimented with calling up their status and found themselves thrilled when an interface materialized in the air. Beside the name field, the word hero stood out in clear, bold letters. Another boy opened his status and, grinning, remarked that it truly felt like stepping into an RPG, everything unfolding just like in a game. All words and symbols seamlessly transformed into the language of their world, making communication effortless. Standing slightly apart from the others, Gyro drew the king's attention, who inquired about his role. The boy stunned everyone as his score turned out to be completely different from the rest. Some speculated that he might have been a mage, or perhaps even a sage, yet not a single archive contained any mention of such a figure. It seemed as though he was never meant for the battlefield. The king, however, took a special interest in his title. With calm composure, Gyro replied, calling himself the Silent Observer. The news caught everyone off guard, as no one had encountered such information before, yet a flicker of understanding began to form in Tashi's mind. The memory surfaced of Gyro appearing just as everyone was talking in the classroom, an odd coincidence that lingered in her mind. The young man confessed to being just an ordinary person who had ended up in this place purely by chance, swept along with the others. Meanwhile, Tashi couldn't grasp the reason behind his growing distance. Gyro gathered from his words that only 4 people were supposed to arrive in this world, and he was never meant to be involved in any of this. Now, he wondered how the princess intended to set things right. He went on to mention that they had been summoned purely for the sake of someone else's gain, while their families back home were likely left in fear and confusion. In any case, Gyro felt certain there was nothing binding him to stay. No promises or oaths held him back. The boys reminded him that they had all once been classmates, and the girls nodded in agreement, their words echoing the same sentiment. A small shrug dismissed it as nothing more than a memory from school days. Back then, not even classroom conversations tied them together, so any sense of a real connection was out of the question. An awkward silence settled over the group before Gyro spoke up honestly. Only 4 were needed for the task. He did not consider himself among them. Quietly, he pleaded not to be forced into battling demons. The decision came easily to him. Returning home was his clear preference. Yet, ancient records revealed that the Demon King possessed a spell capable of bringing one back. In order to return, the only choice was to defeat the Demon King as quickly as possible. Deep down, Gyro considered Tashi a complete fool. Interestingly, the king seemed to agree with that assessment. The king went on to say their country was beautiful, and perhaps it could become a new home for them. When Tashi mentioned his family, the princess gently reassured him not to worry. Every trace of their existence vanished from their homeland, as if they had never set foot there at all. The four heroes, stunned by the revelation, leaned in and began to press for more details. Tears welled up in the girls' eyes, as they imagined a world where they did not exist. The princess gently reassured them, explaining that this was merely the effect of an enchantment, and once they returned, everything would be as it was before. Gyro remained unconvinced, suspecting deception in the princess's words. To him, her plea seemed nothing more than a desperate attempt to force their cooperation. It appeared that the hero no longer worried about returning home, having accepted the thought that he would remain in this place. Everything traced back to that fateful accident on the road. Without it, none of this would have ever happened. Memories of the past washed over him, and in that moment, he realized that it no longer mattered where he lived. Every connection had faded away. As Gyro had mentioned earlier, the summons came far too suddenly, and Tashi recognized that agreeing so quickly had been an act of selfishness. Despite everything, the boys insisted on lending a hand. Their countless hours spent battling monsters in MMORPGs had prepared them for this. One girl broke into laughter, claiming adventures were far more exciting than any boring consultation, while another called the whole experience delightfully entertaining. The king's face lit up with joy as all four agreed to undertake the trial. Gyro offered his apology and announced his intention to follow his own path. Tashi immediately stepped in and halted him. The boy declined, explaining that he owed nothing to this country. Not a hero, but simply an ordinary person, he decided to live on his own terms, now that fate had brought him here. The king accepted his choice, and with that, the boy took his leave. Refusing to accept this, he asked Gyro to wait a moment. Gripping his hand tightly, confusion clouded her eyes as she struggled to comprehend how he could still call himself a man in a moment like this. The people of Victoria bowed their heads, placing their faith in them. Tashi believed he could at least make an effort to help, but Gyro pulled his hand away. Tashi's friend suggested they leave him behind, insisting they had no need for him. Embarrassment flickered across the girl's face, yet her companion brushed it off with indifference. Admitting the truth, the boy confessed that while it might have seemed like a game, their situation was all too real, demanding genuine risk. The girl pointed out that although they might be seen as heroes, Gyro was just an ordinary person, and Tashi should have considered his condition. Everyone nodded in agreement and resolved to handle things on their own. Waving goodbye, Gyro offered them his well wishes before departing. The princess hurried after him, intent on offering a heartfelt apology. Bowing her head, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with sorrow as she expressed her regret. The young man calmly reassured everyone before stepping out of the castle. Outside, a clamor filled the air as servants bustled about, the whole place steeped in chaos. Gyro decided that gathering information should come first, just like in an RPG, scouting the area, collecting stats, and surveying the world around him. After glancing at his status, he noticed a mysterious entry called verbal magic. The meaning escaped him for now, but he resolved to investigate it thoroughly when he had the chance. At first, a more pressing issue demanded his attention, the urgent need to find money. In most RPGs, treasure hunting often meant sneaking into strangers' homes, but here that seemed far too risky. Only two options remained: hunting monsters or taking on quests. The next step was clear: join a guild. Uncertain whether he should interfere with the unfolding story, he hesitated. While lost in thought, a mysterious figure in a hooded cloak approached him. An old fortune teller appeared before him, offering to reveal the secrets of his destiny. The boy quickly turned away, pretending he had no money. Yet the woman offered a sly smile, sensing his curiosity and knowing he was about to ask something. Pointing directly at him, she boldly declared that Cairo had come from another world. The revelation left the boy stunned, hardly expecting to encounter such a twist at the very start of his journey. With quiet certainty, she guessed where he came from, leaving the boy frozen in place, startled by the fear her knowledge stirred in him. Known as Akamura Hiro, he was a recluse with a deep love for books. Fate brought him into this world alongside 4 carefree classmates. While they were hailed as heroes, he earned the title of the Silent Observer. The fortune teller invited him to take a seat, announcing that in honor of his first visit, she would reveal his fate. Although Hiro had never cared much for such things, her keen insight drew him in, and he found himself listening with unexpected attention. The divination revealed itself as genuine magic, giving him yet another reason to heed her advice. She remarked that his star of destiny was quite unusual, even strange. Every heart carries its own star, its color, shape, and glow a reflection of one's spirit. His star shone a deep indigo, quietly holding back a crimson fire hidden within. Throughout her life, the woman had seen countless stars, yet never one that burned with such intensity. A suspicion flickered in Gyro's mind that she might know more about him than she let on. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she spoke of his new wings, strong, wide, and warm, ready to shelter anyone in need. In time, those who long for wings like his will come seeking his guidance. Yet Gyro gently asked her to stop. Prophecies held no appeal for him. Solitude was all he desired. The woman reassured him, explaining that this was just one of many possible paths. To Vorozhka, it seemed he was on the verge of asking something. In her eyes, he stood apart, a man untouched by magic, hailing from a distant world. Gyro offered his thanks and said his goodbyes. She responded with a gentle smile, telling him there was no need to thank her. She felt truly happy to have finally met someone whose heart shone with the same kind of light as hers. Clearly captivated, she gazed upon the star as if seeing one like it for the very first time. Yet memories from her youth whispered of an encounter with another traveler between worlds, someone who resembled Gyro. That wanderer, too, possessed a remarkable star, one that radiated a heroic aura. The elderly woman mentioned that she was always found in this spot and offered her help whenever it might be needed. With a sly smile, she added that next time a gentle pat would be required. Admitting to a touch of cunning, she watched as Gyro paused in contemplation, recalling something before settling back in his seat. With a bit of time left before their next rendezvous, one question lingered on his mind. A smile spread across the woman's lips, recognizing that this hero was far from ordinary. Guilds were a part of this world too, much like in the game. As Hiro stepped inside, a smiling receptionist greeted him and thanked him for his patience. The woman handed him the assignment slip along with his multi-pass. Before he could leave, she needed to share a few important precautions. For instance, should he decide to withdraw from the quest for any reason, a penalty of 10,000 rijans would be imposed. She firmly reminded him not to overlook this condition. News reached him that the currency in this world bore a striking resemblance to Japanese money. Such familiarity offered little comfort, given the meager contents of his wallet. Yet compared to the prospect of dying, a shortage of cash seemed trivial. When the girl inquired about the Laturia plant, no memory or knowledge surfaced. The name meant nothing to him. With a gentle motion, she handed him the book that described this mysterious plant. She immersed herself in the encyclopedia, methodically searching for something, while impatience began to flicker in the hero. Observing her focus, he found himself quietly intrigued. The very existence of books in this world astonished him, and had his pockets been fuller, the library would have easily become his second home. Before leaving, the girl offered him a gentle smile and urged him to be careful. Summoning information worked just like the status window, easily triggered with a simple gesture, an incredibly convenient feature. The first assignment guided him to the wind-swept heights of the Izabai Plateau. As he gathered plants and tossed them into his bag, the task proved much simpler than expected. With a sense of ease, the boy opened his status window. The moment a magic spell's name was mentioned, a detailed explanation of its effects would appear. While others might have grasped the situation at once, the damaged inscription left him puzzled. Rising from the stone, uncertainty clouded his thoughts as he wondered whether to test his theory, then slowly stretched out his hand. The old woman once taught that the source of magic lay within the blood, its power awakened through careful focus on its flow. Channeling her words, Cairo gathered energy at his fingertips, feeling its current surge just beneath his skin. The symbol he needed to carve occupied his thoughts as he stepped over to the stone, ready to inscribe it. The surface split apart, leaving only the final step of activating the spell. The moment he triggered it, the stone erupted in a burst of brilliant sparks. Amazement filled the boy as the massive rock split cleanly in two. Inspired by this success, he eagerly attempted to carve another symbol. The stone had healed, its pieces seamlessly merging back together. A realization dawned on him. This regeneration felt like using a cheat, surpassing even his boldest expectations. This was how Hero first learned of his unique magic, the nameless power the old woman had once mentioned. Rarity shrouded this magic, making it an extraordinary gift, found in only a handful across the ages. Constant magic, without exception, possessed a uniqueness all its own. Evidently, the old woman meant that only a chosen few could wield such power. The truth stood plain. This magic possessed an extraordinary strength, yet only a select few ever wielded it. Its rarity stemmed from the harsh fate of its bearers, as many never survived long enough to pass it on. The moment anyone tried to pass her on to someone else, they would quite literally drop dead. In that moment, Gyro realized that this very power had likely been the cause of the first two princesses' deaths. Mastery mattered greatly, yet true understanding held even greater significance. Their downfall came from the backlash, a consequence of not fully grasping what they were dealing with. For instance, the old woman wielded fire magic. Gyro believed that mastering both magical power and knowledge would transform him into a true mage. The caution instilled in him by the old woman filled him with genuine gratitude toward her. Magic held countless secrets yet to be uncovered. The damaged inscriptions offered no guidance, and each use of magic came with its own dangers. Casting two spells had already drained half his mana, leaving his body heavier and more sluggish. The high level of mana remained his greatest asset as a traveler, but reckless use threatened to take everything from him, even his life. Only at the first level, his abilities remained limited. With a full reserve of mana, casting magic was possible just 4 times. Rustling from the nearby bushes caught his attention, hinting that someone might be watching. Discovery of this power by the king could spell serious trouble. From the bushes emerged a peculiar creature, resembling a giant slug. The young man struggled to comprehend the nature of the creature before him. The slug surged forward without warning and lunged at him. Gyro never imagined that his first battle would be against a creature like this. Pushing off from the tree, the slug delivered a powerful blow to the boy's stomach. He crumpled to the ground, and the bag of flowers slipped from his grasp. The pain was sharp and real, yet only 3 health points slipped away. 7 more blows like that, and it would be all over. Refusing to give in, he steeled himself for a swift counterattack. Dodging another attack, the slime once again propelled itself off a nearby tree. At that instant, Gyro unleashed his verbal magic. With the stroke of his pen, flame appeared on the page, and suddenly an explosion engulfed everything nearby. All washed over him as he realized this magic could conjure objects from nothing, a genuine marvel. Curious about the spell's range, he traced a word into the earth before deciding it was time to head back. He took a moment to glance at his experience points in his status as well. Only 2 experience points were gained from the battle, making the use of magic feel wasteful. Next time, the plan was clear. Finish the enemy without it. Though this had been the first slime he faced, countless other dark creatures still awaited on the path ahead. Upon returning to the city, he ordered a steaming bowl of seafood soup at the nearest bar. At last, his meal arrived, a steaming bowl of seafood noodles that looked absolutely mouth-watering. The instant Gyro took his first bite, a sudden jolt ran through his mind. Immersed in thought, he felt as if he were underwater, pondering just how many varieties of seafood might be hidden within the broth. Yet each spoonful slipped down effortlessly. The soup itself already held a satisfying, rich flavor. Still, Gyro turned his attention to the noodles, curious to sample them as well. The moment their tongues touched, she returned his kiss with the authenticity of a true mermaid. Indeed, an authentic fish made its way into the bowl, delighting the hero. The rich seafood noodles proved irresistibly tempting, encouraging every bite. Not a single drop remained when Gyro finished his meal. The most surprising part was that the entire meal cost only 450 rijans. Tempted to order more, he decided instead to save his money for the next day. His plan was to sell the herbs he had collected and tackle new tasks tomorrow. After expressing his gratitude to the cooks, he took his leave and headed out. Mana fully restored, a newfound lightness settled across his body. The revelation struck. Nourishment truly was the essence of life. With this wisdom, the search for shelter became his next priority. Tomorrow brings a focus on earning money and sharpening skills. On that day, Gyro set out toward the Kuro forest. There, he tracked down and defeated slugs, which allowed him to reach the 3rd level. By now, combat techniques had become second nature to him. Only slugs slithered about. No other creatures appeared. The task required him to hunt goblins, and he had hoped to find them here. Lost in thought, he weighed his next move. A shadowy figure emerged behind him and launched an unexpected attack. Gyro narrowly dodged and realized just how close his attacker had gotten. A real goblin stood before him. Meeting the creature's gaze, Gyro asked calmly if it wished to live. A furious shout erupted as the attacker swung his weapon. The hero swiftly raised his knife in defense, but the clash against the heavy mace sent a harsh screech of metal ringing through the air. The goblin revealed himself. Cairo drove his foot into the creature's stomach, his thoughts lingering on one certainty. This world might become his permanent home. With a swift motion, the goblin's head parted from its body, and he declared, "This is my first step." Staring at the grisly aftermath and his own trembling hands, recognition dawned that true satisfaction was fleeting in such violence. Glancing back, he spotted an entire swarm of goblins, drawn in by the clamor of battle. This unexpected turn worked to his advantage, presenting the perfect opportunity to test his abilities in a real battle. With a swift incantation, Gyro unleashed verbal magic. Jagged spikes shot up from the earth, skewering the goblin where it stood. The enemies pressed forward without pause, closing in from every direction and slowly forming an unbreakable ring around him. Anticipating the attack, the hero swiftly drew his blade. Lightning crackled along the blade as Gyro swept through the ranks of goblins, felling them all in a single, fluid motion. Blood soaked the ground all around. In that moment, he realized this place was no sanctuary for the faint of heart. The scene resembled a massacre rather than a battle with mere slimes. His hands trembled, betraying the calm facade he had always believed unshakable. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind. Gyro spun around sharply. A cold determination settled within him as he resolved to wipe out every last one until none remained. Raising his voice, he called the monsters, inviting them to draw nearer. Resolving to push forward, he chose to keep killing until the act became second nature. Before long, Gyro returned to the guild and dropped a heavy sack of trophies onto the table. He presented the severed fingers of 22 goblins for evaluation. The administrator looked at him with astonishment, clearly impressed by his ability to take down so many. Having just registered, he was at a disadvantage, but Gyro had grown tired of listening. He urged them to hurry with the evaluation and to handle all the paperwork at once. With the coins in hand, a quiet certainty settled within him. Soon, he could afford a healing potion, and perhaps even a decent weapon. Discovering the ability to write the word purify, he watched as his clothes transformed, spotless and fresh. This newfound power turned out to be remarkably handy. The young man pondered over which tasks to take on the following day. More importantly, he needed to devise a plan for dealing with foes beyond just goblins. A spark of curiosity flickered within him as events in this world began to gather momentum. After purchasing a new weapon, he accepted a mission and defeated the monsters that stood in his way. With the task completed, he reached level 10 and earned a higher rank. The manager could hardly believe her eyes. A week had passed, and already he had risen through the ranks. Another young woman admitted that, while he was a bit eccentric, there was no denying his promise as a rising star. Someone flashed a smile as she watched him walk away, thinking he was undeniably impressive. They assumed that if things continued this way, the king would inevitably learn about him. Perhaps recognition as a hero would soon follow. Cairo had made up his mind. Tomorrow he would leave Victoria behind. As he wandered through the streets, the glances and curious stares of passers-by tracked his every step. His clothing stood out remarkably in this world. Armor was a necessity, and he needed to reach the shop before setting out. Now fully outfitted like a true solo adventurer, he considered his next destination. Following the map, Gyro arrived at a new village called Ims. With the border still a long way off, he chose to spend the night there. Strolling through the winding streets, he noticed the unusual emptiness, as hardly a single person crossed his path. At the mere sight of the hero, locals quickly vanished into their homes, locking the doors behind them. Clearly, travelers were not held in high regard in this village. A voice called out from behind, prompting Gyro to turn and see who it belonged to. In front of him stood a petite girl with a ponytail who guessed he might be an adventurer. Gyro paid her no mind and continued walking, but she called after him, asking not to be ignored. A puzzled frown crossed his face as he wondered why this child had taken such an interest in him. Stamping her foot, the girl shouted, demanding that he stop calling her that. Racing after him, she pleaded for answers, desperate to understand his reasons for traveling to the village, urging him not to remain silent. Gyro replied that it was none of her business. The word kid slipped out once more, instantly sparking the girl's irritation. To him, though, it was merely a statement of truth. because in his eyes, that's exactly what she was. The impression struck her that he was teasing her on purpose. Eventually, frustration boiled over, and she shouted that all adventurers were nothing but pitiful failures and worthless fools. A stern gaze settled on her as he declared, "I am myself. There's no use comparing me to anyone else." The intensity in his eyes sent a shiver through the girl. She declared with firm resolve that she would not let him harm the village. Gyro stood confused, unable to grasp her meaning. Suddenly, the sharp crackling of something breaking sounded from behind. Glancing back, he spotted a skinny boy with a tattoo brandishing a sword as he tossed someone from the building. Gyro dismissed it as a typical quarrel, yet the girl corrected him, explaining that these newcomers were adventurers pillaging the village and seizing whatever caught their fancy. In that moment, realization dawned on him. The girl feared that other travelers might bring harm to the village as well. Yet, without a word, Gyro continued on his way. Noticing he carried a weapon, she realized he could be of help. However, the young man promptly refused, announcing that vengeance was not his purpose. If she wanted a hero willing to work for nothing more than gratitude, she would have to find someone else. At that moment, her father approached and sided with Gyro, insisting that heroic figures from fairy tales who offer help without expecting anything in return simply do not exist. In situations like these, he explained, one should always turn to the gods. According to him, the residents brought this trouble on themselves through their own carelessness and should take responsibility for cleaning up the mess. Assistance, he insisted, comes only at a price. Hurt by Gyro's words, the young woman turned away and fled. Her father called after her, yet she kept going, unwilling to stop. Without hesitation, she darted straight toward the bandits, while her father and the bodyguard, unable to catch her in time, stumbled and fell to the ground. It became clear to them that hiring someone was the only way to save their village. One of the bandits glanced at his hefty companion and asked how much longer he planned to loiter around. Without a word, the bigger man shuffled back toward the building, lured by the thought of leftover food within. The other bandit watched him go, clearly annoyed by his partner's priorities. A villager shouted at the skinny, bald brute, demanding they leave and calling them fools. One of the attackers concluded that the girl had chosen death and raised his saber high. With her eyes squeezed shut, Coco braced herself for the sting of cold steel and the rush of blood she knew must follow. Suddenly, a blade struck him, freezing him in place. As the girl's eyes fluttered open, Gyro stood before her, channeling the magic of words to extend his weapon. The hero instructed the girl to get up and seize the moment to strike. The idea of extending objects through word magic struck him as incredibly practical. Meanwhile, confusion lingered on Coco's face. She couldn't grasp his reason for offering assistance. Gyro offered a simple explanation, stating that he acted because he had been paid. The bandit, curious and suspicious, pressed on, eager to uncover Gyro's true identity. Gyro closed in on his opponent with swift determination, boldly declaring his intent to crush him without hesitation. The enemy, unable to believe the speed unleashed against him, collapsed to the ground. Coco assumed he had died, but in truth, he had only lost consciousness. The heavyset partner heard a clatter outside, stepped out, and froze in place at the sight of his battered companion. Gyro insisted on silence and aimed a strike. Instead of the expected impact, only the harsh rasp of metal sounded. His opponent wore chainmail beneath their clothing. Realization struck the hero. The armor shielded him. The heavyset man recoiled, frustration flashing across his face as he noticed the damage to his clothes. Fury ignited within him as the last shreds of his shirt were torn away. His voice thundered with rage, demanding to know how anyone dared to destroy his belongings, while his eyes blazed with a vow to finish off the hero. Gyro simply pointed a finger at him and said he would turn him into mincemeat. Truth be told, it hardly mattered to him. The fox brute swung his arm and shouted, demanding not to be called fat. Gyro dodged the attack and swiftly struck at his opponent's legs with his sword. A dull clang echoed as the blow struck the armor. For a split second, the boy's focus wavered, just long enough to notice a massive fist hurtling toward him. The enemy struck the ground with furious force, unaware that Gyro had already slipped behind him and quietly whispered, "Surprise." Magic surged forth. The enemy commanded stillness, but flames instantly engulfed him. Collapsing under the searing heat, he was consumed as a burning symbol flared to life on Gyro's fist. The hero landed a powerful blow to the fat man's face, pressing him deep into the ground. The villagers, witnessing the victory, stepped out of their homes and greeted Gyro with enthusiastic applause. An unmistakable sense of progress settled in him as his experience grew. Even capturing scoundrels like these brought generous rewards. The girl's father praised him, calling Gyro a remarkable adventurer. Yet in Gyro's mind, these two were merely weak opponents. Still, the villagers did not share his view, insisting that the Harios brothers had long been infamous outlaws. Lost in thought, Gyro suddenly felt a sharp thump against his back. Coco had struck him with her fist and declared with determined eyes that someone as strong as him should have stepped in to help from the very start. Once more he repeated, "I don't work for free." This time, however, the old man's request moved him, so he offered his help. In return, Gyro gave her a gentle tap on the head. The girl clutched her head, while the boy warned that this would be the first and last time. Their father laughed and remarked that perhaps the hero expected rare books and delicious food as a reward. Without protest, Gyro followed him to the armory. Inside, an array of equipment filled the room, and a man called them over to his side. Coco's father gifted him a katana named Piercer, a rare blade forged by the skilled hands of a Zumdwath. Unlike ordinary weapons meant to showcase strength, this katana was forged for slicing with incredible speed. Rumors of such blades had already reached Cairo's ears. The piercing blade possessed more than mere sharpness. It slid through anything, its edge narrow and precise. Amazement washed over the hero, wondering how those two had passed up such an extraordinary weapon. Coco's father had hidden her away in the basement, gripped by fear for his own safety. She stood out from everything else in the shop, an item unlike any other. In the past, he intended to keep her as a treasured family heirloom. Gyro suggested holding onto the weapon if it was truly so valuable. The man, however, insisted that it would serve the hero better. Still, Gyro believed they were giving him too much credit. He hadn't saved the village out of kindness. In any case, the man had one more thing meant for Gyro. With everything finally settled, Gyro stepped out of the shop. From behind, Coco called out his name and tossed him a small pouch. A blush colored her cheeks as she explained that this was the payment mentioned before. Opening the small pouch, Gyro discovered a handful of cookies nestled inside. Surprise flickered in his eyes, yet he quickly gave it a try, declaring that this was exactly the kind of payment he had hoped to receive from the youngsters. Coco stomped her feet and shouted, making it clear, "My name is Coco." Pointing a finger at him, she asked with curiosity, "Tell me, what is your name, my rescuer?" Gyro replied with calm certainty, "Hero, Akamura Gyro." Scarlet rushed to the girl's cheeks as the weight of the name Gyro, which meant hero, settled in. With a hurried farewell, she turned and darted away. To his surprise, The young man discovered he had ascended 2 more levels. The pair had provided him with a remarkable boost in experience. With the new title of Awakened, additional bonuses surfaced in his status. This marked a significant upgrade for the traveler venturing between worlds. Although he never sought the title of hero, the mantle of traveler brought its own advantages. A newfound magic revealed itself to him, the art of gliding effortlessly through the air. From a considerable distance, he triggered the symbol on the vase, and the magic responded instantly. With each success, his abilities seemed to grow more and more overpowered. By now, he had already received a book on world history, a reliable weapon, and a collection of valuable items. This was only the beginning. A smile lingered on Gyro's lips as he flopped onto the bed, savoring the thought. So this is what real life feels like. Morning arrived, and Father, joined by Coco, set out to see if the hero remained. To their astonishment, the spot stood empty. He had vanished without a word of farewell. Disappointment welled up in Coco's eyes as she had baked cookies, especially for him. Her father reassured her, promising they would meet again and their next encounter would be meaningful. Now, in their possession, remained his sword, a true relic, cherished and revered. Meanwhile, the rest of the summoned heroes lingered in Victoria. Kishi crouched down, rubbing sore shoulders and grumbling about the ache. The armored man offered praise, remarking that the boys had nearly grown accustomed to the region's adventures. A gentle smile crossed his lips as he told Vale he was simply a good mentor. Vale laughed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Tashi had to admit, they always functioned remarkably well as a team. Recent missions had made them much stronger. Just as the Acarites had foretold, progress depended on maintaining a steady pace. Exhausted by the events of the day, one of them collapsed onto the ground. The girl made a light-hearted remark about his lack of composure. Princess Lilith approached, offering words of praise for their efforts. Satisfaction warmed her as she tallied up the impressive number of tasks they had completed that day. The princess announced that the bath was ready. The girl remarked on how considerate Lilith was. In the girls' bathhouse, one of the friends casually inquired if anything unusual had happened lately. Lilith shared that the soldiers, upon returning from their patrol, brought back some intriguing news. News spread that 2 criminals had been captured in the village of Ims. Among the group, a girl remarked that this was a welcome development. The princess voiced her doubts, finding the villagers' tale hard to believe. The girls listened in confusion, unable to grasp what was being discussed. The villagers insisted that a hero had saved them, a black-haired figure in a crimson cloak, who wielded a magically extending sword and carried himself with an air of boldness. Sharing a glance, the girls immediately thought of Gyro. One of them scoffed at the idea, certain that such a brute could never be anyone's savior. Her friend, however, couldn't help but think she was being a little too harsh. The princess's words lingered in their minds, filling the girls with quiet contemplation about what had truly happened and where he might be now. Meanwhile, Gyro sneezed softly and continued on his way undisturbed. After studying the map, it became clear that the border was still a long way off. The next stop lay ahead in a region with an unusual name, Torches. Driven by hunger, the hero regretted not purchasing more food back in Imsa. Walking along the road, a bush heavy with berries caught his eye, and their appearance suggested they were safe to eat. However, upon picking one of the plants, an unusual root caught his attention. Startled, a cry escaped his lips as the plant slipped from his grasp. The very next moment, a pack of wild animals closed in on him from every direction. Escape became his only option as he found himself overwhelmed, nearly drowning in sheer panic. This was a plant of curses. No one could have guessed that it was the infamous misfortune plant. The guild had warned him about it. Deep within the Torture Mountains, this plant brought nothing but misfortune. The girl's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him to stay wary of the plant of misfortune. Yet Gyro, ignoring the warning, led to a first-hand encounter with its effects. A chilling scream echoed through the air, and a terrifying grimace replaced any hoped-for reward. A laugh burst from the boy as he realized, without a doubt, this was bait. The sound lured every nearby monster straight to him. Now, a wild pack of beasts gave chase, forcing him to run for his life. Yet a thought crossed his mind. This world truly brimmed with fascination. Turning to face the monsters, Gyro called forth the magic of language, uttering the spell, smoke. Perhaps he could have handled them, but the sudden onslaught of so many monsters sent a chill down his spine. Escaping, however, proved to be an effortless feat, yet hunger gnawed at him. Suddenly, a mouth-watering aroma drifted from the depths of the forest, catching his attention. Pushing through the tangled undergrowth, Cairo stumbled upon a campfire where fish sizzled over the flames. A quick glance revealed no one nearby. The growl of his stomach reminded him how hungry he had become. Just as his hands reached out for the fish, a stranger lunged at him, yanking him away from the meal and pressing a sword to his chest. "Stealing food from the mighty Arnold is unforgivable," roared the man, demanding to know his name. Exhausted, Gyro merely muttered that he wasn't even human. Hunger gripped him as he asked for a share of the fish. The other man silenced him instantly, forbidding any requests. Outraged, the man shouted, demanding to know who had raised him to be so heartless. Gyro snapped, declaring he'd had enough of Arnold. Being called an old man only fueled Arnold's anger, making his face flush with irritation. The quarrel came to an abrupt halt when a small girl dashed out from behind the bushes, calling out, "Uncle!" Before him stood a girl with delicate cat ears perched atop her head. Her hands trembled with anxious energy as she earnestly inquired about his well-being. Arnold responded, his voice steady. "Mure, wait a moment. I need to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." He raised his fist, prepared to deliver a bit of tough love. A sinister glance from him sent a fresh wave of fear through the little girl. Meanwhile, Gyro nodded in agreement, though the reason for their understanding remained a mystery to Arnold. Gyro merely asked if they could share a little instead of taking everything for themselves. This simple request, however, sparked Arnold's anger once again. "Has no one ever taught you how to speak to people?" he snapped. Confusion clouded Gyro's thoughts as he tried to grasp the issue at hand. Arnold had simply stated that he would no longer yield. With a sharp movement, the man swung at the hero, making it clear that he was in no position to demand anything. Dodging swiftly, Gyro took note of his opponent's impressive skill. Arnold gripped his sword, muscles tensing for action. Across from him, Gyro prepared to draw his katana, anticipation clear in his stance. Just as the battle erupted, Mure's terrified scream pierced the air. A massive bear charged at the girl, sending her tumbling to the ground in fright. The bear was just about to seize her when Arnold dashed forward and sliced off the creature's massive paw. The man asked the girl if she was all right. Mure stared at him, fear flickering in her eyes. Arnold urged her to run, but she pointed ahead, signaling that something was approaching. Bewilderment clouded the man's mind as he struggled to grasp the situation. An astonishing number of bears had appeared, their origins a complete mystery. An entire pack of colossal bears stood poised to attack. Arnold considered unleashing his strength, but doing so would put Mure in danger, a risk he could never allow. Meanwhile, Gyro gestured toward the fire, wanting to make sure that only fish were cooking there. Arnold couldn't grasp his point and replied that yes, there was only fish there, but it no longer made any difference. At first, the thought crossed his mind that Gyro must be joking, but then his eyes landed on the campfire, now scattered and ruined by the splintered remains of severed limbs. Arnold deflected the bear's powerful blows, all the while marveling at the presence of such a cunning trap in this very spot. Struggling to keep up, he received a wish of luck from Gyro. Yet, Arnold urged him to stay and lend a hand with the bears, admitting he couldn't handle them alone. Yet Gyro shook his head and said, "Don't make me laugh. I don't work for free." Even so, something lingered in his expression, hinting at thoughts he kept hidden. Unable to restrain the four bears, Arnold realized it was time to play his trump card. Calmly, he announced that he would resort to his final argument. Gyro couldn't quite grasp what Arnold was getting at. Arnold patiently explained it's premium meat. The way he described it, divine flavor, melting right on the tongue, sparked Gyro's curiosity. Gyro needed assurance that he wasn't being deceived. Arnold, with sincerity in his eyes, swore he was incapable of lying. Yet as their conversation unfolded, the bear had already seized Mure and parted its jaws. With a swift incantation, the hero unleashed a paralysis spell on the beast. The bear instantly released the girl from its grasp. She plummeted through the air from a daunting height, and Arnold reached out, but failed to catch her in time. Mure came dangerously close to hitting the ground, but Gyro managed to catch her just in time. Silent attention surrounded the hero, while Gyro remarked that if the girl still had enough strength to stand, she should climb down from him. Otherwise, she would find herself in quite an awkward situation. Drawing his katana, he asked Arnold to gather the bear carcasses into a single pile. Though clearly reluctant, Arnold nodded in agreement. Gyro issued a warning, advising a retreat for anyone wishing to avoid the coming blow. Channeling his strength into his sword, Arnold conjured a swirling vortex around the blade. The explosive claw gale struck the beasts with relentless force. Gyro assessed the technique, impressive indeed, yet lacking any traces of true magic. Arnold wondered aloud if the airborne bears posed an inconvenience. On the contrary, Gyro replied, channeling the magic of words to extend his sword. Threading the bears onto a spear, as if they were mere kebabs, he allowed himself a satisfied smile. Describing his work as a single giant skewer of barbarian bears, he tossed their heavy carcasses to the ground. This was exactly the kind of effortless precision he expected from the piercing katana, slicing through as easily as if it were tofu. Arnold wondered how he had managed to save Mure, but Gyro reminded him that taking care of her condition should come first. At their call, the girl edged out from behind the rock, her movements tentative and careful. Arnold rushed to her side, relief flooding his face as he confirmed she was unharmed. With a sigh of relief, she lowered herself to the ground. Yet Gyro quickly reminded her that it was time to fulfill her promise. For a brief moment, Arnold had allowed the vow to slip from his mind. Tension thickened in the air as the hero's hand closed tightly around the hilt of his katana. Arnold paused and asked what promise I was talking about. Fury flashed across Gyro's face at the mention of meat, while Arnold simply smiled, assuring him with a playful, "I was only joking." Apologies spilled from his lips, regretful for urging Mure to eat meat in this place. In response, she offered a gentle smile and assured him, saying the meal tasted even better with him by her side. Delight shone in Arnold's eyes as he wrapped his arms around the girl, praising her for being wonderful. Meanwhile, Cairo, eager to avoid the sight of tears, reminded everyone that his stomach was still empty. Arnold reassured him, promising that food would be ready soon. Once the meat was browned to perfection, Arnold handed him a plate. Without hesitation, Gyro immediately began to eat. Delight washed over him as the meat melted on his tongue, disappearing without a trace. The tangy sauce added a delicate touch, elevating the flavor to the new heights. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes as he declared it was truly worth all those bears. The dish before them, known as the fate of the sea dog, represented the most succulent cut of the beast. Arnold nodded in agreement, praising the sauce as divine. Surprise flickered across the hero's face upon realizing a girl was responsible. Mure calmly explained that the dish featured a special sauce made from the fruit of the altar tree. A smile played on Gyro's lips as he commended his servant for a job well done. Arnold nodded in agreement, but suddenly spun around, his expression sharpening. "Hold on a second. Who are you calling a servant?" After everyone had eaten their fill, the group tossed their plates into the river. At last, Arnold turned and asked for a name. Gyro took the initiative and introduced himself first. Arnold merely grunted, remarking that he seemed rather unusual. Introducing himself as an adventurer and part-time cook, the man revealed the source of his abundance of meat. In that moment, Gyro finally understood where it all came from. A gentle smile spread across Mure's face as she introduced herself as Mure. The hero immediately assumed she had been kidnapped. However, Arnold dispelled that thought, explaining that Mure came from a nearby village he had simply passed through. He had decided then and there that she would stay with him from now on. Whether she was a daughter or simply an assistant made no difference to him. All that mattered was that she now belonged to him. Arnold advised Gyro to stay out of their affairs, saying they had their own circumstances. Still, this only deepened Arnold's curiosity about the hero's true nature. Adjusting his glasses, he introduced himself as an adventurer and an avid reader. Arnold quickly pointed out that reading counted as a hobby, not an actual job. At that moment, Mure burst into laughter, leaving Arnold momentarily at a loss for words. Gyro teased Mure by calling her little, which sparked Arnold's ire as he demanded, "Say that again." Meanwhile, the girl declared with confidence that she was already 12 and no longer a child. At one point, she mentioned that she could have a child. Mure, however, grew flustered and quietly asked her not to say things like that out loud. The hero fixed his gaze on her, causing a flush to rise in her cheeks. Perhaps there was more depth to her than first appeared. Arnold found himself agreeing with that thought. Truly, anyone would hesitate when faced with a thief known for both terrible manners and an even worse fate. Fingers inching toward his katana, Cairo's mind raced with the image of Arnold, turning into nothing more than rust on its blade. Arnold tossed out a challenge, urging action over hesitation. For Mure's sake, Cairo made up his mind, even if it meant swallowing the smallest crumb. No matter how low, he had to stoop. In that moment, all pride was left behind. Arnold explained that it was merely a joke. This kind of humor had become popular among beastkin breeders recently. Puzzlement flickered across Cairo's face. He couldn't fathom how the hero possessed such knowledge. Instinctively, his hand moved once more towards his sword, but the hero calmly pointed toward the girl. There, peeking out from beneath her clothes, her tail had slipped into view. Mure jumped up and quickly apologized, realizing she had forgotten her animal ears were still visible beneath her hat. Those ears marked her as one of the beastkin. Arnold nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she was a beastkin, but insisted that Mure had done nothing wrong. Arnold stepped aside to avoid the hero and quietly asked him to keep everything a secret. However, Gyro saw no reason to mention it at all. Whether she was beast or human made no difference to him. Fretting over trivial matters never suited his nature. Enjoying a good book or savoring a delicious meal held far greater importance in his eyes. Laughter burst from Arnold, echoing through the room. Meanwhile, Gyro let out a weary sigh and warned him in a low voice to stop laughing or else he would reach for his katana. A gentle smile spread across Arnold's face, warmed by the knowledge that people like him still walked the earth. A beastman himself, he soon returned with the others to the Beast Continent, the one beyond the border. Closing his book, Cairo sank into thought. Arnold speculated that the hero must have wondered why he lacked ears like Mure's. Truth be told, Gyro never cared much for the finer details. However, Arnold settled himself on a nearby stone and offered to share the tale, mentioning that people played a key role in this story. It turned out that his animal ears had been stolen from him during his time as a slave. Gyro had never encountered anything like this before. Arnold pointed out that in his generation, the subject was rarely mentioned since slavery had been officially abolished by then. In a time when beast folk held neither power nor noble status, humans devised a system of slavery to keep them in subjugation. Children were stolen away and marked with an enchanted seal. Any attempt at defiance would trigger excruciating pain. Before being sold, their ears were cut off. A painful memory from his past was tied to this cruel practice. At present, his ears are prosthetics crafted by a skilled artisan he knows. They look remarkably authentic. Arnold conceals his true nature among the humans living on the continent. At first, upon learning the mark had vanished, Gyro assumed the man had escaped and erased it with ease. Arnold, however, clarified that the mark fades on its own only after its owner's death. At first, Gyro believed that Arnold had ended his life, but he was mistaken. In truth, a kind-hearted stranger had come to their rescue. At one point, Arnold sensed a threat coming from Gyro. Gyro remarked that if he were in Arnold's position, he would have already taken revenge on humanity in the most sophisticated way imaginable. Then, he added quietly that Arnold had become truly terrifying. Above all, Arnold cared most about one thing: seeing Mure happy. Gently, he stroked her hair, his touch soft and caring. Suddenly, the thought struck him. What was he even doing here? It occurred to him that Gyro might be on some kind of mission. However, Gyro simply explained that he was crossing the border, just like them. Arnold wondered aloud why anyone would want to travel to the beastfolk continent. For Gyro, though, the answer couldn't be clearer. It was simply what he wanted to do. Besides, there was little peace left in the world these days. Indifference marked his actions as he moved forward, guided solely by his own beliefs and decisions. Arnold's face lit up with surprise before laughter escaped him. He found this truly amusing. Meanwhile, Gyro's mind turned. He decided this pervert clearly had a few screws loose. Arnold, for his part, still hadn't figured out how much longer the hero planned to call him that. Gyro turned to Mure and suggested removing her hat. After a brief moment of consideration, she nodded in quiet agreement. The moment she removed it, her gaze dropped to the floor, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks over her animal-like ears. For Gyro, the encounter was intriguing. The swift meeting with a beastman, so soon after arriving in this world, felt almost like a promising omen. Observing Mure's embarrassment, Arnold felt a flicker of irritation. Stepping between them, he let out a sharp whistle. Gyro looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. With an innocent expression, Arnold pretended not to understand, prompting Gyro to mutter that he was just faking ignorance. Arnold leapt to his feet and declared that talk was pointless. Fate had brought them to this very place. Their paths led in the same direction, so it only made sense to journey forward together. A sense of certainty filled him. He could tell this person would become a true friend. After a moment's reflection, Gyro concluded that Arnold was wrong. Leadership, he realized, was about asking politely, not barking orders. Mure and Arnold followed after him. Once again, the man confirmed his suspicion. This boy simply lacked any sense of normal conversation. Along the way, Arnold pondered to himself about Gyro's abilities, quietly wondering what level his companion had reached. The purpose behind the question escaped him. Arnold replied that his magic was peculiar, and his movements were anything but ordinary. Arnold assessed the newcomer with care, noting impressive physical traits for a human and a pronounced eagerness for battle, though experience seemed lacking. Gyro silently concluded that this old man possessed a keen eye. Inquisitive, Gyro asked about his level. The reply came, 31. Without revealing his intentions, Gyro quietly cast a spell to confirm the truth. And indeed, he spoke the truth. Arnold stood tall with level 31, while Gyro lagged behind at level 13. He also observed that their titles seemed quite ordinary, things like one who burns with soul, yet their techniques set them apart, distinctly special, resembling martial arts. Though not magical in nature, true masters revealed themselves through these unique skills. Gyro revealed he was at level 23, silently assessing that these two companions seemed trustworthy. The prospect of traveling together promised to be intriguing. Arnold proclaimed himself the best, and, with a satisfied grin, gave his own shoulder a congratulatory pat. The gesture sent Gyro into a fit of irritation. In response, he called Arnold a lollycan once again, causing Arnold's temper to flare. Tension crackled in the space between them. Arnold suspected the guy was simply unwilling to admit defeat. In response, Gyro offered a challenge. "Shall we put it to the test?" Mure interrupted their quarrel, turning to her uncle and suggesting they continue on. "The village should be in that direction," she pointed out. Gyro assumed the old man had backed out of the duel. A slow smile crept across his face, stirring Arnold's anger. Turning around, he revealed the timer and declared with quiet confidence that this time victory would be his. Mure pleaded with them to stop fighting. Arnold, smiling, agreed to her request. She also reminded them, firm and clear, that she was not a child. At last, the group arrived at the village. Yet nothing remained. The entire place had been reduced to rubble, every stone torn from its place. The destination they had hoped to reach no longer existed. Turning to the locals, they inquired about the situation. A man explained that it was all because of a raid. Uncertainty clouded Gyro's mind as he struggled to grasp why several beastfolk would stage an attack. The witness clarified that they had clashed with some peculiar group. The group put forth outrageous demands, and when the beastfolk refused, they launched an attack without hesitation. Arnold then asked quietly, "And what about those others?" Jaw clenched tightly, the person gave a reply, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. Meanwhile, Arnold struggled to grasp what had happened and quietly asked, "What do they call themselves?" Hearing the name Beastman Punishers sparked a wild rage within. Outside, a fierce storm raged, unleashing torrents of rain. The heroes found shelter within the walls of an old house, its rooms echoing with the sounds of thunder. Gyro sat absorbed in a book, while Arnold silently stared down at the floor, lost in thought. A sudden wave of anger seized Arnold, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, startling even Mure. With a harsh glare, he thundered, insisting that Mure stay there with that gloomy expression. Gyro, unfazed, adjusted his glasses and calmly warned that if Arnold shouted like that again, he would call a doctor and report that Arnold had lost his mind. Gyro noticed that his shout actually seemed to encourage him. The thought crossed his mind. Maybe he's a masochist. Arnold snapped back in response, telling him to shut up. The memory surfaced that Gyro had a question in mind. He asked when they would finally reach the border. Arnold hesitated, uneasy, and suggested that perhaps they should slow their pace. Cairo suggested they keep moving forward, handling any problems as they came up. Arnold replied that this was how he approached life, choosing not to take things personally. Yet everything changed when it came to Mure. For her sake, he would tear down any obstacle in his path. Determination flickered in his eyes. When the girl quietly pleaded for them to stop, Cairo sensed the truth. The uncle was simply abusing his so-called authority. Clutching the pillow even tighter, she told Gyro that he was being rude. She was no longer a child. Arnold, moved by the scene, murmured to himself that she truly was a real beauty. Unfazed, Gyro simply turned onto his side and resumed reading. The following day, Arnold set out to sell the spoils he had gathered from the monsters. However, he soon discovered the village lacked a guild or any place to trade. Gyro simply shrugged, unconcerned, pointing out that they already had more than enough money. If Arnold wanted to, he could just throw it all away. Outraged, Arnold protested at the suggestion. Most of their haul consisted of bijab needles, rare and valuable treasures. The thought of such a sum set his mind racing. It was enough to purchase rare ingredients and coveted books. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, Gyro urged them onward, suggesting they head straight to the shop. Stepping into the shop, they found an adventurer locked in a heated argument with the shopkeeper over a missing item the store simply did not have. The traveler asked for bijab needles. The shopkeeper sighed and replied that they were out of stock. Arnold caught Gyro's eye and gave a nod, knowing he had some on hand. The burly man spun around to face the vendor so abruptly that the girl became startled. The shopkeeper fixed him with a stern look, prompting the adventurer to quickly apologize, explaining that nerves had simply gotten the better of him. The needles truly were a necessity. His daughter had been bitten by a poisonous insect. Arnold was about to offer his help when Gyro interrupted, raising a question about payment, ingredients, or perhaps an exchange. The traveler replied that he didn't want everything for free. He would gladly purchase something and leave the rest as a token of gratitude. Embarrassment washed over Arnold, prompting him to apologize. He mentioned it wasn't necessary, assuring that his wife and daughter would be delighted. With a warm smile, he added that next time they would definitely share a drink together. Gyro muttered that he was like a typhoon. Arnold gave a silent nod of agreement, recognizing the truth in those words. Without wasting another moment, they set off toward the city of Pitos. With plenty of food on hand, the group decided to make camp there for the night. Glancing back, Gyro noticed that this city too lacked any cellars. Up ahead, a commotion stirred in the central square. Arnold guessed it might be some sort of performance. Pushing their way through the crowd, they were stunned by the scene that unfolded before them. Just ahead, wagons carried passengers, cloaked in mantles, marked with the crest of the Beastman enforcers. Leaning in close, Arnold whispered to Gyro about their need to escape. But before they could act, a sharp shout cut through the tension, commanding everyone to stay still and warning that any attempt to flee would only lead to capture. Certain of their beliefs, they knew beastmen lurked somewhere within the city. Their arrival was no accident. The hunt was for these elusive creatures. One of them carried an intriguing book under his arm. Another issued sharp orders to search every corner. Gyro reached for magic, hoping it would reveal the secrets of the mysterious book. The spell failed, yet his desire to read its pages only grew stronger. One of the enforcers approached the girl and ordered her to remove her hat. After confirming she was not a beastkin, he let her go. His attention then shifted to Mure, who was hiding behind Arnold. "Blue-haired girl, take off your hat," he ordered. Yoren called out, his voice slicing through the murmurs. Arnold realized there was no way out. A fight was inevitable. Cries emerged from the crowd, pleading for the release of at least the children. But the soldiers silenced them with harsh commands. One of them flashed a bold grin and announced, "Give us proof, and we'll show you exactly how to handle them." The order came for the mother and daughter to leave or face execution. The beastfolk departed in silence, while Arnold struggled to grasp why this had to happen at that very moment. Just then, a boy in the crowd spotted Mure's tail and shouted that she had one. Arnold turned around, horrified, as a wave of murmurs spread among the people who had also heard him. Instantly, a crowd closed in around them, voices commanding from every direction to stay where they were. Mure offered her apologies to her uncle, but Arnold reassured her, insisting that she bore no blame and that their priority was to escape. Suddenly, a man wearing a bandage stepped into their path, ordering them to halt. With a cold edge to his voice, he remarked that standing up for a beastman was hardly wise. If she wished for death, that was her own decision. The leader stood before them, a figure more powerful than any of the others. Uncertainty flickered across Gyro's face, while Arnold seemed oblivious to the true threat he faced. Yet the determination in the old man's stance left no doubt. He was ready to fight to the very end. In calmer circumstances, Gyro might have intervened, but now they stood completely surrounded, and the magic of words offered no refuge here. In a gentle whisper, Mure told him that it didn't matter whether he was human or beastman. What truly mattered was that he was alive. The leader smirked, declaring that beastfolk might be few, but they deserved just as much hatred as demons. Their very existence, he claimed, was repulsive. Arnold could not contain himself any longer. Anger erupted within him. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and demanded an end to this madness. The leader deftly parried the blow. Through clenched teeth, Arnold declared he would never forgive him for this. A sudden cry from Mure froze him in place. Spinning around, he saw two men seize her. Their harsh command ordered her not to move, but she struggled fiercely, calling out for her uncle. Arnold swiftly intervened, commanding them to let her go. Seizing the opening, the enemy delivered a swift blow to the head, sending Arnold crashing to the ground. The leader regarded him coolly and remarked, "You threw your life away for nothing, even if you are human." Arnold found himself powerless as the figure disappeared into the distance. Thrown into a cage, he joined a mother and her daughter, their uncertain fate now intertwined. Sprawled on the ground, he slammed his palm against the earth and muttered a curse beneath his breath, his words dripping with hatred for these people. Lifting his hat, Mure watched the departing figures with a cold gaze. Disgust flickered across his face as he witnessed their callous disregard. Gyro awoke, stunned to realize that 2 hours had slipped by while he slept. The hero remarked, his tone matter-of-fact, that Gyro had overslept and the others had left long ago. Arnold caught his eye as he made his way toward the door. The reason was obvious. He was heading out to rescue Mure. With only 2 hours past, she couldn't have gotten far. There was a chance of finding her if every possible place was searched. Yet, in Gyro's opinion, this approach left much to be desired. Grabbing the boy by his clothes, he sensed there was a hidden scheme at play. Gyro first asked to be let go, but then his fist landed squarely in Arnold's stomach. Doubled over in pain, Arnold realized the message was clear. An attitude like his would get him nowhere. Understanding flickered in Arnold's eyes. Despite the pain, unrest gnawed at him, knowing Mure was still in danger. Gyro gently attempted to comfort him, murmuring, "Try to calm down, all right?" A sigh of relief escaped Arnold as he slipped his arm around Gyro's shoulders. Jaw clenched, Gyro muttered through gritted teeth that one more step closer would mean erasure. Rumors circulated about these people meeting someone in the area. They had set up camp to the east of the city, perhaps waiting for an arrival that had yet to materialize. Arnold was ready to set out when Gyro held him back. Expecting some assistance, Arnold waited, but Gyro only shrugged, admitting he wasn't that type of person and that his interest lay solely in the group itself. Arnold hesitated, unsure why they had gone through all this trouble at all. Gyro reminded him of their journey, saying he was dragged along like a lifeless frog, even though he could have stayed behind. He pointed out he had shared valuable information and wondered how Arnold planned to repay him. Leaning against the wall, Arnold spoke quietly, his voice low and serious. "Listen closely. Their group calls itself the Beastman Cage. Their purpose is ruthless. Either they drive beastmen off the continent or force them into slavery. They patrol these lands, and if they so much as catch the scent of a beast, their response is swift and merciless." Once, Arnold found himself among them as well. Back then, he was only 4 years old. Each of these individuals possesses remarkable strength, facing opponents whose physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. Arnold glanced at Gyro, his curiosity piqued, and asked why he, who rarely showed interest in others, seemed so intrigued this time. "People still fail to interest me. That book, however, is a different story," Gyro replied. Arnold failed to grasp the topic at hand. Gyro clarified that the cart had contained a book, though the title had escaped his notice. Apparently, these travelers had picked it up somewhere along their journey across the continent. Gyro expressed a desire to examine the book more closely. Arnold had already asked for permission to leave. Gyro paused to consider the possibility of going off on his own, sensing that these people might possess valuable information about the Beastman continent. Arnold had some skill in the kitchen, but if he hesitated too long, someone else might get to the book first. Noticing Gyro deep in thought, he considered his options. Helping them while sneaking away with the book during the commotion seemed possible. After all, with people already hunting beastfolk, his conscience felt unburdened. Gyro was the first to step out of the room and floated the idea of stealing the book. Arnold, though, reminded him that their priority was to rescue Mure before anything else. Quiet sobs escaped her as she sat in the wagon, lost in thought. Regret filled her mind, convinced that she did nothing but cause him trouble. Apologies to her uncle echoed in her mind, and a heavy certainty settled in her heart. Life would surely be easier for him if she were not around. Nearby, a little girl tugged at her mother's sleeve, her voice trembling as she asked if they would die here. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Despite her fear, she couldn't bring herself to believe that the beastfolk were truly evil. In her eyes, they were simply different, nothing more. Wrapping her arms around her daughter Mure, the mother leaned in and whispered, admitting her guilt. "All of this was her fault," she murmured, regretting that she had insisted they go into the city. With a heavy sigh, the mother turned her gaze to Mure and softly apologized for having drawn her into this as well. With tears shimmering in her eyes, the girl glanced at Mure and whispered, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Mure closed her eyes, steeling herself against tears. Gratitude toward her uncle welled up within her, urging her to express it fully. Besides, confessing that everyone might be better off without her would only devastate him, and her parents would surely be upset as well. Leaning in close, she whispered to Yuri that fear gripped her too, yet assurance flickered in her eyes as she spoke of the city's hero, certain he would come to their rescue. "Trust in him," she urged softly. Joy lit up Yura's face as she grabbed Mure's hands and declared her trust, affirming warmly, "I believe you." Mure reassured herself that everything would turn out fine. Memories of her uncle surfaced. He was already hurrying towards her. Confidence blossomed in her chest, certain that Gyro would aid him. One of the men, wearing a bandage, bowed respectfully before the portly figure. "Sir Apiro," he addressed him. Apiro, his fingers adorned with rings on every hand, wiped the sweat from his brow with a labored breath. "No need for formalities. You've always been the one running errands for me." Sweat beaded on the man's brow, growing heavier as if the heat around him intensified with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the others simply nodded, too reluctant to admit that only he seemed to feel the suffocating warmth. Forcing a practiced smile, Apiro calmly requested to see the goods. One of his attendants gestured toward the cart, drawing attention to their cargo. Peering inside, he discovered 3 young beast girls seated quietly together. His eyes lit up with excitement. Thick arms reached toward them, causing the girls to recoil in fright. With a sly murmur, Apir observed, "Now, these are true beauties." Satisfaction with Sir Fowles's work had become a constant. Pride flickered in his eyes as he received praise, dabbing sweat from his brow while his gaze remained fixed on Mure. Silver hair shimmered, marking her as a silver wolf. Apiro recognized her instantly as a rare specimen, a prize beyond measure. 2 of the others were cats, which pleased him as well. Fowles noticed the client's contentment and quietly marked the transaction as successful in his mind. For Fowles, this was the only way to make use of those filthy beastmen. He presented Apiro with a contract to sign. Apiro let out a laugh, remarking that Fowles was a true merchant and agreed to confirm the purchase through his servant. Suddenly, flames erupted from the contract, devouring the paper as it disintegrated in his grasp. The group stared in bewilderment at the flames, unable to grasp what had just happened. Leaning in close, Cairo whispered to Arnold that the moment to act had come. Without hesitation, Arnold called out with authority for everyone to halt. With a determined glint in his eye, he leveled his sword at the leader and declared his intent to take Mure back. Peeking out from the wagon, the girls caught sight of him, and Mure's face lit up with relief as she realized her uncle was alive. Even Arnold found himself unable to hide a smile. One of the enforcers drew his sword, warning, "I told you to value your life." To everyone's surprise, Arnold suddenly turned his back, leaving even Fowles astonished. With a swift motion, he revealed his tail and said, "Take a closer look." The crowd froze in utter disbelief, unaware that Arnold was a beastman himself. Fowles stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how it could be. The man had no ears. Arnold calmly explained that people had cut them off, then tore off his own prosthetics. The enemies, utterly transfixed by the sight, became the perfect targets for what came next. Inwardly, Gyro commended Arnold for his efforts. The plan was unfolding smoothly, and he cast a spell of invisibility. At last, he reached the very wagon brimming with books. Countless treasures awaited his discovery inside. Gourmet journeys, magical structures, the best in the world, and a particularly peculiar volume titled Girls with Giant Thigh. The last one he tossed aside. The rest he slipped into his bag. A quick teleportation spell sent the bag tumbling into the bushes just beyond the wagon. Employing 2 activation words at once remained out of the question. Fortunately, Cairo had been aware of this limitation from the start. With the effect lingering for another minute, caution was essential. The next task was to fulfill Arnold's request. Meanwhile, Fowls engaged Arnold in conversation, admitting he never expected Arnold to be a beastman. Apiru interrupted, his face twisting in disgust. Men who were beastfolk held no interest for him, and he made no effort to hide his revulsion. One of the men remarked that buyers like him simply didn't exist. He told Arnold to blame himself for being born that way. Arnold responded with a calm smile, declaring that he would not lose this time. Fowls brandished his sword, scoffing at someone from a race that couldn't even use magic. Determined to fight on, even without the use of his arms, Arnold braced himself. At that moment, the entire group of enemies unleashed their fire magic in unison. A torrential barrage of fireballs hurtled toward him. With a swift motion, he unleashed the explosive wind claw, sweeping away every trace of fire in its path. The leader responded with a cool smile, conceding it was a good move, but believing Arnold would not hold out for long. Undeterred, Arnold charged straight toward him. A sly grin spread across the leader's face as he challenged, "Go ahead, try." Without another word, he strode over to the wagon holding the girls and gave it a forceful shove, sending it away. Arnold hurled an accusation of cowardice, but his target dismissed it as nothing more than a strategic move. Once again, the group unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The battle dragged on, draining Arnold's strength with every passing moment. Watching him falter, Fowl sensed that the end was near. Apiro drifted into fantasies, imagining them without a stitch of clothing. Thoughts of how well he would take care of them filled his mind, excitement twisting his expression. Arnold clenched his jaw, teeth grinding in pure disgust. "How much longer are you just going to stand there?" he shouted at the leader, who looked back, confused by the accusation. Meanwhile, Arnold was already preparing a secret technique. "Very well, try to withstand my strike," he called out. Foles could hardly believe his eyes as the man prepared to land a blow directly onto the beastman's wagon. Noah's windclaw tore through the air, ripping open space itself. Everything nearby, wagons, horses, and even the attackers, was swept up, sucked into a swirling vortex. Faust stared in disbelief, wondering how any strength could possibly remain in his opponent. The sheer force of that blow left him with no choice but to tip his hat in silent respect. One of the opponents stared in disbelief as Arnold withstood the full force of the explosive wind, an accomplishment that seemed almost beyond belief. To False, it was nothing more than a wild beast. After all, it had pulled its own kind into the heart of the storm. Yet not a single beastman suffered any harm. Arnold allowed himself a sly smile, certain his calculations had anticipated every outcome. False glanced around in confusion, his attention caught by the sound of a girl's voice. Mure had already taken her place beside Cairo, just behind Arnold's back. Her face lit up with joy at the sight of her uncle alive and well. It almost defied belief how they managed to escape the storm's grip. For the first time, Fowls took notice of Gyro, the boy with glasses. The confusion lingered for him as well, but he decided to set the matter aside for now and discuss it later. The leader's group lay in ruins, their formation shattered beyond repair. Only Fowls remained, standing alone as the final stronghold of darkness. "You don't have nearly enough strength to take me down," he growled. Arnold couldn't comprehend where this monster's bloodlust came from. Mure stepped forward, placing herself between Arnold and danger. Shielding him with her own body, she declared softly that now it was her turn to protect her uncle. Faust ground his teeth and gave a curt nod, bitterness flaring within him at the spectacle of beastfolk before him. In his mind, he branded them as demons, and remembered with irritation how they had driven away his client. "I'll kill you all!" His voice rang out as he unleashed a burst of fire. Without hesitation, Arnold grabbed Mure by the arm and leaped away, narrowly escaping the explosion. The enemy wondered how these beastmen had managed to dodge the attack. From the sidelines, Cairo observed him closely, recognizing immediately that this opponent was no ordinary foe. He activated his clairvoyant magic and quickly discerned Fowl's level 58. The man's magical attribute was fire. The gap of 27 levels stood between them, a chasm that allowed the enemy to toy with the group as if they were nothing more than playthings. Even though Cairo once advised Arnold to keep a cool head, the old man now found himself trapped in a living nightmare. In that moment, the hero sensed a strange unease. The heat pressed in around him. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the bag full of books. A cry of despair broke from his lips. Arnold glanced back and caught sight of Gyro weaving a cooling spell. The effort came too late. The books had already cracked and burned to ashes. Gyro collapsed to his knees. He lifted one, only to watch it crumble into dust in his hands. The boy flinched, then broke into an eerie, unsettling laughter. Arnold watched in bewilderment, unable to grasp what had come over him. Vicious anger flashed in Gyro's eyes as he shouted at Forsyth, calling him a bloodthirsty monster. His voice shook with outrage over the destruction of his cherished book. Fowls struggled to grasp the subject at hand. Arnold gently reminded him that these books had belonged to someone else all along. Silent, Gyro unleashed his speed magic and vanished without a trace. Forsyth muttered something under his breath, yet the moment had already slipped away. A sudden realization washed over him. This boy was anything but ordinary. Arnold barely had time to process what was happening before Gyro slipped behind his enemy's back. Forsyth, however, simply smiled. The enemy appeared behind Cairo in a sudden flash and struck him squarely in the back. Cairo collapsed to the ground. "This is for everything," Forsyth rasped, pulling the bandage away from his eye. Frozen in place, Gyro stared at the unsettling eye. Forsyth let out a rough laugh and said, "This eye is their gift. My pain is something you'll never comprehend." Arnold stood in disbelief, struggling to accept that the beastfolk could have inflicted such a fate. Rage born from pain consumed Forsyth as he lunged at Gyro. In a swift response, Gyro raised his katana, parrying the attack with practiced precision. "Forgiveness is beyond me," the enemy declared, his voice brimming with fury. "Never. The mere fact that they exist fills me with disgust," he added, genuine hatred flashing in his eyes. "And you, hero, choosing to stand with them, you are my enemy as well." With those words, he struck Gyro across the face. The force of the blow sent Gyro crashing into a tree. That moment marked the beginning of a harsh and merciless beating. Blood trickled from Gyro's wounds, his strength fading with every drop. The grim realization settled in. If this went on, death would claim him soon. Summoning his last reserves, he attempted to invoke magic, but Forsyth seized his arm, halting any hope of escape. That right eye of his read every intention, glimpsing Gyro's next move before he could make it. Forsyth's eye clearly did more than just expand his field of vision. It amplified his physical abilities as well. Letting go of Gyro, Forsyth watched as he crumpled to the ground. In that moment, Gyro's mind reeled. This man was truly twisted. The enemy raised his sword and declared with finality, "Red Cloak, this is where it ends." Unable to hold back any longer, Arnold hurled his sword straight at him. Forsyth parried the assault, locking eyes with his opponent and warning, "I see you," before vowing to deal with Arnold later. He ordered him to stay put and without hesitation unleashed a violet spear that exploded at Arnold's feet, hurling him backward. Forsyth muttered that it was better to stay out of the way if one was so weak. Yet Arnold's mind lingered on the memory of the Beastman Forsyth had slain. At the same time, memories of that ruined village resurfaced for Forsyth as well. Arnold shouted in anguish, demanding an explanation, but Forsyth remained resolute, his hatred for their entire family unwavering. Gyro stepped forward, his voice hesitant, trying to express understanding of Forsyth's intentions, yet struggling to fully agree. In that instant, a blinding flash of magic engulfed Forsyth, forcing him to clutch his eye and roar in pain. Watching this, Gyro mused to himself that he probably did owe the old man after all. Without breaking his rhythm, Gyro launched his assault with a flurry of swift strikes to the body, finishing with a final blow aimed at the face. Pointing to the enemy's bloodied face, he declared that his debt had been repaid. Fury flashed in Forsyth's eyes as he shouted, demanding to know why she stood with the enemy. "Common sense holds no sway over me," Gyro replied. "You ruined my mood, so I'll destroy you." Suddenly, Yuru rushed out, her voice sharp. "That's right. You deserve to die, you freak with the creepy eye." Forsyth's voice rose sharply as he demanded to know what she had said. Yuru stomped her foot and hurled the word monster at him, leaving her mother no chance to intervene. Forsyth prepared to unleash a blazing fireball straight at the child. Mure, noticing his intent, threw herself in front of the attack, shielding the child with her own body. A thunderous explosion erupted. Arnold shouted, "Mure!" It seemed nearly impossible to believe, yet as the smoke faded away, Gyro stood revealed before them all. After rescuing the girls, he muttered with clear annoyance that they were only getting in the way and should have run while they had the chance. The explosion had injured his hand, yet Gyro brushed it off, muttering indifferently, "It's nothing. Leave now." Mure opened her mouth to thank him, but the intensity in his gaze made her pause. Instead, she seized Yura's hand and hurried back to her mother and Arnold. Rising to his feet, Arnold declared his resolve to protect those in his care, insisting they were not just people. They were his clients. Rage overwhelmed Forsyth, making his voice tremble. "Your arm is broken. What can you possibly do now?" In response, Gyro offered nothing more than a calm smile and released the gentle glow of healing magic. Before their eyes, his wound faded away. Forsyth blinked in disbelief as Gyro wielded healing magic, light magic at that, even though he was no priest. With a bold response, the boy shrugged off the surprise, stating he acted on his own will. Abandoning any pretense, Forsyth readied himself to burn the hero to ashes. A scorching blast erupted from him, followed by a relentless barrage of blazing fireballs, all zeroing in on Cairo. A powerful explosion echoed through the air. Arnold and Maya froze in place, dread tightening their chests. The terrifying thought crept in. Had Gyro perished? Fortunately, emerging from the flames without a scratch, Gyro charged straight into the fray, launching a daring frontal assault. Forsyth let out a dry chuckle and muttered, demanding an end to the struggle and urging him to simply accept defeat. The blazing fireball vanished without warning. Forsyth stood puzzled, unable to grasp what had happened. Gyro, noticing Forsyth's confusion, nodded toward their opponent's feet, which had been firmly glued to the ground. Forsyth puzzled over how his opponent managed to fuse light and earth. Before he could react, Gyro struck him squarely in the face. With a triumphant voice, Gyro declared, "This is for the very first volume of a gourmet's journey across the continent." The next blow landed with a sharp declaration, "And that's for the second and third offenses." Arnold watched in astonishment, unable to recall witnessing such an intense, almost obsessive passion for books before. After enduring a relentless barrage of blows, Forsyth sank down onto one knee. Desperately, he tried to gather the last remnants of his magic, clinging to the fading power around him. Yet the thought crossed Gyro's mind. The true thrill would be to defeat a fire mage using flames of his own. Symbols flared to life at his command as he ordered his enemy to burn. Flames engulfed Forsyth's body, a harsh reminder echoing in his mind to choose enemies with greater care. With his final breath, Forsyth rasped out a question, his voice barely audible. "Who are you?" For a moment, Gyro paused, lost in thought. Gazing into the fire, he quietly declared, "I am a one-of-a-kind chef." Extending his hand toward the enemies, he declared for all to hear, "Remember my face." His gaze then shifted to Arnold, Mure, and Sierra, marking each of them with a lingering look. His gaze lingered on the enemy's body. "By the way, you're completely naked right now," he remarked, voice tinged with disgust. "And yet you have the nerve to call me a pervert." Mortified, Forsyth could only scream in shame. "I'll never forget this," the boy shrieked. Gyro simply told him to be quiet and hurled a stone that struck him squarely on the forehead. The hero confirmed it. The enemy was indeed a fire mage, yet hardly anyone would have believed that he could endure for so long. This remarkable resistance to flames likely explained the enduring strength of that man bearing the emblem. Gyro suggested heading into the city before any onlookers arrived, and everyone gladly agreed to the plan. Tears glistened in the mother's eyes as she expressed her gratitude for the rescue. Wondering how she could repay such kindness, she asked. Gyro dismissed the notion with a casual wave, insisting that no reward was necessary as he was simply fulfilling his duty. Arnold offered heartfelt thanks, but Gyro's thoughts lingered on something else entirely, the rare ingredient he still hoped to obtain. Arnold wondered silently who Gyro truly was. Without him, the whole situation would have ended in disaster. Meanwhile, the boy made use of the B-list. The description stated that the hero possessed extraordinary physical strength for a human. Yet Arnold couldn't fathom the nonsense the hero uttered whenever he activated magic. Resolving to get answers, Arnold decided to find a way to question him about it. By now, Apiru had faded from their thoughts as he crawled toward them with great effort, his breath rasping, forcing out the words, "You're not going anywhere." "The Beastkin cage is sending reinforcements," he rasped, yet offered a final, fleeting chance. A plea slipped from his lips, asking for one last favor, one that needed no explanation. A vile smile curled on his lips as he demanded the girls be handed over, his words dripping with malice. He yearned to revel in every ounce of their fear, his gaze lingering hungrily on the unusual beast girl he singled out as his prize. Suddenly, a shadow fell over his head. Turning around, everyone caught sight of Raoul. The hulking man seized Apiro by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. With steely resolve, he spoke. "Pay attention. That woman is my wife, and the girl is my daughter." Summoning all my strength, I sent the bulky man flying through the air. Shock swept through the crowd as everyone stood frozen in disbelief, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Several weeks ago, everything changed when Raoul, wounded and weary, wandered through the forest and collapsed near a secluded cabin. As consciousness slowly returned to him, the first thing he heard was a young girl's voice asking, "Mom, will he survive?" Her mother replied gently, "We've done everything we can." Awakening, he found himself gazing at an enchanting woman and a sweet little girl. A blush crept across his cheeks, and in that moment, he understood he was completely captivated. The two fell in love and eventually became husband and wife. As it turned out, she was a widow. Arnold found it hard to believe that someone had proposed to her after just a single glance. Mure blushed deeply and covered her eyes. Relief washed over Raoul, grateful that everyone had come through unharmed. Yura, her eyes bright with excitement, declared, "Our hero saved us." With a note of pride, the girl added, "I told you he would come." With a bright smile, she hurried over to her uncle, expressing her gratitude. Yet she insisted he was the true hero, not Gyro. Raoul expressed heartfelt thanks to all three of them, assuring them this moment would never be forgotten. He then asked for their names. Introducing himself with pride, Arnold then gestured toward Gyro and remarked, "And this is Gyro, who struggles a bit with social etiquette." Gyro glanced away, murmuring under his breath, "That's not really the impression I was hoping to make." Yuru nearly collapsed to her knees from relief and gratitude, murmuring her heartfelt thanks to her uncle and the hero who had helped her. Gyro claimed he was still fairly young, even though Mure had jokingly called him an old man. Deep down, the hero admitted to himself, "I really am old," at least in spirit, and shared a laugh with Raoul. A strange sound abruptly caught their attention. The group turned, senses on high alert. Meanwhile, Gyro, appearing completely unbothered, commented, "I'm just really hungry." Rolling up her sleeves, Raoul's wife declared her intent to prove her abilities. With gratitude in her heart, she summoned her daughter, and Mure eagerly stepped forward to assist. Meanwhile, Arnold, the cook, refused to remain on the sidelines and readied himself to join in. As all this unfolded, Raoul made up his mind. It was time for him to head out on patrol. Meanwhile, inside the castle walls, the girls were deep in conversation about the mysterious boy in the red cloak. His daring rescue of the beast child impressed them, striking a heroic note. Still, their descriptions painted a picture eerily similar to Gyro, the one known for his tiresome seriousness. Among them, one insisted firmly that someone so vile could never be a hero, especially when even animals fell victim to her actions. A friend hinted, saying she must be in love with him. Laughter escaped her lips as she quickly denied it. She even joked that no one could possibly love someone like him. Yet another girl paused, the question lingering in her mind. What if it really was him? They exchanged a few more jokes about manga and so-called clueless harems. Meanwhile, Gyro remained at the table, utterly transfixed by the dish before him, as if under a spell. Tender rat clover meat, simmered in a rich sauce of prunes and orcan fruit, graced the table. Alongside, sweet and savory tango rice mingled with bits of fruit, creating a delightful contrast. The meat itself melted on the tongue, soft as a cushion. The table groaned under the weight of the food, enough to satisfy even the heartiest appetite. Spoon poised and ready for action, Arnold prepared to dig in. The hero offered his thanks for the meal before savoring the flavors. Raoul turned to Arnold with a warning not to eat everything himself. Watching Yura and Mure, Raoul whispered that they were true angels. Arnold quietly replied that, for him, she was the only angel. The mother calmed the men, urging them to keep their emotions in check and reminding them that the children were simply adorable. Despite her efforts, the men had already turned the moment into a playful contest of endearing compliments. Yuru proudly declared her strength and coolness to everyone around. Someone teased, "How about becoming my bride?" Mure's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "That's far too soon," she whispered shyly. Yuru, standing tall with pride, declared, "I'm my mother's daughter. When I grow up, I'll be beautiful too." Mure blushed even deeper, quietly pleading, "Yuru, be careful what you say." Raoul turned to Arnold, wondering how he might shield his daughter from bothersome boys. Arnold just chuckled, assuring him not to worry since they would soon be moving on, and she would be safe. With a soft sigh, Gyro remarked that the real cause for concern belonged to his companion. since it was Arnold who had chosen to travel alongside him. Arnold couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Gyro's calmness. The loss of his book continued to linger in Gyro's thoughts, yet the simple pleasure of a good meal seemed to ease his disappointment. The group prepared for their journey, while Arnold and Mure waved a fond farewell to Raoul's family. Raoul stepped closer to Gyro and asked if he was truly planning to leave with them. Gyro struggled to grasp exactly what Raoul meant. Raoul explained that the Beastman's cell had taken a keen interest in them. There was a real chance they would pursue the group, and if they launched an attack at the border, it would spell serious trouble. Arnold, with an awkward glance, admitted, "You got pulled into all of this because of us." Genuine shame weighed heavily on him. For Gyro, none of that mattered. Blaming others for choices he had made was foreign to him. Besides, he had anticipated the possibility of being pursued long before it became a reality. Earlier, he had warned Arnold about the dangers of traveling to the border. Repayment for his help, he explained, could best be achieved through this journey itself. The weight of those words left Arnold stunned. A quiet smile played on his lips as he glanced sideways at Gyro, choosing silence over words. Baffled by this display of sentiment, the hero simply muttered, "Let's go." For Arnold, this was something much deeper, a debt owed, a balance that needed settling. Only once they stood on equal footing could they finally part ways. The journey promised to be anything but dull. Meanwhile, Mure approached Cairo, bowing deeply with her ears lowered in a gesture of apology for everything that had transpired. Grateful for her rescue, she offered him heartfelt thanks. With a casual wave, Gyro brushed it off, saying there was no need to worry. The most important thing was something else entirely. After all, he returned her hat. Carefully, he retrieved it from his pocket and gently placed it on her head. Panic flickered across Mure's face as words of gratitude escaped her. At the same moment, Gyro lost track of his own thoughts, dropped to one knee, and gently tapped her on the forehead with his finger. "If you care so much," he said, "just become stronger." Mure lowered her head, letting the brim of her hat hide her face. To Arnold, it appeared as if she couldn't see anything at all from under that hat. Before he could be sure, Gyro hurried them along, impatient for the road. He called Arnold an old Lullick man, a remark that left Arnold irritated once again. Frustration flashed across Arnold's face as he snapped, telling her to be quiet. Meanwhile, Mure burst into laughter and dashed off after Gyro. A sense of anticipation filled the air. Everyone knew a lively time was ahead. Their journey led them to the Horn Mountains, where relaxing hot springs awaited. Arnold could scarcely contain his admiration as Mure appeared in her swimsuit, quietly marveling, "My angel." Embarrassed, she averted her gaze, softly murmuring, "Please don't look at me like that." Just as a sense of calm began to settle, a bubbling sound broke the silence of the water. Someone's body appeared, unmistakably adrift. The group hurried to pull the stranger to safety, urgency clear in every movement. Meanwhile, Gyro remained motionless, casting a weary glance to the side, exhaustion etched on his face. When the body was returned, everyone saw that it belonged to a girl with notably generous curves. A hint of envy stirred in Mure, as she couldn't help but compare her own slender, almost teapot-flat figure. Arnold lightly tapped his finger on the stranger's cheek, urging her to wake up. Mure cried out, "Uncle!" In that instant, Hero realized a crime was unfolding in broad daylight. Sweat gathered on Arnold's brow as he stammered in his own defense, words tumbling out. "That cheek was just so soft. I mean, it just happened." Gyro grumbled for Arnold to move aside, insisting that his excuses only made things worse. Meanwhile, Arnold attempted to explain to Mure that her assumptions were mistaken, searching for the right words to clarify the misunderstanding. As he reached out his hand, the girl swiftly bit him. Regaining her senses, she quickly apologized, asking if she had bitten him. Recognizing the person in front of her as Gyro, she hesitated, but his response came at once. He told her not to call him so familiarly. Introducing herself with a gentle nod, she said, "My name is Vinka, but you can just call me Sick." The girl collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in a faint voice, "I'm so hungry." Gyro glanced at Mure and suggested that if she was so hungry, they could hunt a crab cow along the way. Mure quickly stood up, curiosity lighting her eyes as she wondered aloud if those creatures tasted any good. Arnold smiled, assuring her they were a delicacy and hinting that she had yet to discover what she was missing. Without hesitation, the girl was ready for action. Curiosity grew among the travelers as they wondered why Vi, Sick, journeyed alone. The truth emerged. She was searching for the master craftsman who had forged her weapon. Mure assumed it was a simple dagger, only to watch in awe as it transformed into a spear. The weapon bore the name Maiden's Victory Bone. Mure stood speechless, stunned by the revelation. Awe lit up the girl's face as she exclaimed her amazement. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she wondered who could have crafted such a marvel. Sick, answering plainly, said it was her father's handiwork. She gestured with her hands to indicate his size. Arnold quickly realized she was talking about her father, a beastman. As for his whereabouts, not a single clue came to mind. Someone stared in disbelief, questioning if those truly were her parents, for she didn't resemble a beastman at all. Yet the girl calmly insisted they were bound by blood. Mure guessed that Sick might be a half-blood. Unfamiliar with the term, the girl asked if it was something tasty. Someone remarked that a half-blood probably wouldn't have ears, yet Arnold clarified the truth. This isn't always the case. A child might inherit a human appearance, but still remain a beastkin at heart. When the beastly blood runs strongest, every feature, from hair to facial contours, takes on a wild, animalistic quality. Yet despite these changes, a bond of kinship remains. Sick found it surprising that the boys showed no fear toward her. Others, upon learning she carried beast blood, would hastily brand her a monster and declare her a taboo. The word taboo puzzled her. Arnold clarified that because of her mixed heritage, people like her could never master magic or martial arts as purely blooded races could. For this reason, society branded them as heretics. With a flick of his tail, Arnold turned around and declared, "Mure and I are beast folk. We have no fear of you. You're not a monster. Fortune simply dealt you an unlucky talent." His eyes met hers, gentle and unwavering. "Sick, you aren't a monster or a forbidden thing. You're simply yourself." Sick glanced over at Gyro, hoping he would catch her meaning, but his confusion was obvious. Arnold chuckled and remarked that Gyro could be frightfully straightforward, yet undeniably genuine. Rather than dwelling on racial differences, Gyro preferred to immerse himself in captivating books or savor delicious meals. That's what he always claimed, but at this moment, such comforts were far from his mind. "Lullican, old man, I'm starving. Hurry up and climb," Gyro called out. Arnold, his patience wearing thin, bristled at the nickname and snapped, "How much longer do I have to put up with that name?" Mure tilted her head and asked, "Aren't you a grandpa?" Arnold replied with clear irritation, "Absolutely not." Mure spoke up quietly, trying to calm him. "Uncle, take it easy." At last, the group arrived in the district where the crab cows were said to roam. Gyro caught one and lifted it up, declaring it a good omen, while Arnold looked on, clearly impressed. Arnold marveled declaring that discovering even a single one at this source counted as a true victory. Crab cows, timid creatures by nature, seldom emerge to the surface, and their extraordinary camouflage makes them nearly impossible to spot. Discovering even one is considered a stroke of luck. When Cairo voiced his concern about never finding another, Arnold simply replied that, in that case, they would have to rely on Cairo's magic instead. As Arnold lifted the crab cow, the creature suddenly jerked with surprising force and slipped right back into the water. The old man blinked in confusion, unable to make sense of what just happened. Gyro only let out a resigned sigh, thinking this must be some unexpected reward for that whole ordeal with the animal cage. The hero had no intention of hunting his prey alone, and Arnold began to tremble under Gyro's gaze. Deciding to take the initiative, Arnold declared it would be faster this way. Even Sick sensed the unease and remarked that Gyro seemed intimidating. But as soon as Arnold dove in, he suddenly cried out. He had heard something. In that instant, the ground beneath Arnold shuddered as something colossal lifted him high into the air. "That looks like the leader of the crab cows," Arnold announced loudly. Gyro looked puzzled, so Arnold clarified. "Whenever these crabs get scared, they merge together, fusing into a single gigantic creature by using their camouflage." Clearly, they had been hiding in the current until Arnold plunged into the water. Now, with no other choice left, a fight was unavoidable. Gyro muttered with dry irony that this was just what they needed. Then, turning to the boy, he ordered him to get down and keep his antenna low. The crab launched an assault with its hydro-cutter claws, blades sharp enough to slice through steel. As for Gyro, the attempt failed. His water shield effortlessly deflected the attack, yet courage flared in more than just his heart. Sick lunged at the crab with every ounce of her strength. The spear shimmered in her grasp as she declared her intent to assist. A smile spread across Arnold's face as he remarked, "You know, she's actually got some skill." Gyro nodded in agreement, realizing now that the spear was more than just a showpiece. Meanwhile, only Mure lingered at the back, silently observing everything without a word. Clutching her clothes, she quietly promised herself that one day she would grow strong too. Gyro stepped forward and warned everyone to stand back. Determination in his voice, he prepared to finish what he had started. Carefully, he traced a glowing, magical word into the air, summoning a stream of oil to drench the crab. Through parallel writing, he managed to weave several effects together at the same time. Flames erupted around them. Awe flickered across Vi's face as she realized that Gyro wielded fire magic without uttering a single word. Arnold muttered in confusion, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar symbols dancing in the air, unable to grasp their meaning. This kind of magic felt entirely unique and mysterious. "You're absolutely incredible," Vi exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Yet in the very next moment, a familiar scent drifted into her awareness. "Is this oil?" she asked, her voice uncertain. Arnold nodded approvingly, acknowledging her sharp observation. "Good catch. I wouldn't have noticed myself. Being from the canine race, my senses are different. But you? Who is your father, I wonder?" "I don't know," Vi replied, yet unease flickered across Arnold's face. None of the races he knew possessed a sense of smell sharper than that of a dog. If she isn't a dog, then perhaps there exists another species that closely resembles one. It could very well be one of the three great beastfolk races, the golden foxes. According to legend, golden foxes possess the power to change their size and shape at will, transforming into animals, or even disguising themselves as mountains. Among them, the elusive nine-tailed foxes were the rarest of all. Yet those who dared to seek their power often danced on the edge of madness. Gyro let out a wistful sigh, lamenting their extinction. Meanwhile, the aroma of cooked crab signaled readiness, prompting Arnold to call out for their leader to serve the meal. Everyone sat together, enjoying their meal. In the midst of the conversation, Arnold learned an astonishing fact. Vi had set out on her journey when she was just 7. The revelation left him speechless. Childhood for her had meant battling monsters. Arnold asked gently, "How old are you?" Slight embarrassment colored Sic's cheeks as she replied, 14. He could have guessed her age, but kept any remarks to himself. Unlike Mure, this girl was already mature, he thought, before quietly checking himself. When Sic called for her uncle, Arnold started in surprise. All this time, he had assumed she was traveling alone, but clearly he had been mistaken. She revealed that, in the past, others had accompanied her, but after learning her story, they simply walked away. Now, having met people who accepted her as she was, genuine happiness filled her heart. A gentle smile played on Vi's lips, its sincere brilliance almost dazzling Arnold. She turned to Mure, asking if there was anything at all she knew about her father. The answer came easily, a spear and a single sentence from their mother in her final moments. As her mother spoke, explaining that their father had left to protect her, those words ignited a fierce determination within Vi. Gripping her spear tightly, she vowed to grow stronger and promised herself she would be the one to protect him. Arnold felt a surge of emotion and gently patted her head, his voice warm with admiration as he said, "You're wonderful. You're doing a great job." Mure found herself marveling at just how extraordinary Siku truly was. With her head lowered, Vi blushed quietly, shying away from attention. Curiosity flickered in Gyro's eyes as he turned to Arnold and asked why he had acted that way. Vi simply murmured something to him, her gaze fixed on the ground. Gyro opened his mouth to speak, but Arnold interjected with a sly grin, suggesting she wanted Gyro to pet her too. Without a word, Vi lowered her head toward the boy, yet he rejected her gesture with a cold detachment. Gyro muttered that she wasn't the only one making an effort. Everyone tried to survive in their own way, and praise was never guaranteed to anyone. Vi replied, "I don't travel in search of praise," and although a slight smile touched her lips, a hint of sadness colored her voice. Without warning, Sic spoke up, her words hanging in the air. "Then why don't you pet me?" The request stunned Mure, who could hardly believe it. Sic had actually asked for it herself. Yet Gyro insisted, his tone unwavering, that he would never reach out to pet someone without a reason. With a flicker of hope in her eyes, Sic asked if perhaps she could do something meaningful, something good. Determination sparkled in her eyes, casting a radiant glow. Opposite her, Cairo could only let out a weary sigh. "Accomplish something truly worthwhile, then we can have a real conversation." "All right, I'll do my best," Sic called out, determination shining in her eyes. Uncertainty still lingered, though. His words left her puzzled. With a calm tone, he encouraged her to figure it out on her own. Arnold called out to Mure, yet she quietly requested to be left alone. Meanwhile, Sic moved along just behind, keeping pace beside Gyro. Turning around, Mure arched an eyebrow in suspicion, sensing that something was off. Without warning, the girl veered into the thicket. Determined to find out what was happening, Arnold followed her into the tangled undergrowth. Amid the thick brush, a wounded creature blocked their path. A massive winged beast, with the features of a wolf, sprawled among the bushes, its breaths coming out in ragged, labored gasps. This was no ordinary wounded beast. It was a celestial wolf, a formidable creature of Class B, Painful groans escaped its throat, yet the moment Sick's hand gently stroked its head, a quiet calm settled over it. Arnold immediately recalled that celestial wolves were formidable creatures. Sick glanced around at the others and said, "We need help." Gyro called out to Yuru, telling him to step aside, addressing him as antenna. The remark left everyone around them surprised. Doubt lingered over Harrow's intentions as Arnold considered the prospect of his help. Trust did not come easily, especially when it came to someone like Gyro, who had never lifted a finger unless there was something in it for him. Something extraordinary happened. Gyro healed the beast. In gratitude, the celestial wolf gently licked his cheek. Arnold's hand shot to his sword, demanding, "Show your true face, imposter." The hero he remembered would never lend a hand without a reason. Yet, with only a calm adjustment of his glasses, the boy replied, "It's far too noisy here." "Why did you help?" Sick asked. Gyro turned his gaze away and quietly replied, "You wouldn't understand." With a calm air, he adjusted his glasses once more and remarked, "Because it looks cool." Silence swept over everyone, their movements frozen. So the real reason turned out to be nothing more than his love for dogs. "I helped because I was curious, just like with food or books," Gyro explained. Wolf offered his thanks, but Gyro brushed it off, uninterested in gratitude and motivated only by his own curiosity. Gyro agreed to walk alongside the wolf for a while. In that moment, everyone witnessed Gyro's genuine smile for the first time. A blush crept across Mure's cheeks, making her suspect she might be running a fever. But Vi quietly remarked that the wolf seemed to be in a hurry. Yuru looked on in surprise, wondering how she could understand him. The wolf nestled his head into her lap, and the girl gently stroked his fur, whispering that she understood him completely. A gentle smile played on Gyro's lips as he thought, "She's unusual, yet undeniably intriguing." Wolf glanced at Seek, and for the first time, silently shared a memory. His journey led him eastward, toward a place called Buscador. There, unspeakable chemicals were tested on monsters, warping their bodies and minds until madness overtook them and death soon followed. His pack was slaughtered, leaving only his family to survive. At last, Arnold realized the origin of that terrible wound. The wolf had tried to escape, and Seek simply listened in silence. Suddenly, she declared that this would become their next path. Arnold couldn't grasp why she had come to that conclusion. Yet, as the girl gazed at the wolf and murmured, "Family should stay together," all argument faded. After all, she longed for her father as well. Climbing onto the wolf's back, she called out, urging them not to follow her. "I can handle this myself." Arnold made a move to stop her, yet a gentle smile appeared on her lips. "The journey was brief, but in that short time, I found happiness." Sick bid farewell to everyone, offering the boys a warm, genuine smile and expressing her heartfelt gratitude. With that, she moved on, her steps steady and her gaze fixed ahead, never once looking back. Conviction or demands felt beyond her reach, for she considered herself far too fragile. Tears streamed down Mure's face as her emotions overwhelmed her. She longed to aid Sick and Vysand, even if she lacked the strength to fight alongside heroes like Cairo or her uncle. The thought of simply standing by, doing nothing, troubled her deeply. The old man had already managed to forget that someone was after them. In contrast, Arnold held onto that memory tightly. Even more vividly, he remembered that Gyro never offered help without expecting something in return. Arnold had no intention of forcing the boy to travel with them. He planned to set out for Buscador alone. Still, he couldn't deny that the journey with this boy had been unforgettable. No matter how Gyro responded, he would accept it. Yuru agreed with him and nodded silently in understanding. Memories of the battle lingered in Taihiro's mind, especially the moment when Arnold saved him. Now, a quiet resolve formed within him. He would repay that debt. Once this was settled, they would finally be even. If Arnold ever needed another favor, he would have to pay a fair price. Arnold glanced at Mure's smiling face and realized the journey was truly worthwhile. The word buscador drifted into Gyro's memory, its Spanish meaning unraveling as seeker. That place might be the site of unusual experiments, and surely a trove of fascinating books awaited discovery within its walls. Arnold suspected the boy was not always honest with himself. Meanwhile, Mure offered a gentle smile and said that Gyro could be kind. Meanwhile, the celestial wolf and Sick made their way swiftly toward their destination. The girl refused to simply call him a wolf, so she gave him a name, Winged. He responded with a cheerful bark, happily accepting his new name. In Asidora's laboratory, a researcher struggled to rouse Nagnolbond, the boss who lay dozing on the table. Only a handful of candies finally did the trick. The moment the scent of sweets reached him, an overwhelming urge to devour them almost took over. The scholar hurriedly lifted the plate just in time and offered a gentle good morning greeting. The boss grumbled that one day he would devour the scientist like a piece of candy. The scientist felt a flicker of fear, but pushed it aside for now, focusing on delivering his report. The report stated that hardly any test subjects remained, only the celestial wolves. One escaped yesterday, leaving just 7 behind. The researchers needed to reach an agreement with someone else, or the entire plan would fall apart. For the boss, however, this task seemed far too troublesome. Negotiations never suited his temperament. The moment their conversation ended, alarm sirens blared throughout the entire base. News reached them about intruders. Judging by the energy, a celestial wolf on the run, and another presence, a human. The head of the laboratory saw this as the perfect opportunity to test the specimens, and ordered that they be captured alive. The scientists warned that control remained unstable, but he dismissed their concerns, insisting that failures were simply part of the experiment. Delving deeper into the laboratory, Sick noticed a broken cage, the very place where they had kept the winged one. Scattered all around were the battered bodies of slain monsters. Fury boiled within the young woman as she made a silent vow to bring this dreadful place to ruin. The master of the laboratory, the smug Naknol, stood before them. Surprise flickered across his face at the sight of such a petite girl barging in, especially with a celestial wolf by her side. With a mocking glance at the winged one, he suggested that perhaps he had arrived of his own free will just to become an experimental subject, dismissing him as a foolish creature. As Vi launched her attack, Nanol unleashed a bolt of lightning that paralyzed the winged one. Wearing a calm smile, he explained that it was simply a precaution. The girl wished to help, yet the man warned her that if she came any closer, the electric current would flow through her as well. Introducing himself with quiet confidence, the man declared his position as the head of the Buscador Laboratory and gave his name, Naknol. A faint memory flickered in his mind. He had seen this girl somewhere before. Still, the thought meant little to him as he snapped his fingers indifferently. The tiles beneath the wolf shifted apart, and Winged tumbled down into the darkness below. The stone trap snapped shut, and Naknol issued a warning. Any reckless move on her part would spell doom for the beast. Allowing that to happen was out of the question for her. So he offered a deal. Fulfill his condition, and he would leave the winged one unharmed. She gave her word and promised to keep it. Agreeing to hear him out, I listened to his demand. She was escorted to a massive cage made of mesh, where the desperate whines of wolves echoed. The animals gnawed helplessly at the bars, their frustration plain to see. Beyond her, in a separate electric cage, the figure of the winged one appeared. With barely a breath, she whispered for him to wait. Led onward, She entered a room where a black metal chest waited. Triumph over whatever lurked inside would grant freedom not only for herself, but for the beast as well. Gripping the spear tightly, determination filled her every movement. The black box creaked open, its lid parting with a sharp crack. From within emerged a demonic beast, the Black Chimera, a terrifying product of twisted experiments. A slow smile spread across Nanol's face as he murmured, "Now is the time for your fury." The beast let out a roar so powerful it made ears ring. Snakes sprouting from its neck lunged toward Vi, hissing fiercely. Spinning her spear within a fiery circle, Vi sliced through the monster. She offered the Chimera an apology, then unleashed a renewed assault. Channeling the fifth form of flame concentration, fire surged forth and struck the monster directly. The mighty Black Chimera, a fearsome beast of S rank, had been wounded. The sight left even the wardens in awe. Meanwhile, the chief calmly chewed on candies. Informed that the situation was slipping out of control, he simply shrugged his shoulders in response. "All right, time to play my trump card," he declared, snapping his fingers. With gentle insistence, he guided Vi's gaze toward his own. Nearby, one of the scientists approached winged, holding a syringe filled with an unknown substance. The girl recalled the boss's promise to leave the wolf alone. But before she could react, the Chimera struck her and hurled her backward. By some miracle, she dodged the fatal blow, yet a strange unsteadiness crept over her body. Her legs refused to obey, trembling beneath her weight. Collapsed onto the ground, her body refused to obey her commands, every muscle locked as if she had turned to stone. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she struggled to understand why movement had suddenly become impossible. Paralysis overtook her as the Chimera's poison coursed through her veins. According to the wardens, this toxin should have claimed any life in mere seconds. Yet against all odds, she endured. Although the poison was meant to finish her eventually, the girl managed to endure a little longer. The wolves in the cages erupted into wild howls, yet Naknol merely covered his ears and muttered, "Too late, dogs." He issued a cold command for the Chimera to finish off the wolves. The monstrous creature turned its attention toward the cages. In a single instant, she crushed the cage, reducing the animals inside to a bloody pulp. Vi let out a cry of despair, powerless to change what had already happened. With a sinister grin, Naknol ordered his men to finish off the girl as well. The Black Chimera loomed ominously over her body. Air came to her in shallow, trembling breaths, yet a spark of resolve remained within her. Gripping her spear tightly, she summoned every ounce of strength to rise. Summoning the last reserves of her strength, she rose to her feet and struck the Chimera's paw. The force of the blow sent a cloud of dust swirling through the air, knocking even the scientists to the ground. The boss stood in confusion, unable to grasp what had just occurred. Somehow, she managed to move, though her legs trembled beneath her. At the same moment as the wounded Chimera collapsed, Vi also fell to the ground. Lying there, she glanced toward the winged one and murmured an apology. Her greatest wish was to shield everyone from harm, yet her plea centered on him alone, urging him to escape from this place. The beast rose with newfound energy and invited the girl to witness the outcome. After all, it was her support that had given him the strength to strike the Black Chimera. Yet exhaustion had almost completely drained her, leaving her barely able to stand. She resembled a candle, blazing even brighter just before being snuffed out. The scientists glanced at the timer. The countdown had finished, and Chimera was now beyond their control. The situation spiraled out of control as Chimera descended into a furious rage. Balancing on 3 legs, the creature drew back its enormous stinger and aimed it straight at Vi. At that moment, the winged one broke free from the electric nets and stepped in to shield her. The cause remained a mystery until a keen-eyed scientist noticed that Vi's blow had punched a hole straight through the fence. Yet instead of fleeing, Krilati chose to stay. Struggling to keep his balance, he raised his voice and called out with determination. Gratitude welled up for Vi's support. A promise lingered in the air. He would return to his family, rejoining his brothers and sisters. With a final howl soaring into the sky, he silently pleaded for her to endure. His body collapsed to the ground. Weeping, Vi bent over him, her tears falling as she begged for forgiveness again and again. With exaggerated theatrics, Boss absent-mindedly picked his nose. "Every meeting is, in its own way, a farewell," he remarked. The moment felt like a valuable lesson for the young girl. Meanwhile, the scholar gently reminded him to stay focused. Pure hatred burned in Vi's eyes, and at last she unleashed it without restraint. Meanwhile, Arnold and Gyro caught the distant howl of the Winged One. Gyro spotted a gap in the wall and observed that she must have broken through ahead of them. Mure had been asked to wait there. Disappointment lingered in her heart, knowing she wouldn't be able to join them. Arnold objected, unsettled by the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Yet Gyro, seeing her determination, was willing to let her go if that was truly her wish. After all, their journey brought them here for her. The path before her must be completed without turning back. Gyro reproached Arnold for sheltering her from the real world, raising her in a sheltered environment where only the brighter side of life ever touched her. Gyro believed that enduring such trials formed an essential part of life's journey. This conviction guided him. Even if regret eventually finds her, that will be her own decision. Whatever path she chooses, he stands ready to support her. With a quiet request, Cairo asked Arnold to let her walk the path she had chosen for herself. Even if this path turns out to be a mistake, what matters is that it was chosen by one's own hand. Regret weighs heavier when the decision belongs to someone else. Arnold listened in silence, absorbing every word, as the hero spoke with raw, heartfelt honesty. At last, understanding dawned within him. A warning was given to Mure to stay behind, while the others slipped into the laboratory through a hidden passage. Most likely, they could have slipped in through the shattered window. But Gyro stopped Arnold, warning him of the magical barrier in place. Calling upon word magic, Gyro conjured an opening in the protective barrier, allowing a passageway to form. Arnold didn't bother to ask how he managed it. Mure simply nodded. With Gyro, such things were nothing out of the ordinary. Dozens of cages lined the interior. The hero guessed that experiments had been conducted here, yet nothing in this place hinted at anything humane. Everything felt cold and devoid of compassion. From the corner of his eye, a fleeing scientist caught his attention. Waiting patiently, he paused in anticipation and hurled him against the wall. A white coat, eyes wide with confusion. Without hesitation, Gyro pressed the blade to his face and warned in a low voice not to make a sound. Only answers were permitted. Even the slightest movement would bring consequences. The scientist, terrified, nodded and explained that the golden-haired girl and the wolf cub were supposed to be here. Arnold could not believe it. How could a boy who seemed so young act with the cold resolve of a killer? As the evening deepened, the hero glanced upward and noticed the fullness of the moon glowing in the sky. Arnold urged them to hurry, yet Gyro hesitated, one last question lingering on his lips. Just one more. At last, they reached the room they had been searching for and quietly opened the door. The director and the scientist rushed toward them, yet Arnold wasted no time. He deftly embedded both men into the wall with a flicker of his magic. The scene remained steeped in bloody chaos, Amid the aftermath, fragments of Chimera lingered. Arnold turned to Vi, his eyes searching for answers about what had transpired here. Seated amidst the remains of the slain Chimera, her eyes burned with a mix of fury and sorrow. The hero looked at her, unable to recognize the woman he once knew. Control slipped away from her grasp. Black eyes, laced with red sparks, now stared out. When she turned to her friends, a stranger seemed to look back at them. Gyro noticed that Vi now had 3 tails behind her. It became clear to him this wasn't just anger, but an awakening. The full moon bestowed newfound strength upon the beast folk, and even more so upon the half-bloods. During these nights, the blood of wild creatures surged hotly through their veins. Normally, this power remained untouched, reserved and dormant. Yet, whenever the moon sought to seize a heart, and succeeded, its force swelled to immense proportions. It was hard to believe this was the same quiet Vi. Her composure had completely slipped away, and it seemed as if she wasn't even conscious of herself anymore. Mure braced herself to rush over, but Arnold stopped her with a firm command not to approach. Vi darted toward Mure, launching a powerful strike. Arnold managed to shield her with his own body, yet the blow's force hurled him across the room and slammed him into the wall. Without hesitation, she launched herself at Gyro, but he slipped away, dodging her attack with ease, and saying that she wouldn't catch him so easily. After carefully observing her moves, it became clear Vi delivered powerful strikes, yet noticeable gaps separated each one. Calmly, he suggested that she consider surrendering, but she had already vanished from sight, reappearing behind them on the rooftop. Her speed left Gyro unable to keep up, and he sighed, realizing trouble was brewing. Meanwhile, the head of the laboratory, barely clinging to consciousness, slumped against the wall and finally remembered the girl with the spear. The scientist glanced at the chief in surprise, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked if he knew her. In the past, Vi single-handedly defeated 2 A-level monsters, giant apes that had been terrorizing the village. Dragging their bodies across the ground, she treated them like prized trophies. To my horror, I devoured them all by myself that very same day. The chef marveled at how so much meat could fit inside such a slender body. A strong urge to carve her open stirred within him. Most scientists doubted that an appetite alone could turn someone into a legend. However, the chef believed she truly deserved to be remembered. Upon checking her stats, the boss trembled. Level 77. Her attacks came in layers, each more unpredictable than the last. Gyro checked on Arnold, who managed a cough and muttered, "Rough, but now I've got a bit of strength too." The hero responded with a smile. "Then let's get started together." Arnold muttered a warning to dodge if survival was on the line. In response, Gyro assured him he had no intention of dying anyway. With a fierce charge, Vi lunged straight at Arnold, who intercepted her attack with his massive sword. A wild grin spread across her face, revealing sharp, animalistic fangs. Now, she was the predator in pursuit. Believing that everything was proceeding smoothly, Gyro asked the old man to hold on to her just a little longer. Spellbinding words wrapped around Arnold's soul, draining the will from his arm until his sword hung motionless at his side. Vi dodged the spell at point-blank range, guided by intuition so sharp it bordered on the miraculous. Arnold shouted, struggling to move the weapon, while Gyro calmly asked for just a little more time. "I'll set everything right," the hero declared. Yet, moving with the speed of an ordinary person, he found himself hopelessly behind. A plan began to form in his mind for bringing Vi back to consciousness. The trouble was, reaching her on his own proved impossible. If only Arnold could hold her back for even a moment, everything would be settled. With a wry attempt at humor, the old man remarked that all that remained was to paralyze the crazed V. Gyro simply nodded, confident in his abilities, assuring that even someone so reckless posed no real challenge to him. Arnold dismissed it as utter nonsense, yet the hero calmly replied that he would twist the very essence of nonsense into his own magic. Mure politely requested permission to lend a hand. They told her she would only get in the way for now. V had lost herself, yet in that moment remained stronger than anyone else present. Though she understood the situation, compassion compelled her to step in rather than remain a passive bystander. A quiet tremor revealed that Vi was weeping. Sorrow, pain, and guilt echoed from the depths of her soul, weaving through the air like an invisible melody. Arnold glanced at Mure in surprise, suddenly realizing she possessed the ability to sense the emotions of others. Once timid and shy, she had now grown into her maturity. A new thought crossed Arnold's mind. Maybe he had underestimated her after all. Yet, even with renewed strength, making a difference on the battlefield remained out of reach for her. Arnold concluded that her best chance lay in reaching out to Vi's heart. Without warning, Vi lunged straight at her friends, launching herself into action. Nearby, a conversation was unfolding between the laboratory director and a scientist. The director spoke with disdain, struggling to recall her name. Was it Whiskey Gin? Or something along those lines? He hadn't even bothered to remember her name. Suddenly, a messenger from the organization appeared and discovered the director embedded in the wall, as if he had become part of the stone itself. Muttering about a stranger in a red cloak and a blonde wielding a spear, he recognized trouble was brewing. The director straightened his attire, fully aware that decisive action would soon be necessary. The liaison cast a surprised glance at the director, his eyes silently asking what was happening. It seemed likely to him that Vi was their main target and enemy, making this unexpected encounter feel almost like fate. However, the contact excused himself with mention of urgent business and quietly slipped away down the corridor. The scientist glanced after him, quietly noting his hard-working nature, despite his odd ways. The director muttered, unable to see any value in working for such an organization. The name Rage Chest slipped out in a muffled mumble, but the scholar quickly clarified that this was actually a group dedicated to hunting beastfolk. Meanwhile, Arnold raised his sword high and drove it into the floor with all his might, hoping to halt the furious advance of Vi. Catching the perfect opportunity, Gyro unleashed his speed magic, closing the distance to Vi in an instant and brushing her with his spear seal. Caught off guard, he found himself seized by one of the girl's tails, which then forced Arnold down against the floor. A clenched fist hovered in the air, ready to deliver a final blow, when Mure cried out desperately, pleading, "Please don't, we're your friends." For a fleeting moment, familiar faces flickered across Vi's dark eyes, drifting by like distant memories. The mere mention of the Winged One reignited her fury. Without hesitation, she lashed out at everyone present. Gyro shouted to Arnold, urging him to dodge. The old man braced himself, raising his sword to serve as a shield and absorbing the force of the blow. Gyro and Mure rushed after him, but Vi suddenly surged ahead. With a swift lash of her tail, Mure sent the girl sprawling to the ground, her hat tumbling away. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up at her furious companion. Tears slid down Vi's cheeks as well, revealing she shared the same pain. Mure chose not to respond, with hatred. Rising to her feet, clutching her heart, she moved slowly toward Vi. Step by step, trembling with fear, yet drawing ever closer. Vi's tail rustled behind her, and fangs flashed in a warning snarl, yet Mure whispered softly, "You're hurting. I can tell. Everything is fine. I'm not afraid," she murmured softly, gently brushing Vi's cheek with her fingers. Both dropped to their knees. With a quiet voice, Mure whispered, "We're waiting for you. Come back," as she wrapped her arms around her friend. Wrapped in a gentle glow, Vi slowly regained consciousness. With trembling arms, she embraced Mure and, tears streaming down her face, whispered heartfelt apologies to everyone. Vi patted her stomach and assured them, her voice calm and steady, that Gyro had already healed her. No part of her wished to harm anyone. It was simply her body that had slipped out of her control. With a shy glance, Vi admitted how the warmth of that embrace brought her back, while Mure gently pleaded for the tears to cease. Gyro observed tiny motes of light drifting away from Mure's ears, each one shimmering with the possibility of newfound life. Blame weighed heavily on Vi for failing to save the pack in time, yet she admitted that without them, she would not have survived. She then suggested laying the celestial wolves to rest in a peaceful and beautiful place. Approval echoed through the group as all eyes turned toward Gyro. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with quiet authority, suggesting the morgue should be erased first. Arnold stood beside him, sword in hand, ready to lend his support. Without warning, the winged one's body began to stir. From beneath her thick fur, a grey puppy wriggled into view. The she-wolf was pregnant, and the revelation took everyone by surprise. Vi made a solemn vow to protect the child, taking responsibility for them all. The director arrived with the scientist, commenting on the touching scene before them and calling it a charming melodrama. Vi lunged at him, but Arnold and Mure held her back, knowing the dreadful backlash that awaited after her berserk fury. The director merely smiled, unmoved by the chaos unfolding before him. "Either way, you'll die here." With a press of the remote, he triggered explosions that ripped through the corridors, sending a cascade of stones crashing down upon the heroes. With a swift motion, Gyro traced a symbol in the air. An energy dome materialized around him, halting the flying debris. The director, surprised by the strange magic, issued a warning. Pressing the second button would trigger complete self-destruction, burying everyone beneath the rubble. With calm assurance, Gyro replied that no effort is ever wasted. Mure offered her support, assuring that with hard work, progress would surely follow. With a spirited nod, Vi showed her approval. Even Arnold acknowledged the wisdom in her words, while Gyro silently agreed. The scientist reminded his superior about the evacuation, while the director's hands trembled slightly in a barely contained rage. Greed seized control as he slammed his hand onto the second button and darted away, abandoning the heroes within the closing section. The hall began to collapse around them. "There is an exit through Core B," Gyro announced, his voice steady. "I have something else as well." Arnold hesitated at first, unsure of his meaning. Then the connection clicked. This had to be tied to the information Gyro had forced out of the scientist. During the interrogation, Gyro gathered the most crucial information from the scientist: the exact location within the facility where reports and laboratory journals were kept, as well as whether there existed a dedicated research library. With a nervous tremor in his voice, the scientist referred to it as Room Number 5. To reach the archive, one had to leave through the door to the test area and walk all the way to the far right corner of Building B, where it waited in shadowed silence. In response to the query about B Core, the researcher, his hands trembling, explained that the core stored new reagents and equipment. With a quiet apology, he admitted he was leading them straight into a place of danger. After weighing the risks, Arnold instructed Mure, Vi, and the puppy to follow him to the exit, while Gyro promised to make it out alive once his book raid was finished. Entering the archive, the hero found shelves sagging under the weight of tomes, vials, and diagrams. A true treasure trove, yet time slipped away too quickly to explore it all. A fresh surge of rubble thundered behind, blocking the corridor where his friends had just disappeared from view. Without thinking, he rushed over to check if they were all right. Arnold and the girls were found alive, having narrowly slipped into the adjacent corridor. Though covered in dust, they had emerged unharmed. In her arms rested a trembling puppy, its small body racked with convulsions from the very poison that had wiped out the pack. The deadly toxin now claimed the youngest among them, working its way through the helpless creature. Arnold recalled the scientist's words about B-Corps testing antidotes. This meant the medicine had to be somewhere nearby, hidden among thousands of vials, waiting to be discovered. Resolute determination colored Vi's words as she declared she would save the child no matter the cost. Maya echoed her resolve, ready to search for the serum, even amid collapsing debris and swirling smoke. Gripping his sword tightly, Arnold glanced over his shoulder, unable to shake the worry that lingered about Hero, wondering if the ruins had trapped the bookish fellow beneath their weight. Meanwhile, Gyro strapped an enormous sack of manuscripts to his back and prepared to make his escape. At that moment, the ceiling collapsed before him, blocking his path. All around lay heaps of debris, sealing every possible exit. The hero, eyes darting over the ruin, weighed the risks. Should the tunnel word be used, gambling on escape before the collapsing walls could crush him? A decision crystallized to give it a try. In the worst case, the ground would collapse and everything would be lost. But at least the books would not simply vanish without a trace. Marking the wall with the symbol of breakthrough, he instantly triggered his flight ability. The aerial leap carried him through the opening and out beneath the moonlit sky. The sensation of dizzying height nearly robbed him of breath at first, but now was no moment for awe. He needed to land safely and rejoin his companions. From above, he spotted a cluster of figures and the flicker of torches near the emergency platform. Survivors among the workers seemed to have gathered there. Gyro resolved to join forces with Arnold's group first. Without their help, saving both the archive and the puppy would be impossible. In B-Corps, Arnold felt his mind slipping as he faced an overwhelming sea of vials, no labels, hundreds of mysterious formulas. Time pressed forward, and the poison worked its way through him. Mure sorted through the jars, quietly asking her uncle what their next move should be. Amid the confusion, no one noticed the door ease open. Someone slipped inside, silent and uninvited. The guard caught the sound of distant voices, surprise flickering across his face. According to protocol, after the self-destruction signal, no living soul should have remained in this place. Despair flickered in Arnold's and the girl's eyes, yet Gyro remained oblivious to the source of their shock. Mure gathered her focus and whispered a cleansing spell. The puppy shimmered with a gentle glow and gave a cheerful bark, as though the pain had vanished. Tears of joy streamed down Vi's face as she pressed the little one close to her chest. The puppy's heartbeat settled into a steady rhythm, and its breathing turned calm and clear. Gyro interrupted, urging them to save the hugs for later, as the ceiling threatened to collapse on their heads at any moment. To make matters worse, lurking outside were hunters from the Beastman cage. Setting foot beyond the ruins would only lead straight into another clash. The puppy stomped its paw with fierce determination, spun around, and dashed down the hallway, leading the way. Eyes sparkled all around. Hope had returned. "It wants us to follow," Mure translated, prompting the group to gather at once and set off behind it. The dog halted in front of the steel doors, a low growl rumbling from its throat as something inside aroused its suspicion. Beyond the door lay an empty bedroom. The puppy bounded toward one of the beds, its impatience clear as it began to scratch eagerly at the floor. Arnold pushed the bed aside, revealing a bronze hatch set into the floor a hidden escape tunnel. Gyro smiled warmly and stroked the little animal's back. Descending below and gripping a torch, they found themselves amazed by the spacious passage running alongside a water channel. The scent of dampness had lured the puppy to this place. Arnold glanced over and inquired about the dirty rag slung over Gyro's shoulder. Gyro simply shrugged, not understanding the question. Glancing back, a groan escaped him. The bag filled with manuscripts lay torn, its pages long since swept away through the gap above by the restless night wind. Weakness swept through his knees at the thought of so much lost knowledge. Under his breath, he murmured something about the punishment of a bibliophile. Meanwhile, outside, the organization's messenger shouted furiously that the target had been destroyed. The headquarters lay in ruins, and those responsible had escaped. Swathed in bandages, the inspector commanded a thorough search of every stone in the vicinity, vowing to hunt down the Red Cloak himself. Later, the heroes escaped into the forest, built a campfire, and finally enjoyed a warm, peaceful meal beneath the starlit sky. Pork crackled on the spit, sizzling in a tangy lemon sauce, while next to it, a salted salmon cooked, its belly stuffed with glistening caviar. Breaking off a juicy piece, Vi offered it to the puppy and watched as it snapped its teeth around the treat with satisfaction. A smile touched her face as she murmured, "Little Wing, from now on, I'll take care of you." Gyro gave a warning. Winglet was still just an infant, so Vi would have to try even harder. By the way, dinner had been exceptionally delicious. Choosing a name for the little one sparked a gentle debate. Should it be Winget or Krilitic? Vi suggested a simple solution. Let the pup decide for himself. With deliberate steps, the puppy approached Gyro and settled itself confidently between his feet, sealing its choice. Gyro gently patted the furry little head. Vi puffed up with indignation, remembering he had insisted he never petted anyone. The dog's gentle nature softened the rules. Gyro quietly reminded everyone that a good deed was the only condition. Stepping forward, Arnold defended Vi, reminding everyone that she was the one who heard Krilitic's call and saved them all. At last, he concluded that a good deed had indeed been done, and a gentle warmth softened Gyro's eyes. Putting aside his principles, the hero gently brushed his hand over the girl's hair. Happiness lit up Vi's face, but she quickly stepped back, doing her best to hide the blush coloring her cheeks. From a quiet corner, Mure observed the scene and reflected on its charm. 3 friends gathered around the fire, a puppy nestled among them, painting a perfect picture of warmth and companionship. A gentle smile played on Arnold's lips as he observed, "You must feel at peace. It's been a long time since anyone rested a hand on your head." Indeed, loneliness had been the girl's only companion through all these years. Once the meal had ended, cleanup time began. Mure swiftly assembled a team to tackle the dishes. Once more, secret hopes blossomed within her. How wonderful it would be to feel Hyro's gentle pat on her own shoulder. She made up her mind. One day, she would truly earn his admiration and claim it as her own. Arnold found himself impressed by the way she deftly handled the pots, embodying the spirit of a true homemaker. Meanwhile, a new tale was spreading far and wide about the dark-haired figure in a crimson cloak, who had made his way through the mysterious Chimera forest. A report arrived from the same place. The Buscador research facility had been destroyed by a group of so-called bandits. The group of summoned heroes exchanged glances. The description matched perfectly. Black hair, glasses, and a long cloak. Tarsi guessed it could only be Akamura Cairo. The others nodded in agreement, certain that no one else could be so eccentric. Guilt welled up within her, for every event seemed like another link in the chain of their actions. Yet colleagues reminded her that a war with the beast folk loomed on the horizon, and strength would be needed above all. Gazing at the night sky, Tarsi's thoughts drifted elsewhere, pondering what Gyro might be doing at that very moment. Gyro consulted the map, pinpointing the nearest town, Sarched. That would be their next destination. Arnold asked for help along the way, and with a shrug, the hero replied that he had nowhere else to go. The plan was halted by a swarm of monsters blocking their path. With urgency in his voice, Gyro commanded everyone to deal with them swiftly and move on. North of human Victoria stretches the land of demons. Though the heroes have already conquered the Buscador laboratory, uncertainty still looms ahead. Meanwhile, within the towering fortress of the demons, a council convened. The young lady offered a graceful bow and announced, "Your Majesty, I bring my report." With a straightforward tone, she announced that the people had successfully summoned the heroes. Word arrived from a mole embedded in the human province of Tekel. A certain noble had excused himself from the meeting, claiming he was patrolling the border shared with the beast territories. The long-eared beauty bristled with indignation, insisting the real threat came from beast folk, not humans. The white-clad advisor reported that his unit had recently come under attack. His reply was harsh, though belated. The queen believed that the biggest threat at the moment was the beast race. Their formidable strength and ability to transform made them especially dangerous. Another lord objected, claiming that the beastman's techniques were still unrefined and insisting that now was the perfect moment to strike. Yet Queen Yun refused to agree. She reminded everyone that intervention would only fan the flames of war, much like the reign of the previous ruler. Bloodshed only begets more blood, more. The ideal lies in a world where all races live together in harmony, ensuring no one suffers. The hall buzzed with murmurs, noting a sense of naivety in the proposal, yet conceding that without change, even more blood would inevitably be spilled. Neither humans nor beast folk will forgive the crimes of the former demon king. However, someone must break the cycle of hatred. The issue remained unresolved. Peace might still elude them, even if death claimed their lives, and any inaction would leave the demons defenseless. As the meeting concluded, a few lingered behind. When asked about her vision of an ideal world, Commander Aquinas admitted that her plan struck him as overly naive. Still, the idea of a world untouched by pain intrigued him, even though he understood all too well the harshness of reality. Dreams of an impartial mediator filled his thoughts, someone capable of stitching the races together. The Demon Queen could not face this challenge on her own. Despite everything, Aquinas pledged his unwavering support to her, while his companion vowed to stand by Aquinas himself. The idea of a mediator now seems like a distant dream, yet a flicker of hope still lingers. Spiky cactus monsters crowded the area, their menacing forms looming all around. Vi suggested clearing them all out in one swift move. Agreeing, Gyro gently moved Mure aside and traced a blazing hieroglyph in the air. Not far off, a young boy sat on the mountainside, sketching the landscape. His hand froze mid-line as his eyes caught sight of her. Lunar tails shimmered around Vi, while her crimson cloak wove mysterious runes of magic through the night air. In an instant, the cacti shattered into splinters. Arnold slid his sword back into its sheath and simply stated, "It's done." She kept her gaze averted, straining in silence. Gyro sensed something amiss and asked Vi what had captured her unwavering attention. Swaying gently, the girl whispered in a hushed voice that she couldn't see anything. Arnold's concern grew as he searched the rocky ledges where Vi had been looking. Behind a tree, a young artist hid, awestruck by the display of their strength. A bright smile lit up his face as he resolved to introduce himself to the intriguing group. Along their journey, the travelers reached the border town of Sarge and felt a wave of relief upon spotting its gate. Irritation flickered in Gyro's eyes as he glared at the crowd, silently cursing the chaos swirling around him. Arnold remembered that today marked the first day of Urue, Rare's summer festival, and with that realization, he knew celebrations would be impossible to avoid. The decision was made to rent some rooms and soak up the lively atmosphere of the fair at the same time. For Gyro, who had never attended a Japanese matsuri before, the experience stirred a wave of unfamiliar excitement, although the bustling crowds had already begun to fray his nerves. Arnold clapped him on the shoulder in a friendly way, declaring that festivals were made to be enjoyed, especially with all the delicious treats around. For some reason, these words only managed to irritate the hero. "Lead the way before all the good food disappears," Gyro grumbled, slipping into a hunter's mindset focused entirely on the next meal. Arnold let out a sigh, uncertain how to handle this ill-mannered book fanatic. Yet the eager gleam in his friend's hungry eyes amused him. The group savored spicy kebabs and fruity granita, then dove into every attraction, from target shooting at the range to testing their luck at the lantern lottery. At last, Gyro realized that the true essence of the festival lay in its endless variety of flavors, and he came to appreciate that markets could actually be quite enjoyable. The mood soured when the young man accidentally stepped on Gyro's foot, and moments later, a teary-eyed child smeared chocolate across his cloak. A menacing aura radiated from the hero, an intense longing rising within him to sweep the crowd away, to dust, and reclaim his peace. The vendor broke the silence with a mischievous shout about lucky shark sandwiches, leaving Gyro momentarily frozen in confusion as he tried to understand what happiness could possibly hide within a shark. Gyro eyed the seemingly endless lines stretching from the stall and decided those so-called lucky sandwiches must truly be special. Arnold gave a nod. Tales about the mystical pink sharks of happiness were well known. Once every decade, fishermen haul in the elusive fortune shark, from its jade-like horn glistening on the snout to the rows of pearlescent teeth. Every part proves edible. Delicate pink flesh melts away, leaving behind a trace of salty ocean on the tongue. Memories of the first time tasting shark meat sent a thrill of excitement through Gyro, prompting an eager decision to take it. The line inched forward at a snail's pace. The vendor announced a lottery. 1 throw per person, 9 people ahead, and the odds almost non-existent. Disappointment settled over Vi as she considered the near impossibility of the situation. Her longing to taste the delicacy felt all the more poignant because the chance was so slim. The hero hissed a warning not to laugh, insisting he would do anything for a flavor that surpassed Sea Dog. Arnold muttered that common sense said it couldn't be done. Gyro traced his finger through the air, sketching a rune while murmuring that he would reshape common sense itself. The word luck teetered on the edge, with the potential to either enhance everything or shatter it completely. Calling it a whole would only spill all the bullets, leaving no room for subtlety. Something more delicate was needed. His fingers brushed against his friend's palms as he quietly etched the symbol for probability X4. When their turn finally arrived, only 4 sandwiches remained. The vendor called it unbelievable luck. A golden ball rolled out, a winning ticket. All 4 of them received shark burgers. "Nothing is impossible," declared Gyro, triumphantly tossing his ticket into the air. Arnold leaned in to whisper that this kind of magic felt a bit like a trick. The hero, unfazed, shot back with a grin and advised focusing less on talk and more on action. The first bite erupted with the taste of the ocean, where crisp seaweed and a sweet salty sauce melded seamlessly into the tender, pink flesh. A sense of happiness washed over Gyro as if waves carried him into a kind of flavor nirvana. After finishing his meal, the boy patted his stomach with contentment, while the girls, their fingers still sticky, expressed their thanks. Arnold cleared his throat and began to explain what mysterious symbols had just been traced in the air. Mure leaned in a little closer and asked, "You have the power to control luck, right? How exactly does it work?" Having indulged in such delicious fare, the hero smiled and offered, "Let me share a few secrets with you." His magic stands alone, for he inscribes symbols in his native tongue, and the world itself bends to his will, manifesting the meaning of each mark. Words like speed, shield, or even probability become reality at the stroke of his pen. Arnold admitted that Gyro's symbols were unlike anything he had ever seen before. He had heard tales of rare schools, the spatial, the mental, the beast control, but none appeared as all-encompassing as this. Control over space, thoughts, or monsters is already a form of power, yet your runes appear to rewrite reality itself, he concluded, studying the symbols intently. Gyro replied calmly, explaining that in theory he could combine them with any element. Vi, captivated by his words, instinctively leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a true seeker of knowledge. The hero himself admitted that his technique had its limits, saying, "Every word has boundaries. I still don't know them all." Arnold missed the underlying meaning, and Hero chose not to explain further. After a long stretch, he announced his exhaustion and declared his intention to head back to the hotel. Arnold deferred the decision to the girls, and both nodded in agreement. The day had been full of adventure, and it was time to rest. Mure quietly confessed that the day had turned out to be a happy one, and Vi nodded in agreement. New dishes and new tales filled their day, making it feel like one continuous celebration. With emotion shining in his eyes, Arnold lifted a finger and declared, "You are truly beautiful." Gyro teased, urging, "Hurry up, old lullican," while Arnold grumbled that the nickname would likely stick. Unfazed, the figure in the crimson cloak replied with calm assurance, "It's already too late." Stepping into the hotel, a receptionist with a welcoming smile inquired about their room. Gyro hesitated, certain he had seen those creamy locks somewhere before. "You're the registrar from the Victoria Guild, aren't you?" he asked. At the mention, the girl brightened and introduced herself. "That's right. Those were the old days. I'm Celia, just working here during the fair season. Business brings you to Saja as well." The young woman explained that the boys found themselves in the guild hall because every inn room in town had been claimed for the festival. She offered to register them and reserve a room for a day. Ushering them into the room, she wished them a restful night and quietly closed the door behind her. Arnold sank onto the bed with a sigh of relief, remarking that this was far preferable to a night spent outdoors. The others stretched out nearby, relaxing into the comfort of the space. Thoughts of the future occupied the boy's mind. Crossing the checkpoint would require a special permit. Both he and you each carried one. Strangely, Vi also possessed such a pass. The revelation stunned Arnold. He had planned to cross the border by the bridge, completely unaware that official permission was required for such a passage. Cairo explained that only the guild had the authority to issue such passes, and although the process required patience, entry was impossible without one. Meanwhile, the boys remained under watchful eyes. The same stranger who had shadowed them earlier now lingered at the guild as well. Securing permission from his guild within the Victoria Kingdom would have been possible, but the process stretched out over a week. The application had to pass through several other guilds for review before finally landing on the guildmaster's desk for approval. Arnold struggled to understand how Gyro planned to cross the border with so little knowledge about it. Yet Gyro appeared unconcerned as if the details barely troubled him. The guildmaster stood among the elite, recognized as one of only 3 adventurers ranked at 3S. His immense strength and widespread fame reached such heights that even the Beastkin, renowned for their physical prowess, found an equal in him. A man arrived at Victoria's guild, offering his apologies for the intrusion. Recognition flickered between him and Vale. Their paths had not crossed in many years, a fact both quietly acknowledged. The person Vale came to visit was named Jude Sam. The old man with the pipe admitted he hadn't seen Vale in quite some time. Jude, the leader of the Human Nations Guild, possessed both a captivating charm and an unshakable calm. Jude burst into laughter and waved away any need for formalities. With a hearty slap on Vale's back, he knocked a chunk off Vale's health meter. Afterward, he motioned for Vale to sit and got straight to the point, asking what had brought him there. Vale explained his presence by saying he had a request for the guildmaster. Jude simply brushed him off, insisting that he was retired now and had left the frontline work for the younger generation. Vale couldn't grasp why Jude would say such a thing. Until now, no one had ever matched his strength. Yet Jude responded with a quiet smile, insisting that Vale was giving him too much credit. News of the successful mission spread quickly, sparking lively discussions even among the members of Zoom. The discussion turned to the summoning of heroes, for the moment had come for them to step forward and take action. Vale recalled how the guildmaster once declared it was time to let the younger generation take up the fight. Yet now, the very same man sought Jude's guidance to train them for battle. All of this unfolded for the sake of humanity's future, and Jude found himself deep in thought as he contemplated its significance. A memory surfaced. He realized he had never actually told Vale why he had become a guildmaster. The reason was straightforward. In times of crisis, the guildmaster held the same authority as the king himself. As an adventurer, Jude constantly pondered why war never ceased in this land or across the continent. Each day he prayed for someone to finally bring order, yet the conflicts only intensified. Vale found himself utterly baffled by the guildmaster's words, unable to grasp the direction Jude was taking. The way Jude spoke about himself and his part in this game left Vale lost for understanding. That man tarnished the name of the guildmaster, abandoned his homeland in a desperate bid to save himself, and left his nation behind. His actions plunged the army into chaos, causing countless lives to be lost, lives that might have been spared. Appointed directly by the king, that man became a symbol of authority. Jude resolved to grow stronger, determined to claim the seat of guildmaster and mend the errors that had been made. His ambition was clear: to possess the strength to act with the same power and influence as a second king. Jude hinted at the sacrifice of the 3 princesses, believing that at least one of them might still be alive. The king appeared to have accepted this sacrifice, perhaps without fully realizing the cost involved. Jude cautioned that more pressing matters demanded attention before summoning the heroes. Yet the king seemed to brush aside his concerns, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. The peace treaty with the demons had been broken, leaving Vale stunned. He had never even heard of such an agreement. Every sign suggested that those in the highest ranks had deliberately kept this information hidden. Judging by Vale's reaction, the information had been kept secret, even from him. Deep down, he remained convinced that demons could never be trusted, no matter how genuine the agreement appeared. Although Vale grasped the situation, he couldn't fathom why there hadn't even been an attempt at dialogue. The thought of sacrificing their daughters without first exploring other options struck him as a terrible mistake. Anger flared within him as he declared that no one would mourn the loss of their daughters without first striving to prevent such a tragedy. Few realized that behind those words lay the willpower of an ordinary adventurer, even if he was now retired. If the king had sought Jude's counsel, Jude would have set out for negotiations. He firmly believed that good-hearted individuals existed among both demons and beastmen, though humans simply remained unaware of this truth. Vale pointed out that the Demon King still longed for the destruction of humanity. Jude countered, explaining that a new king had already seized power, a fact that Vale was unaware of. With the rise of a new Demon King, the course of politics took a different turn. It was this fresh sovereign who extended an offer of peace. In response, however, their own king summoned outsiders from another world. Jude had heard stories about a young man who refused to follow orders after being drafted. No one truly understood his reasons, but Jude found himself trusting that man far more than the so-called heroes. Jude told Vale that lack of understanding was simply a sign of inexperience. He wished for Vale to step aside and carefully reflect on what needed to be done. Now, the moment had come for him to guide others. Jude wrestled with confusion, unable to fathom how anyone could hope to save the world when even friends and loyal followers refused to heed their leader's guidance. The hero revealed to Cairo that the man's name was Jude Lancas. Known as the King of Blows, Jude appeared far too extraordinary to be considered an ordinary human. It seemed almost impossible to believe that someone like him had lost both status and prestige. Yet, Arnold's mind drifted back to a time when Jude had extended a helping hand, a memory etched deeply and permanently within him. Gyro replied that Jude no longer concerned him in the slightest. His only worry was how to make it past the checkpoint. Even if they managed that, an arduous and winding journey would still lie ahead. He asked the girl if she would like to cross the border with them. She replied that she would, if only she were a little stronger. Her desire to set out was unmistakable, perhaps in hopes of finding her father among the lands of men. Still, Vi felt certain he was elsewhere. Arnold, caught off guard, watched as Vi trusted her instincts without hesitation. Every word she spoke, each glance she cast, revealed a heartfelt desire to stay by the hero's side. Arnold felt deeply moved by her longing to be with them. Those words left a lasting impression on his heart. In the end, the boys agreed that Vi would join them. The puppy let out a cheerful bark, as if approving their decision. Arnold accepted that handling these situations was simply something he had to do. Puzzlement flickered across his face as he noticed Cairo's unusual stare. Cairo coolly explained that this was his lustful gaze, a comment that instantly provoked a fresh wave of objections. With a sly smirk, Cairo added that he could easily bypass the checkpoint altogether. The revelation that Cairo could fly stunned everyone. It seemed unfair, almost unbelievable. Yet Cairo himself admitted that it was wiser not to use this ability, as it would only draw unwanted attention. Arnold quickly realized who they were actually talking about. The hero referred to the beastfolk's cage, a sense of unease creeping into the atmosphere. At that moment, the door swung open and a stranger entered the room, offering an apology for the unexpected interruption. At first, the thought of being alone crossed his mind, but the sight of the group filled him with relief. With a bright smile, he introduced himself as Tenny Quiz. The boys watched him in silence, astonished by his arrival. Tenny explained that the noise and commotion outside had become overwhelming, and exhaustion had driven him to seek refuge here. Removing his hat, Tenny revealed himself as a beastman, much to Arnold's surprise. Shadow considered that others often harbored dislike for beastfolk, yet the others immediately refuted this claim. In fact, their regard for beastfolk remained warm and welcoming. since both he and Mure counted themselves among their number. This sparked Tenny's curiosity, making him wonder why Arnold didn't have any ears. Realizing his comment had been out of place, Tenny quickly offered an apology. Arnold simply let out a laugh, waved off any concern, and suggested they turn their attention to a lighter topic. Tenny prepared to part ways with the boys, offering the shadows a brief explanation that their journey would take them beyond the country's borders. The shadow suspected that two among them were human, and Arnold confirmed his hunch. Among them, one appeared to be a tourist, while Vi took on the role of a companion to the traveler. A laugh escaped Tenny as he remarked that being a tourist in times like these sounded like a joke. His eyes narrowed at Arnold, silently judging him for seeking trouble. Still, when considering it more deeply, the notion of visiting the land of beastfolk came across as utterly absurd. Adjusting his glasses, the hero spoke calmly. "This is who I am. Anyone who stands in my way, I will surpass." Tenny let out a laugh and remarked, "Gyro really is an odd one." Gyro noticed that it was Shadow whose behavior seemed unusual, though he couldn't quite put his finger on the reason. Tenny, on the other hand, had openly admitted to being a beastfolk, which, after all, set him apart in these human lands. The hero grew wary. Tenny simply offered a calm smile, completely untroubled. While others might have thought differently, confidence filled him. He believed he could always see the true nature of those around him. Unusual glances lingered on him, leading to the assumption that his presence simply made others uncomfortable. Arnold let out a laugh, draped an arm around Tenny's shoulder, and declared him a cheerful fellow. Understanding him came naturally. Meanwhile, Gyro mused to himself that all beastmen acted the same. Memory stirred in Tenny as he recalled standing atop that very hill, watching the fierce struggle unfold below, where Gyro fought with every ounce of his strength. Admitting his actions, he revealed he had been watching them and sensed a presence he recognized. Arnold inquired about the reason behind his behavior. Tenny pulled out the painting, a simple landscape rendered with delicate precision. The accuracy of the shadows captured Arnold's fascination, yet Gyro remained unconvinced that this alone explained everything. Embarrassed, Tenny admitted his admiration for moonlight glow and revealed that was the reason for his presence. Pointing toward a girl nearby, he attempted to clarify, yet the hero remained uncertain about whom Tenny meant. It turned out that Moonlight was actually the second name of Vinca, a fact well known both in the Beastman's Cage and among seasoned adventurers. Among those unaffiliated with any guild, she held the highest rank. The hero felt a wave of surprise when it became clear that the old man was unaware of this. Arnold went on to explain that he kept to himself, rarely interacting with any of the other adventurers. His time was spent solely with Mure, and together they always concealed their true identities. Tenny admitted to being a big fan of Six, but when he entered the room and saw her, not a trace of excitement crossed his face. The calm way he carried himself struck the hero as oddly suspicious. Gyro felt reassured by Vi's words. There was no trace of malice or hostile intent in Tenny. A sense of calm surrounded them, and the atmosphere remained peaceful. Though Vi's intuition was usually spot on, the hero decided it wouldn't hurt to double-check Tenny's status. Something seemed off about Gyro, yet he calmly picked up his book and assured everyone that he was perfectly fine. In Gyro's mind, certainty took root. Shadow was hiding something. Despite the trust that old Shorty and Six placed in him, the hero relied only on his own eyes. After all, betrayal could come from anyone. All he could do was hope this wouldn't turn into a problem for them. A few days earlier, within the grand halls of Victoria's royal palace, 4 heroes found themselves summoned. The king had called upon them with a clear purpose: to defend the borders of the kingdom. The location stood at the border between the Beastkin territories and the endless ocean, a place where monsters rarely ventured. Yet the king saw opportunity in this very spot. This time, Vale would not accompany the group, choosing instead to maintain contact through a magical artifact. The heroes accepted the king's request and vowed not to let him down. With their promise made, the moment to act had finally come. The heroes reached the heavily guarded border, where their greatest challenge awaited: finding a way to slip past the vigilant sentries. Near the Dak Bridge, where human lands met those of the beast folk, soldiers spotted a wagon approaching, drawn by sturdy horses. Among the soldiers, one recognized the group's leader and began to suspect they had stumbled upon a beastfolk cage. The guards found themselves puzzled by the newcomer's presence and concluded that they must be attempting to break into the animal enclosures. The leader, his head wrapped in bandages, offered a disdainful smile and declared that a mere border guard had no right to ask questions. Tolerance for disrespect was out of the question. Such matters weren't even fit to joke about. The soldiers found themselves puzzled, unable to grasp what the others truly wanted. The leader launched into questioning, wanting to know if a man in red had passed through: a beastman, a human, a child, and with them a girl called Moonlight. The soldiers stood, bewildered, uncertain how to answer. Noticing their confusion, the leader's face lit up with triumph, satisfied that he had reached the target first and blocked their path. He readied himself for a ruthless assault, ordering his followers to stay back and not interfere. The soldiers reported that they had already complained about the actions of the Beastmen's enclosure. Capturing Beastmen without the kingdom's permission was beyond their rights. The leader bristled with anger, viewing their behavior as nothing short of insolence. From the outside, it appeared to Arnold that a confrontation was brewing. The cage of beast folk was clearly at odds with the guards. The Guardians would never allow a hunt for beast folk here, and rightfully so. Any loud commotion could easily attract monsters. Curiosity flickered in Gyro's eyes as he noticed his burns had nearly faded. Simple herbs alone couldn't have brought about such a recovery. Meanwhile, the Shadow rummaged through his backpack and announced he had a plan. It appeared to Arnold that Shadow was preparing to draw something, and indeed, this was precisely what he was doing at that moment. Arnold found himself baffled, yet the other man merely smiled and suggested they watch and see for themselves. Gyro suspected that Tenny harnessed magic through his drawings. With a swift stroke, Tenny sketched a sparrow, then channeled his power. The bird sprang to life, fluttering on the page. A startled cry escaped from someone who didn't yet grasp what had occurred. But the hero quickly urged silence, wary of drawing unwanted attention. In response, the Shadow let out a mocking laugh. The enchanted brush possessed incredible power. Not only could it breathe life into drawings, but it also held the ability to transport people. Uncertainty flickered in the hero's eyes as he wondered aloud if such magic could truly work. Shadow calmly assured him that if everything unfolded as intended, success awaited them. For the Shadows, offering help to those in need came as second nature. Gyro, meanwhile, cast a wary glance his way, struggling to grasp such a motivation. The boys grew curious, asking exactly how Shadow planned to teleport them. Yet before Shadow could answer, a stern soldier cut them off, warning that any attempt to cross would be met with force from the guards. Gyro chuckled, amused by the notion that ordinary soldiers believed they could catch him. With a confident smile, he invited them to give it their best shot. The soldiers eyed their furious leader with fear, while he, in contrast, seemed to find the whole situation rather amusing. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted out that he had finally found the boy in red. Startled, the soldiers turned and spotted Gyro standing behind them. One of the beastmen from the cage lunged at him, brandishing a crimson spear, determined to settle an old score. With effortless grace, Gyro sidestepped, allowing the spear to whistle past him and vanish into the empty air. A grin spread across his face as he dashed back toward the forest, yet the leader instantly commanded his men to halt his escape. The older group of beast folk charged after Gyro, forcing him to a halt at the edge of a steep cliff. Their leader sneered, certain that Gyro now had no escape route left. Removing his bandages, the leader revealed his scarred face, considering the burn a punishment he must bear. Only when the boy lay dead would he allow himself to be healed. He issued a clear command to the others, making it known that he would handle Gyro on his own, while they were to prevent anyone else from escaping. Arms folded across his chest, he threatened the hero with death, then summoned a fiery mist that began to swirl around them. The group in the rear readied themselves for battle, while the leader issued a cold order to eliminate Gyro. In that instant, a powerful explosion erupted, sending everyone flying backward. The leader wore a crooked smile and invited the hero to experience the full force of his hatred. As the smoke cleared, peculiar little creatures appeared before him, sticking out their tongues in playful defiance. At first, everyone assumed these were monsters, unlike any ever seen before. They attacked people with tiny weapons, catching all by surprise. Over time, their tools transformed into real weapons. The people tried to defend themselves in confusion, while their leader struggled to make sense of the unfolding events. With a curse under his breath, he vowed to wipe them out in a single blow. His arms swung back, gathering energy to unleash a fiery explosion. Swift action proved impossible, as an overwhelming force hurled him backward. In his path stood a boy atop a gigantic winged pig, an unmistakable sign that the leader had taken matters into his own hands. A gentle smile played on the hero's lips, a sign that he proved to be a much greater challenge than anticipated, even instilling a hint of fear in his opponent. Bewildered, the leader asked who the stranger was. With a sweep of his wings, the pig made ready to take flight, yet efforts were made to hold him back. The hero vanished, leaving the group to continue their fierce battle against the bizarre creatures. Watching him go, the leader mused that perhaps the hero never truly knew how to fly. The pig carried the boy to the exact spot he needed. As he leapt down, the drawing instantly dissolved, melting away into a pool of ink. It became clear they had successfully crossed the border. A fleeting sense of regret touched Shadow, knowing there would be no time to linger and watch them any longer. Duty called with greater urgency, urging him to deliver the message without delay. Deceiving them weighed on his conscience, but hope lingered that their paths would cross again someday. With that thought, Gyro and his companions crossed the border, uncertain of what awaited them beyond. The hero crossed the boundary with ease, yet Arnold's concern lingered over Shadow's well-being. Shadow insisted he could handle it, but Arnold's worry remained clear to anyone watching. Concern for Tenny's fate lingered among them. Although no other option remained, they had ultimately used him as bait. A powerful fondness for him welled up inside Vi, a trait perhaps unique to beast folk. Just then, a familiar sparrow fluttered toward them, one that Arnold immediately recognized. The moment the bird touched the earth, it became a splash of paint. Word arrived in the form of a message from Shadow. He wrote that the heroes appeared to have crossed the border safely and assured that he himself was unharmed. There was also a note of hope in his lines, expressing the wish that their paths might cross again one day. A spark of joy lit up Vi's face as she held the paint in her hands. Meanwhile, the hero grew pensive, his power felt strangely out of place, and the brush seemed to belong to another world. With each passing moment, his uncertainty deepened. Resolving to be thorough, he made a silent promise to check the Shadow's status the next time their paths crossed. Meanwhile, the Beastman's cage clashed furiously with the dolls. Their leader urged his comrades to finish them off without delay, warning that these creatures were not to be taken lightly. At that instant, a bolt of lightning struck a lone figure. A commanding voice rang out, declaring knowledge of their identities and calling them the Beast People's cage, warning that escape was impossible. Under Tutty's command, a team of summoned heroes intercepted them, moving in with swift precision. At Shinobu's command, the girls swiftly immobilized their foes. One unleashed a swirling green gas, while the other employed a potent paralysis technique. With the enemy subdued, the young man announced his departure for the hospital. Together with his partner, arrows of light shot forth, piercing every single monster in their path. Amid swirling smoke, Tutty announced with excitement that they had arrived. The heroes had finally made their entrance. Locals rushed over, their faces lit with joy as they called out, marveling at the newcomers and calling them true heroes. The Beastkin leader learned that these newcomers hailed from another world as heroes. Without hesitation, Tutty suggested they seek advice from the Beastkin commander. A shout erupted from him, declaring his knowledge of their deeds. The chaos unleashed at the border, the desperate attempts to escape, people abandoning others to their fate. Along with that, a magical message arrived from the kingdom, delivering news of recent events and strict orders to subdue the Beastman's enclosure should any unrest occur. Tutty expressed her displeasure, yet pleaded for the punishment not to be intensified and wished for a peaceful return. The leader, however, lost his temper, declaring that every action taken was in the name of humanity's greater good. The leader couldn't comprehend why they faced punishment. In his view, only beastmen and those who aided them deserved any penalty. Suddenly, a carriage halted just behind him. From within, a voice declared that these were merely Sat's personal opinions. The leader broke into a nervous sweat, gripped by unease at this man's unexpected presence. A carriage adorned with intricate patterns, drawn by a black horse, rolled up to them. Its arrival carried an unsettling air. The door swung open at a measured pace, and a man stepped gracefully out of the carriage. Clad in shadowy armor and a helmet, he resembled the embodiment of a keen, unfeeling knight. Everyone from the beastfolk cage dropped to their knees the moment he appeared. With a cold and menacing tone, the armed man demanded an explanation from their leader, asking what in the world was going on. He recalled receiving a detailed report. The defeat came at the hands of an unknown boy and some beastmen. However, no one had authorized a move toward the border. He now demanded an explanation. The truth behind that conversation became clear. He had brought the squad along solely to satisfy his own desire for revenge. With a single forceful hand, the armed man gripped the leader's face and reminded him that the cage's true purpose was to drive out the beastfolk, not to shield his own fragile pride. The leader collapsed to the ground, murmuring apologies. His command was revoked. From that moment on, the knight would take charge. The entire group received orders to take a break and cool off. The leader, albeit reluctantly, gave his consent. Events unfolded at a breathtaking pace as the enigmatic knight shifted his focus to the heroes. The heroes readied themselves for battle, yet the knight calmly reassured them, urging everyone to ease their tension. Calmly and without a hint of cruelty, he offered to escort the former commander back to the kingdom, where judgment would be handed down in accordance with his actions. The heroes demanded to know his identity. The man calmly replied, explaining that he acted under orders from the kingdom sent to put an end to lawlessness. At last, he announced that there would be no war. The leader of the cell and the heroes exchanged uncertain glances, completely at a loss as to what was happening. Beneath the helmet lurked a sorcerer of astonishing power. Yet, in Arnold's mind, the same description seemed to fit himself just as well. News of that man's identity left him stunned, unable to process what he had just learned. Out of nowhere, he emerged at the exact moment when the crisis with the beastfolk cage reached its breaking point. Instantly, every gaze shifted in his direction. His actions proved more beneficial to them than he ever expected. Perhaps it was nothing more than a stroke of luck. The girl and the heroes understood that he had saved both the village and the beastfolk. Afterwards, he demolished the laboratories and stirred up commotion along the border, drawing far too much attention to himself. She guessed that if he had shown up here, he must have crossed the border long ago. The departure of the beastman's cage likely meant he would not return. Still, the real mystery lay in the reason behind his sudden appearance in this place. One of them longed to see that boy again. Others harbored doubts, while Chica joked that he was probably locked away in his room like a true recluse. Laughter rippled through the group, but their companion gently reminded them to show a bit more courtesy. A suggestion emerged for Chica and Tati to return and report everything that had happened to the king. The joyous news was delivered to the beaming princess. Word of the boy reached even the prison halls of the kingdom, where Force was kept. After the incident, no one heard anything more about him. Some believed he had perished. Meanwhile, Force seethed with rage, vowing to take revenge. Meanwhile, in the Beastman lands, as Tati's team set about arresting Force, a heated argument erupted among the main heroes. Gyro claimed that Arnold had finally admitted to being a true lolicon, but Arnold protested the accusation with indignation. The conversation turned to the appearance of Beastman, who sported animal ears and tails, yet otherwise looked entirely human. Gyro and Vi exchanged glances, silently pondering the peculiar blend of traits. In light of the current situation across the 10 cities, anyone traveling through the territories of the Beastmen faced the constant risk of being attacked. Uncertain how to proceed, they decided to conceal the ears beneath a hat. Mure offered her own hat to Six, and Arnold approved the idea. After slipping on her hat, Six glanced over and asked for an opinion on her new look. Arnold gave her a thumbs up, signaling his full approval. Now it was Gyro's turn. Among Beastmen, no one had black hair, so he needed to come up with a clever plan. In that instant, the young man's form transformed, taking on the features of a beastman. His hair blazed with new brilliance, and a small animal ear appeared atop his head. Arnold stared in disbelief. The hero's silver hair was a perfect match to Mure's. Gyro, brushing off Arnold's surprise with a joking remark about being a complete lolicon, now stormed off in annoyance. His gaze shifted to Neor, hoping she would object. After all, who would want to end up with the same hair color as that fool? Mira assured everyone that everything was fine. Overwhelmed with joy, Arnold shouted and was even moved to tears. The sight of Six gazing at him, eyes wide with genuine admiration, caught his attention. She mentioned her own desire to try. Gyro quickly realized she was after a genuine transformation, not just a disguise using the hat. She received ears and a tail as well, thanked Gyro, and quietly shared how happy she felt. Gyro explained that he had chosen this method simply because it seemed the most effective. Arnold decided to observe for a few minutes, wanting to see if the effect would last. Gyro mentioned that the effects of the transformation would likely never fade. Arnold struggled to accept this. The whole situation felt deeply unfair to him. Meanwhile, Nia noticed Vi frequently touching her own ears, an action that seemed to bring her genuine enjoyment. Six darted over to the boys and asked if her new look suited her. The memory of her transformation back in the lab flickered through their minds, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss for words. Gyro remarked that she looked just the same as ever. The girl thanked him for the hat and offered to return it to him. A gentle touch brushed against her tail, and Six offered no resistance. She embraced it softly, remarking on how plush and adorable it felt. The hero noticed Gyro once again twisting his face into a perverse expression. Arnold ordered him to be silent and suggested that they continue onward, heading for the land of the beast folk. As they ascended higher, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before them. The beast folk's land, viewed from the mountaintop, appeared truly enchanting. The wind in this place carried a different character than in the lands of humans. Despite the familiar heat, breathing here felt effortless and light. The air carried delightful scents, and the natural world here felt fresher and more vibrant than anywhere else. Heading due west from here would lead them straight into the settlements of Dogam. Arnold had observed that the so-called bears were so polite, they hardly seemed like bears at all. Even if it turned out he was human, provoking an attack remained unwise. Still, Arnold felt certain their disguise was flawless. Arnold remembered the bears in this place had honey treats that were truly one of a kind. The heroes promptly agreed they simply had to try them. Gyro assumed Mure had likely visited this place before, yet in truth it was her first time here. Silence enveloped her, and the young man gently asked her not to force herself to speak. Digging into her past held no interest for him if she chose not to share it herself. Turning her gaze away, she quietly replied that the issue was not just about the past. Recalling Gyro's advice, she realized he had been right. It was wiser to keep things quiet for now. Doubt lingered within her, drawing their conversation back to the ever-present topic of Gyro. If that person ever heard her story, indifference would likely be his only response. Lowering her head in quiet resignation, she felt Arnold gently reassuring her with a comforting touch. He assured her that she could share everything with him when the time felt right. Mira accepted his words and nodded in agreement. Determined to catch up with the rest, who had no intention of waiting, Mira dashed ahead and urged the boys to pick up their pace. Suddenly, the heroes encountered strange flying creatures that resembled books. One of these beings prepared to attack, prompting Arnold to draw his weapon as well. Glancing over the books, he warned everyone to remain cautious. The books appeared poised to launch a physical assault, yet unexpectedly unleashed bursts of magic instead. Each spell radiated with a distinct attribute, displaying differences in both strength and type. The hero launched an attack against one of the creatures, while the old man was asked to cover the front lines. Nodding in agreement, he declared that the legendary Arnold himself would demonstrate true swordsmanship. Meanwhile, another focused his efforts on the left flank. The young man noticed that his opponent was wielding powerful lightning magic, while Arnold appeared to command the very earth beneath his feet. When his turn arrived, the hero chose to unleash the initial symbol, tapping into the core essence of his magical power. Eyes fixed on the creature, he declared that the monster shouldn't even entertain the thought of blocking his sword. Arnold thinned out the row of books, removing one from the shelf. At the same moment, he dodged a sudden streak of magical lightning. With a loud smack, he slammed the book shut and burst into laughter, convinced the hero had finally witnessed his true power. Gyro only rolled his eyes, dismissing Arnold as a simpleton. The girl had already finished with the books. No trace of magic lingered in the air, as if she had unraveled their secrets in the blink of an eye. The hero realized the monsters had chosen the wrong target. The village of Dogam still lay far ahead, so they chose a spot to rest. Gyro settled himself beneath a tree, mentioning to the old man that he was counting on his protection should any monsters appear again. In moments, he drifted into sleep. A soft laugh escaped Mure as she assumed the boy was merely speaking in his sleep. At a loss for words, she found herself unable to offer any comment. Thoughts of the hero's youthful strength began to occupy Arnold's mind. Possessing a rare kind of magic, the young man had also radiated an almost unbearable self-assurance. Inwardly conceding, Arnold acknowledged the truth. The other man was indeed right. Mure mentioned that she had never met anyone like him before. When he discovered they were beastkin, he remained completely unfazed, as if it made no difference to him at all. While others met them with fear and contempt, Gyro stood apart from the rest. Arnold observed that Mure still harbored a fear of people, and she quietly admitted that his observation was true. Yet Gyro was different. No trace of fear stirred within her when she thought of him, and that was a significant distinction. No matter how you looked at him, this boy always appeared unusual, almost as if he wasn't quite human. Yet at this moment, such thoughts seemed irrelevant. While Arnold and Mure engaged in conversation, Vi laughed and splashed in the river with her little dog, carefree and content. At times, Gyro resembled a sinister deity, or perhaps a demon reborn, and certainly not one of the more pleasant kind. Tears threatened to spill as she confided her emotions to her uncle. Such honesty took them both by surprise. He admitted that seeing her smile for no reason filled his heart with genuine happiness. For this reason, Arnold stood prepared to protect her, willing to lay down his own life if necessary. The thought of becoming stronger often crossed her mind. But more than that, a deep desire to grow stronger burned within her. Nearby, the hero listened intently to their conversation, careful not to let his awareness show. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Arnold urged everyone to pick up the pace. At last, they had arrived at the village of Urs. The scenery surrounding them proved truly breathtaking. The surroundings appeared astonishing, yet reaching the settlement before darkness fell remained the top priority. Growing impatient once more, Gyro reminded everyone that the entire group had been waiting solely for him. In the tranquil village of Dogam, home to the Beors, a stout man with bear-like ears wiped sweat from his brow and urged Susu to hurry. The girl responded. Noticing that Arnold lacked ears, she paused, but Arnold simply smiled and suggested they set aside questions for now and introduced his friends. Arnold began by introducing Max, a Bayan he had shared drinks with long ago. Max greeted them with a warm smile, clearly pleased by the reunion. Arnold prepared to introduce Max to the group. The petite girl with the angelic smile and a flower tucked in her hair was Mure Castricta, while nearby stood, with a roll of his eyes, Gyro was simply introduced as that guy named Gyro. Max greeted the guests warmly as a little girl darted out of the house. She apologized to her father for keeping him waiting and asked about the identity of the visitors. Arnold listened in surprise, realizing that Max was her father. At his request, the conversation paused briefly while he confirmed whether Max indeed had a daughter. Max explained that during their last meeting, his daughter had not yet been born. Then he introduced his daughter, Susu. With a gentle nod, the girl introduced herself and mentioned that she was 7 years old. She expressed her gratitude to Arnold for looking after her father. Arnold took a seat across from her and offered a gentle smile, knowing they would now be under her care. He introduced himself, and the girl returned his smile, clearly delighted to meet him. Unexpected news came from Max. They were already expecting their third child, with the birth drawing near and hardly any honey left in the house. Arnold guessed that they were heading out to gather honey. Max confirmed his suspicion, explaining that the boys were off to collect a fresh batch. Deciding she would go along, his daughter insisted that honey was the best remedy for her mother's health, and she was determined to gather as much as possible. Arnold sighed, feeling grateful for such a daughter, a true blessing. Max laughed, recognizing her mother's spirit shining through. Parting felt bittersweet after a long journey, but Arnold reassured him that it was perfectly fine. Max made a promise that they would return by tomorrow. Arnold expressed his hope that everything would go smoothly. The boys struggled to comprehend how Max had managed to marry such a stunning woman. With a gentle smile, she turned to Arnold and advised him not to go overboard with his compliments, warning that she might lose her composure. Her hand moved gently over the girl's stomach, a quiet moment of affection passing between them and filling the space with a unique warmth. Arnold glanced at her, a gentle smile lighting his face as he remarked how extraordinary mothers were. At that very moment, the baby stirred inside, prompting joyful excitement from the girls. Stepping outside, Gyro immediately noticed children playing nearby. Suddenly, one girl lost her balance and fell, prompting her friend to anxiously ask if she was all right. The girl's mother rushed over, gently lifting her into her arms and soothing her with quiet reassurances that she was now here. Memories of his own mother and the terrible accident drifted unbidden into Gyro's mind. That day, a truck had slammed into them. Regret welled up inside him, wishing he had possessed the kind of magic he now held back then. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, the memory surfaced unexpectedly, even though so much time had already slipped by. Upon returning to the house, he politely requested permission to read some of the books. The young woman agreed, mentioning that the collection included several rare volumes. Among the collection, one book stood out with the title The Adventures of Tinkle Winkle, penned by the Marquis Blunell. The protagonist assumed it was likely a classic tale of heroism. Stepping into the garden with a chair in hand, he settled himself before the flowers and opened his book. As he read, the storyline struck him as somewhat ordinary. During an age scarred by war and suffering, a young man and his friends claimed victory after victory, rising as heroes on the battlefield. His growing fame, however, stirred jealousy in the heart of the king, who accused him of treason and ordered his execution. In the wake of his death, the world plunged once more into chaos. The hero's soul wandered in search of resurrection. After discovering a source of powerful magic, a decision was made to wait for someone capable of bringing him back. When that moment came, he would wipe out all corrupt nations and shape a new world. Through it all, Tinkle Winkle kept hope alive. Gyro reflected that he himself would probably never agree to become a hero. While he was absorbed in his reading, Uru came running up to him, breathless from haste. Gyro inquired about the commotion, mentioning that he was busy. The girl, barely catching her breath, declared an urgent problem and pleaded with him to come at once. It turned out that only Susu had returned, while something had happened to the others. Meanwhile, the townspeople began questioning Susu, eager to uncover every last detail. The decision was made to consult Arnold and confirm whether Old Bayon's group had truly been attacked by monsters. Apparently, Susu's father recognized the creature. Attempting to clarify, he described the creature as a one-of-a-kind monster. Someone recalled that the artist had said something along those lines, though the meaning remained only partially clear. Someone asked Arnold to describe a unique monster. These were beings far more dangerous than the usual E-class creatures. In terms of sheer strength, an E-class monster matched the power of a 6. Unique monsters possessed rare abilities or exceptionally dangerous traits. Typically, only teams ranked E's or higher were entrusted with eliminating them. A villager turned to Susu and asked if the monster looked like a spider with a red body. Susu nodded in confirmation, and the old man declared with certainty that it was the red spider. A creature like that could emerge anywhere, yet its presence near the honeyed ravines struck him as odd. The hero sensed an urgent need to save them right away, but silence hung over the group, a silence far too suspicious to ignore. The gravity of the situation seemed lost on Gyro, unfamiliar as he was with the perils of unique monsters. Such creatures posed extraordinary danger, and only a squad of the E's rank or higher stood a chance of overcoming them. A quick glance around reveals that the Bayons in the village appear rather frail. Only the elderly remain, as the strongest among them have ventured out in search of honey. The old man possessed only a 2TS rank and had reached level 37. His chances of defeating the red spider were slim at best. Observers noted a subtle shift in Arnold's demeanor. Where he would typically leap into action to rescue his companions, this time he remained silent, attentively listening to the voices of those around him. One of the Bayons raised his voice, pointing out that even with the desire to save them, a unique monster presented an entirely different challenge. Gyro should have realized this by now. After all, risking their lives was not something they could do without reason. Hearing a commotion, Susu's mother stepped out of the house, confusion flickering across her face. With delight, the little girl shouted to her and dashed forward to greet her. Surprise flickered across the woman's face when she found her daughter alone. Susu rushed into her arms and clung to her, while her mother gently tried to uncover what had happened, but the girl could only sob in response. She asked Arnold what had happened to the man. Arnold explained that a red spider had appeared, and while Max was shielding Susu, the creature had caught him. Fear tightened her chest. For a brief moment, consciousness slipped away from her, but Arnold caught her just in time. Regaining her senses, she reassured her daughter and explained that she had merely lost her balance. Glancing at Arnold, she considered the possibility that her husband might already be gone. Arnold lowered his head, uncertain how to respond. Vi intervened, pointing out that without a body, nothing could be certain. Red spiders consume their prey slowly, which might mean there was still time. Her determination was unwavering. The others had to be saved. Refusing to take action meant certain doom for Max and the rest. Arnold agreed, though a sinking uncertainty echoed in his mind, unable to fathom how they might defeat such a monstrous foe. Last year, luck alone kept him alive, while most of his comrades perished. The memory haunted him, making it impossible to summon the courage to take such a risk again, despite becoming stronger since then. Vi apologized to her uncle, blaming herself for what had happened. Arnold stopped her, insisting that only his own stubbornness was to blame. He had raised her to be strong, and felt compelled to honor the promise he had made to her father. She turned to Arnold, imploring him to keep her friends safe and ensure no harm would come to them. A deep ache settled in her heart, urging her to take action. Driven by this longing, she searched for a way to give back, wishing to show her gratitude for what had happened in the past. The overwhelming strength of the unique monster was far beyond Arnold's ability to handle alone. This challenge exceeded his limits. At last, Gyro conceded to Vi's point of view, yet Arnold found himself unable to acquiesce so easily. Meanwhile, Cairo had no involvement in this matter whatsoever. By then, the local honeyed sweets had already drawn him in, sealing his place among the town's daily rhythms. The temptation to taste them held him back. Walking away without trying was impossible. If the old master never returned, no one else would ever make them again. Arnold cast a surprised glance at the boy and, after a moment's pause, ultimately agreed. Adjusting his glasses, Gyro calmly declared that should this unique monster ever try to take away his honeyed treats, he would not hesitate to destroy it. As preparations to depart began, Susu's mother grew anxious, quietly hoping that everything would turn out well for them. Arnold gently reassured her, vowing to save Max and his companions. Allowing her child to grow up without a father was something he would never permit. With heartfelt gratitude, she thanked Arnold and Gyro, then once more pleaded for them to save her husband. As they prepared to leave, Susu received a gentle reminder from her mother to stay safe. Arnold turned to Mure, entrusting the care of the place to her. In response, the girl clenched her fists in quiet determination. Everyone held on to the heartfelt hope that each person would return alive. Quiet footsteps brought the heroes ever closer to the Honey Gorge. Just around the bend, the monster likely lurked in wait. A silent agreement passed among them. Caution would be their ally. Gyro volunteered to go ahead and assess the situation within 6 minutes. Calling upon the power of the invisibility sigil, he melted seamlessly into the shadows and vanished from sight. Ahead, a sprawling web unfurled, imprisoning all the villagers within its silken threads, each one bound tightly and unable to move. The hero believed everyone was still alive and decided the moment had come to set them free. Yet the instant his hand brushed against his katana, a wave of fear surged through him. A monstrous red spider, immense and terrifying, stood before him in all its dreadful reality. An intense aura of bloodlust radiated from the creature, unmistakably marking it as a rare and formidable monster. Gyro slipped behind a nearby boulder, convinced he had managed to avoid its notice. If not for the protective magic, he would have been gone already. But then, the spider suddenly smashed the stone. Gyro's heart raced with terror. The monster could see him. A spider launched a sticky thread of silk directly at the hero. Turning sharply, he unleashed the opening phase of his magical assault, slicing through the web. A fierce tension coursed through Vi as her thoughts raced with concern for Gyro's safety. She made the choice to draw the monster's attention away, giving Arnold the chance to free Max and the others. Realizing the danger she was putting herself in, Arnold knew he had to hurry. Any delay could mean disaster. For the first time in his life, a monster of such terrifying appearance stood before him. A trembling overtook him, and an unfamiliar sensation washed over his entire being. At that instant, everyone saw how the web had managed to hold even Six's chains. Her weapon morphed into a spear as she declared it to be her ultimate and most powerful form. Arnold found himself amazed by her strength, never having imagined she possessed such power. In silence, the hero watched Six, his thoughts swirling with newfound respect. Six moved forward free from fear or doubt. Even if these emotions ever stirred within her, she possessed the strength to conquer them. Gyro found himself envious of her unwavering resolve. His gaze settled on his trembling hands. If only he possessed greater strength, the outcome might have changed. Memories surfaced of the time he pleaded with Mure to grow stronger if she truly cared about them. Wishing to rescue Max and the others, the boy apologized to the old man and promised his help. Arnold regarded him with a grave expression and asked if he was all right. Everyone realized that many more extraordinary monsters awaited them on this journey. The old man explained to Gyro that the web was incredibly tight and strong, making it difficult to tear. Although they urged him to stay still, Cairo eventually ordered Arnold to climb down. The moment Arnold took a step forward, however, scarlet webs snared him in their grasp. Slammed against the wall, Arnold refused to believe that everything could end like this. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to grasp what was happening around him. The only thing left for him was to ask Gyro and Six to save themselves. With those words, he let his sword slip from his grasp. The memory surfaced that unique monsters often possessed hidden abilities, making them far more dangerous than they appeared. In that moment, the hero realized the web might possess the power to lull its victims into a deep sleep. Arnold summoned Six and informed her that the Bayons would only be freed once they had slain the spider. He then inquired if she possessed any special techniques for the task. Her response came quickly, yes, a fiery one, an immense power ready to unleash its full potential when called upon. Fire posed a threat to the spider, yet such an attack demanded both effort and precious time. Agreeing to serve as bait, the hero held his ground while Six prepared her next move. Ascending the rocky outcrop, she urged him to stay vigilant. With every ounce of determination, the hero worked to divert the red spider's attention, assuring everyone that he could handle the situation. Inside the house where Susu's mother rested, a maid quietly wiped the table, stealing nervous glances in the direction of Rusosen. Gently, you reassured her that everything was all right, and explained she only needed a short rest. Suddenly, a cry echoed through the hall. Little Belgium burst into tears, and Mure gently lifted her into her arms, trying to soothe her. Despite Mira's comforting embrace, the child's sobs would not quiet. Perhaps Russo was unwell. Mira had always relied on her uncle, but now uncertainty clouded her thoughts. Despite this, hope lingered. She was certain she would manage to find a way. Light suddenly blazed from her body. Mira's mother turned to her and asked what was happening. As Mira opened her eyes, she noticed that Belgium had abruptly stopped crying. Uncertain of what had just transpired, Mira decided to call someone for help. The time for childbirth drew near, casting uncertainty over Mira's heart. Yet the women of the village gathered around her, their voices calm and gentle as they promised to care for her and see her through. Mira resolved to head for Honey Gorge and share the news with the others. Bringing Max and Susu back was her only hope, the one thing left within her power. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged between Gyro and the red spider. Gyro summoned the explosive symbol, yet the spider darted aside with astonishing speed, evading every attack. Drawing close to the boy, he struck with force. The blow sent the hero sprawling, landing heavily on the ground. At Arnold's command, Six sprang into action. She had already readied her technique and unleashed the fifth-level flames of Emeria. She invoked the symbol of adhesion on the monster's claws, hoping for just a fleeting moment of stillness. A powerful explosion echoed through the air. Smiling with satisfaction, Gyro asked the monster how it liked that strike. As the flames subsided, terror rooted the boy in place. Six had missed her mark. The spider remained completely unharmed. At that moment, it became clear. The spider had clasped Arnold in its legs, using him as a living shield. The creature demonstrated a cunning intelligence that surpassed all expectations. The hero noticed that the spider had ensnared Six, leaving her completely defenseless. The blaze of Emeria's fire left no mark, her strength fading away. Murmuring an apology to Gyro, the girl collapsed and slipped into unconsciousness. Gyro's mind spun in chaos. A wild cry escaped him as he lunged forward, hurtling into battle, driven by sheer frenzy. Hidden away with the puppy, Vi noticed a sudden hush, settling over everything. For a moment, it seemed to her that perhaps it was all finally over. Suddenly, Mira peeked out from beneath the stone. Vi gently asked her not to startle her like that again. Uncertain why the woman had appeared, she listened as Mira calmly explained that the child would be born any moment now. The lively commotion faded into silence, prompting Mira's curiosity about what had happened. Souza, eager to join, accompanied her as they crept carefully to the edge of a boulder and peered around it. An intricate web ensnared all the heroes, with Gyro caught at its very heart. He lay right in the center, seemingly lost in sleep. A distant voice echoed somewhere deep within his subconscious. Fragments of memories flickered. He recalled facing the red spider in battle, the bitter taste of defeat lingering on his mind. Perhaps death had claimed him, or maybe he had merely drifted into sleep, tangled in the web's embrace. At this point, none of it mattered anymore. Everything had ended for him. Regret never touched his heart, yet a voice suddenly broke through the silence. A vivid recollection from the past resurfaced before his eyes, where his mother pleaded for his forgiveness. The memory returned in full, reminding him of what was wrong within himself as her words echoed in his mind. Bathed in blood, she offered him a gentle smile and softly pleaded, "Gyro, live this life with dignity." The image of his mother's face flickered in Gyro's mind, snapping him back to reality as he opened his eyes. Barely noticing the web's disappearance, he became enveloped in golden light. His gaze sharpened with resolve as he strode confidently toward the monster. For the first time, Mure witnessed Gyro in such a vulnerable state, something she had never seen before. A gentle warmth and soothing calm permeated this vision. The spider sent a silken thread toward Gyro, but he merely extended his hand, and the strand vanished into thin air. The hero dashed toward the spider's base as the monster braced itself for an attack. Gyro seized one of the spider's legs and hurled the creature against the wall. The spider howled in pain. Clarity returned to Gyro's eyes while Mure and Susu watched in amazement at what had just unfolded. Gyro glanced at his hand, feeling as though he had finally been set free, truly liberated at last. Clarity eluded him regarding the fate of the red spider, yet a peculiar power surged within, filling him to the brim. Having realized the extent of his power, he resolved to finish what he had started and unleashed a burst of light magic at the monster. Something inside assured him the spider was dead. Faced with a formidable adversary, victory came not easily. An ordinary adventurer would have never survived a clash with a creature of E's rank. Yet, this battle held meaning, its outcome far from pointless. To finish him off, Gyro unleashed a surge of fire and explosive magic. A powerful explosion hurled the hero backward, forcing him to throw up his arms just in time to shield himself. The force of the blow proved overwhelming, sending the spider hurtling through the air. Satisfaction lit up the boy's face, for such a powerful strike was truly impressive. With a triumphant gesture, he raised his hand and declared their victory, excitement brightening his face. The entire group returned to the village, where Arnold welcomed them alongside Max and Russo-san. The joyful news reached them. A baby boy had been born. Max turned to his wife and politely asked if he could hold their son. Arnold wiped away a tear and quietly admitted he wouldn't mind having a child of his own someday. Playfully, Gyro quipped that coming from Arnold, the remark sounded rather unsettling and suggested it was better left unsaid. Arnold glanced at him, startled by the comment. Women approached the group and politely asked for a little quiet, explaining that the area was still recovering from the recent battle. All the heroes received words of gratitude. Max felt truly thankful, even if he couldn't quite put his feelings into words. Someone mentioned that there was no need to worry after all. Nothing had actually happened. The hero nodded in agreement, recognizing how easily he had been caught. Arnold? A smile spread across Arnold's face as he remarked that Cairo had saved everyone once again. Cairo simply brushed off the praise, insisting their safety was nothing more than a stroke of luck. Arnold decided to express his gratitude to Six as well, acknowledging her efforts in helping defeat the monster alongside Gyro. The girl admitted her defeat, acknowledging that Gyro had won on his own. Arnold stood stunned, unable to believe she truly meant what she said. The hero insisted there was no need for any explanations. Arnold sighed, accustomed to being treated the same by everyone. Gyro brushed it off, insisting it was nothing. After all, he only did it for the promise of honeyed treats. Max felt a flicker of embarrassment. Risking one's life just for sweets seemed downright odd. Yet for Gyro, no motivation could have felt more genuine. Max mentioned the importance of being prepared. Villagers were planning a grand celebration for the newborn, eager to showcase everything they held most precious. Everyone was utterly captivated by the little boy, whose very presence seemed to cast a spell over all who gazed upon him. The baby arrived without any complications. A shy smile spread across the young mother's face as she gently welcomed her child into the world. The table overflowed with delicacies, honey biscuits, honey soup, and a triple-layered honey pie. Max explained that each dish had been crafted from their freshly gathered honey. Without a word, Gyro picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Frustration flickered across Arnold's face, annoyed that Gyro hadn't bothered to listen to his explanation first. The hero no longer hesitated, certain that honey like this was worth risking his life for. Laughter filled the room as everyone agreed it was cool. Gyro nodded along, yet his attention drifted elsewhere, to the black, white, and red honey. Their scents stirred something in his memory, strikingly familiar and impossible to ignore. These varieties of honey were crafted from flowers found in a village garden, imparting a distinctive flavor and fragrance that stirred up memories the hero knew he had once experienced. Gyro had already heard that a special kind of candy, known as mana drops, and famed for restoring energy, was made from white honey. It seemed likely to him that these were exactly that kind of confection. Mure requested a closer look. Laughter and music filled the room as everyone enjoyed themselves. Among the dancers, Susu stood out in her elegant attire, gracefully spinning in circles, her eyes sparkling with delight. The grace she displayed flowed directly from her mother, for Russo had once been the finest dancer in the entire village. The crowd sparkled with beauty, a true feast for the eyes. Mira stole a quick glance at her uncle, while Arnold seemed to come alive, recharged with fresh energy. While swirling her drink, Vi turned to Cairo and posed a question. Curiosity filled her as she wondered if he truly possessed the ability to conjure golden flames now. The girl hesitated, wondering if she might have misunderstood something, yet concern lingered in her eyes. In the midst of battle, Gyro's flames underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from blue to a brilliant gold. This unexpected change left everyone astonished. Susu longed to hear the hero's thoughts, yet he failed to grasp what she meant. Puffing out her cheeks in mild frustration, she clarified that she was referring to her dance. Gyro admitted that for someone her age, her dancing was remarkable. Susu's face lit up with pure joy. In an instant, she hurried to her father and, brimming with pride, shared that Gyro had praised her. Gyro kept eating, yet a prickling sense told him that Nier's watchful gaze never left him. Mira puffed out her cheeks in silence and turned away without a word. With all his gear prepared, the moment had arrived for the hero to set out on his journey. Arnold expressed his gratitude to Max for providing the winged gliders. Max offered a warm smile, saying it was the least he could do. Max asked them to visit from time to time, and Arnold agreed without hesitation. Vi cheerfully surveyed her winged steed, greeting it warmly, as if welcoming an old friend. Satisfied that her uncle was prepared, Arnold took out a small jar of honey as a farewell gift. Before leaving, Susu asked Gyro to lean in closer. Curiosity flashed in his eyes, but he complied without protest. The moment Susu kissed the boy, everyone froze in surprise. Gyro sprang to his feet, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Curiosity sparked in his voice as he inquired about what had just happened. The girl calmly explained, "That was your reward." With a gentle smile, she bid farewell to Gyro, whose entire being still shimmered with a golden radiance. The meaning behind her words eluded him. The heroes climbed onto their winged steeds, and as they soared away, Max called out with a teasing grin, "You're not getting the daughter." Arnold called out to Cairo, demanding to know why he always ended up with the best of everything. Half joking, he added that he wouldn't mind receiving a kiss himself. Cairo shot back that such a request was going too far. Muttering under his breath, the old man insisted that everyone had misunderstood his words. Aware of Six's gaze settling on him, Gyro sensed she had something on her mind. Lifting her head, she looked him in the eye and asked him to kiss her. The boldness of her request left Arnold and Mure stunned. Cairo suggested that if she wanted, she could kiss Arnold. He even joked that the old man would probably be so happy he might shed a tear. With a casual wave of his hands, he insisted he was fine. Still, traces of amazement lingered as he recalled the dances from the previous night. Meanwhile, Gyro pretended not to care, as if none of it concerned him. Mure approached Arnold once more, her presence unsettling him and stirring up his nerves. Hastily, he tried to explain himself, insisting that she had misunderstood the situation. Memories of the last battle lingered in Gyro's mind. Though the details escaped him, he clearly recalled a sensation of warmth enveloping his entire being. The memory surfaced. Two symbols had been woven together in a single spell. Yet the method eluded him, because until now, such a feat had always been beyond his reach. Defeating the monster brought Gyro a considerable boost in his level, yet no fresh magical abilities emerged. Attempting to inscribe the two symbols once more, hoping for a repeat of that earlier success, led only to disappointment. The realization settled in quietly. That previous moment had been nothing but a stroke of luck. Only Mure and Susu truly witnessed what unfolded in that moment. Mure suspected he was the one who conjured the golden flame, and as Susu parted ways, she called him Gyro of the Golden Light. Gyro cast a puzzled glance at Mure, unsure of what they had just witnessed. Noticing his bewildered expression, Mure returned his gaze, her eyes silently questioning him in return. The group paused, allowing the short man to take a seat in the back, yet Mure remained puzzled. What reason could there be when Gyro clearly wanted to speak with her directly? As Mure settled beside him, Gyro asked her about the golden flame she had witnessed. It was important for him to learn what details she had observed at the very moment the unusual monster had cornered him. Mure recounted every detail. Gyro had truly been surrounded by golden flames, though the memory eluded him. He offered his thanks, and a blush crept across Mure's cheeks. At last, unable to contain herself any longer, she exclaimed that he had been nothing short of amazing back then. A gentle smile spread across Gyro's face as he reached out, tapped her forehead with his finger, and remarked that she talked far too much. With a gentle motion, he gave her a soft pinch on the forehead. Meanwhile, a mysterious being watched the scene unfold, somehow present in every corner, its presence impossible to ignore despite the obscured surroundings. He considered the possibility that what he saw might not have been fire at all, but something entirely different. Ordinary magic usually made symbols glow blue, yet here, everything took on a completely different aspect. Perhaps his word magic concealed far greater secrets than he had ever imagined. Someday, when every one of her secrets has been unveiled, the truth of what Mure once saw will become utterly clear to him. The world stretched vast and wide, pulsing with people and brimming with secrets. A resolve took root within him to live without regrets. One day, he promised himself, all these mysteries would be unraveled. Arnold extended a hand toward Mure, suggesting that if their discussion was over, it was time to head back. The hero nodded in agreement, but politely requested that Arnold keep a bit more distance. At that moment, a thought flickered through Mure's mind. Someday, she wished to shout with the same fierce intensity as Gyro did when they claimed their victory. Fear, pain, and despair twisted his cry into the night. Strength had not yet returned to her. Her body remained frail and unsteady. Still, the longing to fight alongside Gyro, her uncle, and Six burned within her heart. Confidence filled her heart. One day, she would stand alongside them in battle and share in their triumphs. Approaching Arnold, she gazed at him intently. Lost in thought, her hand unconsciously gripped his clothing. Arnold felt a stirring within him as he sensed the fierce grip she had on his arm. Suddenly, Mure remembered Susu, whose calm strength and quiet confidence had always stood out. Inspired, Mure resolved to build her own resilience, hoping this would bring her closer to Gyro. Yet as these thoughts took shape, she realized her focus was drifting elsewhere and gently pushed the idea aside. Mure turned to her uncle and asked where they were headed next, but Arnold, with a hint of surprise, reminded her that he had already told her. A gentle smile crossed his face as he announced their next destination, Paththeon, the kingdom of beastfolk. Gyro observed that this vast kingdom ranks among the most fascinating in the world. Visiting it had long been a dream of his. Vi asked if she, too, would like to travel there. The girl agreed, and without wasting a moment, Arnold suggested setting out for the Paththeon right away. Meanwhile, in the demonic lands, within the towering castle of Lord Exios, a young woman stepped out onto the balcony. The kingdom paid no heed to her message, turning a deaf ear to her plea. The beastfolk king rejected it instantly, leaving her bewildered over why no one wished to understand them. Kyria approached her, noticing the troubled expression on Her Majesty's face. Sensing her unease, Kyria brewed a soothing herbal tea to offer comfort. Gratefulness filled the girl's eyes, certain that Kyria always understood her even without words. Syria remarked that Her Majesty had acted with remarkable courage, though the demon she once knew remained unchanged. Upon spotting a sparrow nearby, she asked Kyria to deliver a letter for her. The magic tequila wove always stood out as something distinct, and Kyria had come to expect nothing less from him. Even so, her curiosity drew her attention to the letter, eager to discover its contents. The letter recounted his adventures and the friendly creatures he met across distant lands. Each story was told with a cheerful tone and a touch of humor. Memories of an intriguing group he had recently encountered surfaced in his mind. Among them stood one who was not entirely human, part beastkin, part something else altogether. If that was truly the case, the world remained as unpredictable as ever, never losing its mysterious edge. Meanwhile, he set about gathering information on the beastman's territory. Certain that signs of an impending attack would soon emerge, he pressed on, determined to complete his mission and confirm his suspicions. Stepping onto the balcony with a cup of tea in hand, she quietly admitted that it seemed he had been right. In the distant realm of Stormy Cove, far across human lands, a band of heroes clashed with a colossal dragon. The dragon crashed to the ground, prompting Taishi to cry out with delight that the storm dragon had been vanquished. Chika quickly suggested they gather the spoils and head back to the castle. Their companion admitted her exhaustion, content with just a fragment of the dragon's scales. Suddenly, Taishi urged Chika to turn around as a winged figure appeared behind her. A figure resembling a human with the wings of an eagle descended upon the dragon's body and calmly announced the intention to claim it. The heroes proudly reminded everyone that they were the ones who had defeated the dragon. In response, the winged creature effortlessly tore off a massive scale and dropped it at their feet. Taishi prepared to attack, but the captain held her back. The eagle-like warrior effortlessly hoisted the entire dragon's body into the sky with just one hand. The heroes protested, yet the captain insisted they had already gained what they came for and advised them to leave him be. The sheer ability of this creature to lift a dragon was nothing short of astonishing, leaving a lasting impression. The third warrior radiated an unsettling danger. Not even 5 heroes combined stood a chance against him. According to the captain, engaging this foe in battle was simply out of the question. The name Barrett belonged to one of the 3 elite warriors who served directly under the ruler of the Beastman Kingdom. Though carrying 2 E ranks, the true measure of his strength far surpassed that classification. Any confrontation with him would have never been forgiven by the Beastman. The heroes puzzled over why such a high-ranking fighter bothered to claim the corpse of a dragon, an act that seemed to signal looming preparations for war. Taishi remained oblivious to the truth. If war had already broken out, Barrett would have launched an attack without hesitation. Yet, instead of aggression, Barrett took the monster's body. The captain explained this strange act. Everything was connected to the conflict with the demons. The beastfolk possessed the unique ability to command the corpses of slain monsters. To the girl, turning monsters into zombies seemed like sacrilege. The captain agreed, yet explained that such a transformation was only possible for a short period and only with the freshest corpses. Gathering dead monsters, therefore, signaled the coming of a war with the demons. The people, in this situation, remained distant onlookers, yet any display of aggression risked drawing attacks from both sides, from the demons as well as the beastfolk. The heroes' powers remained only half-formed, not yet fully matured. Stepping into the approaching conflict would be unwise for them. Yet when their time arrives, an extraordinary power will awaken within them. From that point forward, they will devote themselves entirely to the pursuit of perfection. At that moment, the girl hurried after her father, her words filled with gentle affection. The Beastman turned to her and reminded her that she must address him as Lord Father, a point he had emphasized to Cairo more than once. This man was none other than the king of the Beastman Kingdom. Cairo held the title of princess in this kingdom. She pleaded with her father to set aside their disagreements and simply listen to her concerns. Confusion clouded her mind, as she wondered why she was forbidden from fighting by his side. Her father explained that she still lacked experience and had not yet mastered the art of subjugation. A brutal war loomed on the horizon. The king had no intention of surrendering, though he knew he needed to preserve at least a portion of the royal bloodline. The princess expressed her disapproval, pointing out that only the brothers would accompany him, a decision she found impossible to accept. She mentioned that Mure was also a suitable choice. Her father remained puzzled, unable to grasp the implication, since Mure was only a 9-year-old girl. Born of the royal bloodline, she now dedicated herself to unraveling challenging problems. In Cairo's eyes, Mure possessed a remarkable intellect, perhaps even surpassing her own. However, her father explained that Cairo was soon to turn 18, and no one showed greater concern for the fate of the kingdom than she did. The daughter once again spoke gently to her father. The king replied with steady resolve, declaring that he had no intention of dying, for unfinished business with both men and demons still demanded his attention. Their ambition was nothing less than total conquest. The beastfolk dreamed of ruling over every land, aiming to establish themselves as the masters of the world. Her father revealed that she was the daughter of the king of the beastfolk, Though inexperienced for now, she carried the promise of great strength. Until his return, the kingdom would rest in her hands. Her eyes followed her father as he left, regret curling in her chest over just one thing, lacking the strength to walk by his side. The king swept open the doors and strode into the council hall. Before the assembled beastfolk, he solemnly proclaimed that their time had come. For far too long, their patience had been tested. Demons ruled their lands with impunity, treating the beastfolk as nothing more than slaves. Countless brothers and sisters had endured unimaginable suffering. But now, with power in their grasp and technology at their command, their fangs honed sharper than ever, determination blazed in the king's eyes. He prepared to tear through his enemies and demonstrate to the world that beastfolk were destined to rule. Ladu of the Leglos clan was asked if he had delivered the declaration of war. With calm assurance, Ladu confirmed that he had followed the command exactly as ordered. As the first prince of the Beastman Kingdom, his actions carried significant weight. The prince vowed to gather an army and eliminate the demons lurking near the border. The king granted his permission, yet cautioned him not to take unnecessary risks. The moment the demons received word, their forces would gather swiftly at the border. Lenin understood this risk, yet he pressed on, determined to hunt. His father, deeply impressed by his son's fighting spirit, commanded him to seek out the enemy and carve a path to victory through their ranks. The heroes vowed to reveal the true strength of the beastkin and bring an end to the suffering endured by their people. At that moment, the king commanded his forces to set the demon eradication plan in motion. While their journey eastward continued, the main characters decided to rest for the night. Arnold announced they would make camp, knowing the road to Paththeon was still long and demanding. A good night's sleep was in order. Still, Gyro had his own ideas. He eagerly used the purification symbol on Mure and Six, much to the girls' delight. Arnold couldn't quite grasp what Gyro had done to the girls. Gyro calmly explained that he had simply purified their bodies. Indeed, they were girls. Still, something about the situation struck Near as a bit odd. At that moment, Arnold requested the same cleansing, but the hero declined his plea. Arnold's eyes widened in surprise. Gyro replied in a low voice that he was filth incarnate. His strength would never be enough, and now the hour to act had long since passed. Before Arnold could utter a single word, Gyro had already cast his spell. Magic of sleep swept over the room, and Arnold collapsed unconscious. Fear gripped Near as she rushed to her uncle's side. Gyro remarked that Arnold was simply too talkative. Afterward, he ordered everyone to get some rest. While everyone else slipped into slumber, Gyro remained wide awake. Determined, he saw this quiet moment as the perfect opportunity to experiment with his word magic. The memory of the old man surfaced. Back then, there had barely been enough time to inscribe the symbol. It seemed that living beings were subject to a unique condition, perhaps as a way to balance the extraordinary harm involved. Surveying his surroundings, the hero found the spot suited his purpose. A sudden burst of radiant light caught the hero's attention nearby. Far too brilliant to be the work of ordinary fireflies, its true nature became clear upon closer inspection. These were the spirits of fairies. A cluster of tiny fairies noticed him and quickly gathered all around. At first, the group mistook him for a beastman, but it soon became clear that he was human. What truly astonished them was his ability to see them, a feat they believed impossible. Their mother had always insisted that humans could never do such a thing. Surprise flickered across the hero's face as he realized the others had seen through his disguise and knew he was not a beastman. The fairies were even more astonished that he spoke to them at all. Among them, the wisest one pointed out the truth. It was obvious. His so-called ears were clearly fake. The group noticed that his animal ears were nothing more than a magic illusion. One of the fairies offered a gentle smile and shared that spirits belonged to an all-seeing race. The hero, however, remained completely bewildered. One of the fairies quietly confessed her doubts, admitting she was no longer certain he was even human. She mentioned that she had once seen people, but Gyro stood out as someone different. Her sister guessed that their mother might know more about him. The girls shared a silent understanding, while the boy was left puzzled. One of the fairies invited him to follow them. A colossal portal to another dimension began to form under her command. Gyro could not grasp what stood before him, yet the fairy calmly explained that stepping through it would lead him to their mother. Their lack of fear towards him came as a surprise. Curiosity sparked within him, sensing that something significant awaited his discovery. Catching sight of a tail peeking out from behind the tree, the boy let out a weary sigh and ordered the hidden figure to step out. Nia emerged, her face flushed with embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable about being caught eavesdropping. Concerned by his absence, she decided to come looking for him. He assured her that everything was fine, though it might have been best if she hadn't tried to keep watch. At the sight of the girl, the fairies burst into delighted cries, immediately recognizing her as someone from a rare and unusual race. Their voices chimed with excitement as they pleaded to bring her along. Nia wavered in uncertainty, unable to grasp exactly where they intended to go. Gyro also remained unsure, yet no trace of dark magic emanated from the fairies. The portal appeared to lead to their mother. The fairies insisted there would be no turning back, and that waking the old man or six would be pointless. Still, Nia hesitated. Gyro remarked that if her fingers trembled, she could stay. Yet curiosity pulled him onward, and he moved ahead. A blinding light engulfed them, and in an instant, the heroes found themselves transported to an unfamiliar place. The place dazzled with extraordinary beauty, and Nia delighted in the sight of countless fairies flitting through the air. One fairy approached her, and, with gentle words, invited Nia to follow. An honored guest awaited their arrival. Before them stood the queen, revered as the mother of all fairies. She surmised that the hero was a stranger to their realm. The meaning escaped Mure, but Gyro offered his thanks for the invitation, wary of her unexpected lack of caution. The queen responded only with a gentle smile. She explained that she trusted her instincts and would never invite a villain to this place. One of the fairies turned to the mother, asking if the boy was truly human. The mother replied that he was not. The queen explained that he was a four-sided one, a being hailing from another world, far removed from their own. The fairies whispered and started calling him a stranger, yet the queen gently reminded them to show respect toward their guest. Introducing herself as Ninyaho, she revealed her role as the leader of the fairies and queen of their people. At her request for his name, Gyro hesitated to reveal his true identity. Instead, he introduced himself as Arnold Ocean, the alias he frequently employed when he needed a cover. The queen smiled warmly, labeling him a mischievous spirit, while insisting she would not be deceived so easily. Realization dawned on the young man. Fairies truly were a distinct people with their own vibrant culture. With newfound respect, he offered his real name without hesitation. Introducing herself in return, Mure found herself deeply impressed by the fairies' courteous manners. The queen welcomed the encounter with delight, calling it destiny. She invited her guests to make themselves at home and gestured for them to follow her. The group found themselves standing in an enchanting hall shaped by the hands of fairies. Bowls filled with a mysterious drink called Merton awaited them. With a gentle gesture, the queen invited everyone to taste it. Suspicion flickered in Gyro's eyes as he studied the drink, his instincts warning him of possible poison. Yet the queen, as though sensing his unease, calmly reassured him that the cup contained nothing harmful. He insisted on taking extra precautions, reminding them how far they had wandered from familiar grounds. The queen offered no objection, calmly agreeing that if it eased their minds, they were free to inspect everything. She went so far as to offer him the use of her word magic should the need arise. A quiet reminder emerged of her origins within the all-seeing race. Her eyes perceived far more than ordinary sight could grant, revealing hidden statuses that remained invisible to most. The realization struck Gyro. There was no way she could have sensed his word magic merely by intuition. Her knowledge truly encompassed everything. Yet none of that truly mattered. Awareness flickered in her gaze. She clearly sensed he belonged to another world. Weighing the situation, he doubted she stood to gain from causing him trouble. Finally, he sampled the dish. The drink held a tartness reminiscent of lemon, yet the scent stirred a memory reminiscent of urine. Someone guessed it might be fruit juice, with a flavor reminiscent of apples. Gyro remarked that it tasted pretty good, and the queen's face lit up with delight. However, a shadow soon passed over her expression as she shared troubling news. Lately, people had begun to turn to summoning magic. The king had gone so far as to offer up his own daughters in the hope of summoning heroes. From Gyro's perspective, such actions bordered on sheer madness. The queen inquired why he had not joined the other Inamarians, yet his answer carried no complexity. He simply did not want to. Remaining in the company of those one holds in little regard brought no real joy. Still, the queen had subtly suggested that it might be wise to show respect to those currently at his side. Mure glanced his way, her gaze sharp and thoughtful. Gyro admitted uncertainty about whether he truly respected them. Perhaps, he mused, he simply found them useful. Hearing this, Nia felt a sharp pang of sadness and lowered her ears, sorrow settling over her. The queen nodded in understanding and remarked that the newcomers truly were fascinating creatures. Following that, she guided them through the enchanting realms of the fairy kingdom, revealing its many magical corners. Suddenly, a voice echoed through Mure's mind, gently apologizing for having startled her. The queen clarified that they were now communicating through telepathy. Concentrating intently, the girl managed to respond telepathically, a gesture that earned her the queen's heartfelt gratitude. Though the girl chose to keep her words silent, Mure sensed them all the same. The queen noticed a shadow crossing Mure's face, a silent worry pressing on her. Most likely, the cause stemmed from something Gyro had said earlier. Lowering her head in uncertainty, the girl silently searched for the right words. Memories of Gyro's final words drifted through her mind. The queen reassured her, suggesting there was no need to worry. His words were neither lies nor the full truth, leaving Mure puzzled by their meaning. Sharing the whole truth would have wounded his pride. Genuine friendship had always eluded him, leaving him without true companions throughout his life. Forming any real attachment proved difficult, something she needed to understand. His reserved nature did not come from indifference. Beneath that quiet exterior dwelled a truly kind heart. When they found themselves in desperate need, he was the one who saved both her and her uncle. And they were not the only ones. Many others owed him their lives as well. The queen gave a nod of acknowledgement. She understood this truth, for the visions she had glimpsed through the enchanted mirror had revealed his thoughts to her. Once an empty void, his mind now brimmed with images of her and their companions. His temperament proved to be a challenge, and perhaps he had yet to realize just how deeply he had grown attached to his new companions. While Mure listened intently, the queen gave her a knowing wink, sealing their words as a private secret. Yet Muru found himself troubled by something else altogether. Bowing her head, she quietly admitted that she had always lived under someone else's protection, her uncle, Gyro, and even Six, who was just a little older. The only thing she felt capable of was offering them words of encouragement. A gentle smile played on the queen's lips as she realized that Mure hadn't yet recognized her own true worth. Resting a reassuring hand on Mure's shoulder, the queen offered quiet encouragement, affirming that a powerful strength was hidden deep within her heart. Tears welled up in Mure's eyes as she admitted her weakness. No matter how hard she tried to grow stronger, it seemed she only ended up holding others back. The queen gently clasped her hands and spoke softly, assuring her that strength is not something one is born with. Belief in oneself, she explained, is the very first step on the path to becoming strong. The queen's touch radiated warmth as she passed a trace of her magic to the girl, hoping it might lend her strength. Unsure of the queen's true intentions, Mure remained quietly puzzled as the monarch chose to withhold any explanation for now. The queen smiled gently, asking them to remember her words, and with that, she bid them farewell. Resolute and determined, Mure gathered her thoughts and vowed to grow stronger. The queen guided Gyro, Muru, and the others to the portal. All around them, cheerful fairies echoed the news that the heroes were setting off on their journey. A delicate hand extended a ring toward Gyro, a symbol of trust between their worlds. Delighted by the rare meeting with a human, Fairyhorn watched as her queen encouraged Gyro to accept the gift. In addition, a beam of light passed into Gyro's body as the queen explained that it would form a link between him and the fairy people. As their farewell drew near, she expressed a hope that fate would one day bring them together again. If their journey ever led them to the Spirit King, she asked that they convey her warmest regards. Yet Gyro halted her in her tracks, seeking an explanation. Meanwhile, Mure and Gyro waited beside the portal, watching as morning light quietly crept into the sky. Arnold lay nearby, still lost in sleep. Mure quietly pleaded for silence, yet Arnold pressed on, his curiosity piqued by the sight of the two looking as though they hadn't slept a wink. Gyro warned him, promising a swift cut if Arnold didn't keep his mouth shut. Arnold, losing patience, shouted that Gyro should have stabbed him already if he really wanted the truth. Unfazed, Gyro pretended not to hear a word. Before long, the group arrived at the nearest town, located just outside the Beastfolk Kingdom of Paththeon. Arnold reeled from the news brought by the local merchant. War was brewing at the border. The merchant confirmed the grim rumors. Troops were gathering, and people were being sent to the front lines. The kingdom had made it official. An army was being assembled. Waves of eager volunteers set out toward the front lines. All that remained for the others was to pray for the safe return of their companions. Gyro turned to the old man and quietly asked what they should do next. Despite the ongoing war, the decision stood firm. They would follow their route and visit the Paththeon, as planned. The hero suggested they first look for an inn, his hunger making the decision for him. Arnold simply sighed, unable to hide the envy he sometimes felt for such easygoing indifference to the world. Arnold ran his own business in Paththeon, but the connection between his work, the honey, and everything Gyro had acquired in Dogami remained a mystery to him. Still, he suspected that Gyro had obtained the honey specifically for this venture. Remembering suddenly, Gyro realized he had never shared this with Cairo. There were two people he was supposed to meet in Paththeon. But as he thought about it, he recognized a lack of fondness for one of them. The hero declared a desire to see the person Arnold longed to meet. Joy flickered across Arnold's face. This meeting was for her sake. Yet Mure remained puzzled by what he truly meant. With a playful wink, Arnold invited her to guess. Gyro shot him a glance, unimpressed by such a cliched confession. The thought crossed Arnold's mind. They had yet to register as an official team. A visit to the guild was in order. Registering as an official team meant everyone would earn the same amount of experience, and together they could take on higher-level missions. Mure recalled that this was indeed the case. A pang of disappointment touched her. They still hadn't made their team official. Arnold admitted he'd simply forgotten during the stream festival. Gyro offered no objection. The memory surfaced for Mure. Her companion had not checked his guild card in quite some time. Shock washed over her when she realized his rank was B. It baffled her to think when he had managed to reach such a level. From a technical standpoint, everything made sense. He had single-handedly defeated the Red Spider while Arnold was still unconscious. Annoyance briefly flickered in Arnold's eyes as he glanced over, but he still offered an apology. Arnold suspected that the hero's excitement over his promotion was due entirely to his overpowered magic. Gyro simply shrugged it off, accepting things as they were, then asked Arnold about his own rank. Meanwhile, Mure stood astonished to learn that 6 held an E rank. A flush crept up Arnold's cheeks as he confessed his rank was only TS. Gyro shot him a sarcastic glance and remarked it was time to get registered. Arnold clenched his teeth, grinding them with anger as he silently cursed the hero. The group set off toward the entrance of Gree's cave. The path to the Paththeon was remarkably short, the kind one could only dream about. Yet it came with a catch. Inside, formidable monsters of rank B and above lurked frequently. Though the entrance appeared wide enough, the interior passages quickly narrowed, leaving no space to bring birds along. Arnold acknowledged the existence of other routes, though each one was longer and teeming with even fiercer monsters. Despite the dangers, this remained the most practical choice. No hint of concern appeared on the hero's face. If Arnold yearned so deeply for Paththeon, that was the path to follow. Gyro lightened the mood with a joke, suggesting they should thank those ranked TS for such a plan. Arnold, however, urged him to stop and spare everyone the odd remarks. With a gentle smile, the hero bid farewell to the forlorn bird, acknowledging that their paths now diverged. Expressing gratitude for the bird's support, he asked it to pass along his regards to Max and the others. Arnold requested the hero's help with the birds, as they stubbornly refused to let him go. One of the birds brushed its beak against the hero's hand, prompting a laugh from Arnold, who noted the bird's clear fondness for him. Still, the young man warned that if it happened again, he might just roast the little creature. The bird announced its desire to follow Gyro, drawn in by his scent, which reminded it of sunlight. Gyro simply shrugged, unconvinced that sunlight could possess a fragrance. With a swift motion, Gyro activated the symbol, prompting every bird to immediately return to the village. Yet the symbol's effect seemed unexpectedly intense. The group entered the cave, their footsteps echoing sharply against the stone walls. Arnold quietly urged everyone to move with greater caution. Realization dawned on the boy as he took in the narrow passage of the cave. No bird could have ever squeezed through such a tight space. After they made their way through the narrow passage, Arnold brightened and announced that the hardest part was now behind them. Regret washed over you the moment the words left your lips. Eyes wide with fear, Mure stared ahead, then turned to her uncle and asked in a trembling voice if they could really make it across. An ancient, crumbling bridge loomed ahead, teetering dangerously on the edge of collapse and threatening to plunge into the abyss below. Arnold understood that the hero would surely be tempted to use his flight to soar across. Yet the real dilemma lingered. If Gyro inscribed the flight symbol on everyone, what would come next? Should the symbol fade away, Gyro would regain the ability to fly on his own. However, if either of them were to fall, he would face the difficult task of inscribing symbols mid-flight, a far more challenging feat. Calling upon the symbol of connection, he summoned a bridge and instructed everyone to prepare to run. Although his words puzzled everyone, Gyro suddenly dashed forward and issued a warning. The bridge would only hold for another minute. Crossing to the other side before it collapsed became an urgent necessity. Arnold suspected the hero was merely mocking him, while Six seized Mure's hand and urged her to flee by her side. Clutching the frightened Mure in her arms, Six dashed across the swaying bridge, her voice ringing out in reassurance that she would not let go. The moment everyone reached the other side, Arnold collapsed to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. The thought crossed his mind that it would be easier just to fly away. The hero's decision to take such a dangerous path puzzled him. Still, Gyro pressed on, urging everyone forward. Mure, unable to bear the darkness any longer, admitted her patience had run thin. Arnold agreed with her without hesitation. Gyro asked him to take the lead with the torch, but Arnold only mumbled, too weary to oblige. The girls, unable to fathom such composure, wondered how these two could remain so calm. Monsters appeared along their path, yet they dispatched each one swiftly and without drawing any attention. Spotting a glimmer of light up ahead, Arnold called out, announcing that he had discovered the way out. Joy sparked within Gyro at the thought of finally reaching the city and enjoying a proper meal. Meanwhile, Arnold found himself longing for a hot bath. Both froze in place as a strange hissing sound drifted down from above. The heroes looked up and froze in place as a colossal spiked serpent loomed above them. Clearly, this was the boss stationed at the exit, awaiting their arrival. Arnold recognized him immediately as Clay Toad. The towering monster revealed its gaping maw and lunged at the heroes with unrestrained ferocity. Without hesitation, Arnold surged forward, declaring, "Taste my strike." He leapt onto his opponent's head and swung his sword with determination. Activating the Wind Fist technique, Arnold quickly realized the serpent's incredible regenerative speed. Mid-leap, he failed to notice the creature's tail lashing out and sending him flying backward. Danger hovered as he nearly slipped into the abyss, but in a flash, Six hurled a chain his way, allowing Arnold to catch hold just in time. Grateful, he thanked her, while Gyro prepared to take his turn. Each time the hero drew near, the serpent recoiled instantly, slipping just out of reach and denying any chance to strike. Gyro called out to the old man, urging him to stand, while Arnold muttered an apology under his breath. Off to the side, Mure lingered in thought, searching for a way to lend her aid. Gyro's gaze remained fixed on the girl, yet a sudden movement behind him caught his attention. A wolf spun around sharply. A low growl rumbled from the wolf, prompting Mure to glance back in curiosity. In that instant, the serpent lunged down with lightning speed, wrapping its tail around her before she could react. The hero shouted, "Ni," and instantly realized that this serpent possessed a keen intellect, much like the red spider. Its venomous tongue grazed the earth, causing the ground to corrode wherever it touched. The serpent coiled tighter around the girl, its grip growing fiercer. The hero called out to the others, urging anyone who could to immobilize the creature. Paralyzed by the fear of injuring Nia, Arnold found himself unable to attack. Six faced the very same predicament, hesitation holding him back. Confusion weighed heavily on Mure's mind, as she wondered why such things seemed to happen to her. Fear fluttered in her chest, while she cast a wary glance at her uncle. Arnold once confessed his dream of raising a wonderful girl, vowing to protect her even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Gyro urged her to become stronger, insisting on it as proof of her care. And so, from that moment, a strange light began to radiate from her body. Resolve filled her heart as she accepted the truth. Strength was within her reach. As flames coiled around the serpent, Arnold sensed his opportunity. Without hesitation, he shouted at the creature, demanding it release the girl. With a single, swift motion, the serpent's head was severed. Its tail instantly loosened, and Mure found herself free. The hero leapt forward to catch her, but the moment his hand brushed against her, a jolt of electricity surged through him. He collapsed to the ground, every muscle locked in paralysis. Surprise flickered across Mure's face as she glanced at the old man resting beside her, and then a gentle smile spread across her lips. Gyro instantly recognized it was her. Arnold confirmed his suspicion. Mure was behind everything. The group concluded that the girl had just awakened a hidden power. Meanwhile, the hero remained completely unaware of this revelation. Arnold quietly requested a moment, then removed his glove. Producing the bracelet, he explained its origin. Crafted by one of the scholars to help beastfolk overcome their incapacity for magic. In moments of intense yearning for power, the bracelet awakened their dormant abilities. The bracelet established a bond with a spirit, received a name, and bestowed power upon its wearer. For Arnold, this bracelet was called the Wen bracelet. Meanwhile, in Mure, the lightning bracelet seemed to have awakened. This revelation struck the hero. Beastfolk had a different way of channeling power, one that didn't involve direct magic. He continued on his path when Arnold called out, asking where he was headed. He explained that gathering materials from the serpent's body was his next task, though a bit of rest would do him good as well. Arnold offered a quick apology, then wished him good luck and to stay safe. Taking the torch from Arnold, the hero approached the severed head of the serpent. The viper's upper body bore severe burns, yet despite the damage, it still displayed an astonishing resistance to magic. Memories stirred as the hero recalled witnessing the technique called shattering wind. No trace of magic lingered in that storm. It wasn't an ordinary spell, just an overwhelming surge of raw energy. At that moment, an unexpected sensation crept over him, the unmistakable feeling that someone's eyes were fixed on him. Gyro spun around abruptly to find a panther clad in black armor standing before him. Calmly, she inquired about the one responsible for slaying the serpent. The panther-like creature assumed Gyro was responsible and, to further perplex the hero, ended its sentence with a drawn-out meow. Saying nothing, he saw no reason to reveal himself to a stranger. Pantherman admitted that he didn't care who had killed the serpent. His interest lay solely in the creature's corpse. Gyro suspected that the newcomer had arrived to claim the prize and quickly declared that he wouldn't hand over any of the materials. Yet the Beastman calmly explained that he had no need for them and that Gyro could keep everything for himself. The situation struck Gyro as suspicious. He was preparing to leave when the panther's face curled into a predatory grin. In the blink of an eye, the beast lunged forward. Gyro managed to intercept the attack just in time, raising his guard to withstand the onslaught. Satisfaction flickered across Paththeon's face at the flawless reaction. Now, confidence settled in him that it was indeed the hero who had slain the serpent. Meanwhile, Gyro struggled to grasp what this unhinged feline truly desired, sensing that the encounter might simply be a search for a fight. The Beastman moved with remarkable strength and speed, nearly landing a blow to Gyro's face. Yet Gyro managed to activate his speed magic just in time. A stunned smile flickered across Paththeon's face as Gyro unleashed the paralysis sigil. The Beastman absorbed the magic, leaving Gyro stunned. Paththeon let out a hearty laugh, declaring that the hero had passed the test. In Paththeon's eyes, this newcomer was worthy enough to become his assistant. Gyro stood bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. The beast fixed its gaze on him and inquired about his level. The boy replied, only to regret it instantly, realizing he had revealed too much to his enemy. Meanwhile, hearing that the boy had reached level 38 made Paththeon warm to him even more. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself as Kuroichi and then inquired about the hero's name. Silence fell as confusion clouded his face, and Kuroichi quickly concluded that amnesia must have claimed his memory. A wave of alarm swept over him, prompting an immediate urge to rush the boy to the doctor. But Gyro quickly put a stop to his concern, offering a reassuring smile and saying it was all just a joke. Relief washed over Gyro. The man had been driving him to the edge of madness. Meanwhile, Kuroichi, undeterred by the revelation that it was all a joke, once more inquired about his name. The hero introduced himself as Taro Tanaka. With a steady gaze, Paththeon looked at Taro and announced that from this moment on, he would serve as Taro's trusted confidant. Once, he had wanted to make him an assistant, and now a confidant. Gyro realized that strength was the only currency here. Judging by his demeanor, this man was likely a soldier, and Gyro resolved it would be wiser to keep his distance. The answer came without hesitation. I do not follow those who are weaker. If you want me to join you, then prove your strength and defeat me. Kuroichi offered a faint smile and murmured that it sounded like fun. Yet as he drew nearer, his steps slowed and he came to a halt. After asking for just a moment's patience, Gyro found himself puzzled, unable to grasp what was happening. From his pocket, Kuroichi retrieved a small vial, glanced at the serpent, and with a touch of magic, sealed it inside. Stunned, Gyro watched as the serpent's body vanished before his eyes. The realization dawned on him. This man had completely absorbed his prey, just as he had previously deflected the lightning. Clearly, this was his concealed technique. Kuroichi considered taking the hero with him, but time pressed urgently. Still, certainty lingered in his mind. Their paths would cross again one day. At that moment, it became clear. If Gyro continued along this path, he would head straight towards the Paththeon. The hero kept his silence, while the Panther Man simply chuckled, clearly amused by such boldness. With a final farewell to Taro the boy, he slipped away, vanishing from sight. Clearly, an extremely dangerous individual had taken an interest in the hero. Determined to avoid trouble, Gyro planned to escape from the Paththeon as soon as he arrived. Only now did the hero realize all the materials from the serpent had vanished. A troubling thought lingered in his mind. Perhaps Kuroichi truly was someone to fear.